That the king's working relationship offer, at the time I received it, was genuine, xianxia said quietly. That I could have said yes to that version rather than the version that required full dissolution into the ghost realm. The Spectre Core makes the working relationship structurally possible in a way it wasn't for me. I'm telling you that the offer is real because I've spent 200 years as evidence that the alternative is also real. The working preparation for the ghost realm meeting was not just physical. Surin had insisted on a separate preparation strand that she described as understanding what you're agreeing to before you agree to it. She had spent 3 days reviewing the Order's historical documentation on working relationship arrangements with high-level ghost realm entities, a category of interaction that was documented but not well understood, because the previous practitioners who had attempted it had not, for the most part, left detailed records. Most had not survived to write them. The exceptions were practitioners who had established limited, structured arrangements with bounded entities rather than distributed presences of the king's scale and age. The bounded entity arrangements provide the framework for what to ask for, Surin said in the final preparation session. The specific terms that matter are duration, scope, and withdrawal conditions. Duration of the working relationship. Because open-ended arrangements have a documented pattern of extending indefinitely, with each extension producing additional obligations that weren't in the original terms. The historical examples all show this pattern. She had the documents in hand. Actual historical records from the Order's archive, specific cases, specific outcomes. Duration should be defined as a renewable term rather than indefinite. 12 months is the standard in the bounded entity literature. Scope, what the contact point covers. Specifically, what information he provides and what access I provide. The substrate contact needs to be defined in terms of what it is and what it isn't. He touches the substrate through the Meridian contact point. I maintain veil stability in regions he identifies as critical. Neither party commits to more without renegotiation. She paused. The scope definition prevents the arrangement from becoming general obligation rather than specific exchange. And withdrawal conditions. Either party can end the arrangement with 30 days' notice. The contact point maintenance continues for 30 days after notice, then ends. His fragmentation is his responsibility to manage through other means if the arrangement ends. Her expression was the particular one she wore when she was delivering information she found uncomfortable but necessary. This sounds harder than it is. He has a century and more of practice in arrangement maintenance. He'll propose better terms than this. But knowing what you're asking for before he proposes terms means you're negotiating rather than receiving. Yuji held the framework. Duration, scope, withdrawal. Centuries of practice on one side. 2 weeks of preparation on the other. He's going to know I've read the bounded entity literature. Yes, and he'll respect it. She met Yuji's eyes. He's been embedded in the veil's substance for 3 centuries, watching practitioners come and go. The ones who came in with clear terms and clear limits survived. The ones who came in with open expectations became xianxia. A pause. He knows the difference. He wants you to know the difference too, which is why he sent xianxia to explain it before the meeting. Yuji looked at the preparation area, the physical anchoring formation, the monitoring array, the pharmaceutical compounds, the people who would be watching from outside. She was the demonstration, she said slowly. Not a warning. A demonstration of the outcomes. She was the honest disclosure, Surin said. He sent you the evidence of what the unstructured version becomes so that you would ask for the structured version. She paused. That is a very long game to play, and it suggests the offer is genuine enough to be worth playing it. Which meant she was entering the meeting with someone who genuinely needed what she had to offer, and that changed the negotiation entirely. Chapter 59. The new offer was not what she'd expected. Xianxia delivered it through the mirror's surface with the precision of an individual who had memorized the wording rather than paraphrasing it, because the specific wording mattered to the king and he'd specified that she deliver it exactly. The vessel interface is no longer available or desired. The Spectre Core has made it impossible in any case. Crystallized soul structure cannot be dissolved and reintegrated in the way the vessel process requires. What the king is offering instead is coordination. He provides specific information about the veil's structure from his position inside it, and you provide the physical world application that he cannot reach directly. A working relationship rather than a merger. A working relationship with the Netherworld King, Yuji said. With someone who has been inside the veil's structure for 300 years and has more detailed knowledge of its condition than anyone within physical bounds has accumulated in that same period. She paused. He's not offering to stop the Parliament's advance. He's offering to tell you where the advance is most vulnerable, and where the veil is most critical to maintain, and where his own influence in the ghost realm can redirect Parliament forces away from your coalition's operational areas. In exchange for what? Access. Physical world contact, mediated through you and your phantom meridians, through the veil's boundary at specific points. Not presence, not a vessel, not a manifestation. Touch, essentially. Enough to remain coherent as a distributed entity rather than continuing to fragment over time. She studied Yuji with the first direct admission of something other than professional precision. He's been fragmenting for 40 years. The veil's condition has been deteriorating, and his existence depends on the veil's stability. He is not indifferent to its repair. Yuji held this for a long time. The Netherworld King, enemy of the living world, was offering her a working relationship because his existence depended on the same veil she'd been spending months maintaining. Because the cultivator behind the eternal Meridian who had become him, his predecessor, who had chosen dissolution, had ultimately chosen to exit the distributed state because it was unsustainable. He was asking her to help him remain stable enough to not have to do the same thing to her. Tell him I'll meet him, she said. His conditions. My monitoring. The physical world preparation for the Ghost Realm meeting was careful and multi-layered. The Elder provided the monitoring formation structure, a three-dimensional array maintaining continuous assessment of Yuji's physical body condition during the outer layer contact, with specific triggers for emergency extraction if the physical body showed signs of realm pull exceeding the living anchor's management capacity. He calibrated it personally, over 6 hours, to her specific specter core oscillation frequency. The living anchor's original design included a return trigger, he said. If the soul's physical world connection degrades below a specific threshold, the anchor activates automatically and pulls the practitioner back. You won't need to manage it consciously. How close to the threshold can I operate before it activates? I don't know the specific threshold. The technique is 300 years old and predates our measurement methodology. He paused. The original calibration was deliberately generous, designed for a practitioner who might not recognize danger. You'll recognize it. Luo Qianin handled the pharmaceutical preparation, the physical world anchoring compound, nutritional preparation for sustained dual-realm contact, contingency compounds for every physical body emergency scenario she'd identified. She'd been systematic about it, which was what she was when the stakes were high enough to justify the time. Come back, she said, when she'd finished. The same 2 words as the compound label, and they both meant what they said. Surin led the meditation preparation, an hour of veil maintenance work clearing ambient interference that would complicate the outer layer contact. Then she stood at the boundary and said what she'd decided to say. She made the right choice, Surin said. The one who had dissolved into the veil. I believe that. A pause. I want you to know that before you meet him. Yuji held this. She built the living anchor knowing what the meeting would require. Yes. Surin was quiet. She prepared you. The resonance point was 40 miles northeast, and it was time. Guo Mianzi's assessment of the new offer was the most direct thing he had said to her in 3 months. Take it, he said. His presence was the clearest she'd experienced since the core crystallization, which had increased her perceptual access to him significantly. His voice had the quality of a cultivator who had thought carefully about this and reached a conclusion he was confident in. Tell me why, she said. Because the veil's condition is worse than the Order's instruments show from the outside. I have been in the substrate for 3 centuries. I know what the baseline looks like, and I know what deterioration looks like. The current condition in this region is stable only because you have been working it intensively for weeks. The broader veil, the continental structure, the parts no one is actively maintaining, is in the early stages of the kind of deterioration that precedes a full barrier failure event. He sat with it in silence. The last full barrier failure event was 600 years ago. The records are incomplete. What happened? The boundary between realms became fully permeable for approximately 4 months. Every spectral entity on the continent had physical world access. Every living cultivator had ghost realm access, whether they wanted it or not. He paused. Most of the practitioners of that period were not prepared for unmediated ghost realm contact. The casualties were significant, and the king's working relationship prevents this. The working relationship provides coordinated maintenance from both the physical side and the substrate side simultaneously. The substrate side maintenance can address instabilities before they propagate to the scale that physical side work can reach. Think of it as early warning plus access. He can tell you where the instability is forming before it's visible from outside, and you can seal it before it becomes a thinning that becomes a full degradation point. He flickered with the thoughtful quality she'd learned to recognize. The Parliament's invasion makes barrier failure more likely, not less. Every large-scale spiritual energy discharge in a deteriorating veil region accelerates the deterioration. The 3 days of Judge's engagement created 6 new instabilities in a region that was already stressed. including 4 from the maintenance work itself, she said. Maintenance creates some secondary instability. Full barrier failure creates a lot more. He was direct about it. The math is not complicated. The working relationship is the option that produces better veil outcomes than the alternatives. Whether the king's personal motivations are entirely trustworthy is a different question, but on the veil maintenance calculus, the offer is sound. Yuji thought about a 300-year presence in the substrate, watching the barrier's condition degrade over decades while the parliament built its invasion infrastructure, while practitioners fought over formations and breach points, while the fundamental structure that separated the living world from the ghost realm slowly weakened under the accumulated weight of all of it. He's frightened, she said slowly. Gue Mianzi considered this. He's been frightened for approximately 40 years, by my estimate, he said. The fragmentation is the physical expression of it. When the substrate he exists and deteriorates, he deteriorates with it. A pause. It makes him more dangerous in some respects. Entities operating from fear are harder to predict than entities operating from patience. But it also makes the offer more genuine. He needs the working relationship. That is not performance. She held this for a long time. Tell Bai Surin what you told me, she said finally. All of it. She needs to hear the barrier failure assessment. I thought you'd want to tell her yourself, he said. I want you to tell her directly. She'll have questions I can't answer. Gue Mianzi shifted in his presence, settling, as if making a decision. Very well, he said. I'll tell her tonight, when the shrine's ambient noise settles. His manifestation held steady in a way it hadn't for months. This is the clearest I've been able to hold in 60 years. The core makes contact much easier. I noticed. She extended her specter core's perception toward him and felt the quality of it. Not the effortful, flickering contact of the previous months, but something with a baseline, a ground. Is it better for you? Being more legible. He considered this with the thoughtfulness she'd come to appreciate in him. A 300-year ghost who had learned to think carefully before speaking because he had had more time to observe the consequences of speaking carelessly than most entities ever got. Yes, he said finally. It's better. It's been a long time since someone in the tangible world could hear me without effort. A pause. I had almost forgotten what that felt like. She stayed with him a little longer than she needed to, before going to find Bai Surin and beginning the final preparation for the meeting that was 4 days away and that every decision over the past months had been building toward, and the possibility, which she could not dismiss, that the eternal Meridian cultivators' 3 centuries of preparation had been pointed directly at this specific moment, waiting for her to be ready. Chapter 60. The meeting with the Netherworld King took place in the Ghost Realm's outer layer, at a location that Gue Mianzi identified as a natural resonance point 40 miles northeast of the Cinnabar Fortress, not the northeastern staging reserve, which was in the same direction but further, a place where the veil was thin enough that the distributed presence could focus into something approaching coherent form without requiring a physical vessel. Bai Surin accompanied her to the boundary. Morong He maintained the external monitoring formation. Zhang Haochen was 50 feet back, which was not close enough to intervene in any meaningful way but was close enough to be present, which he'd said was the honest description of what he was offering. Luo Qianin had given her a pharmaceutical compound that would maintain physical world anchoring through the outer layer contact. Not a guarantee, but additional margin. She'd included a note with it. Come back. She stepped through the veil's boundary at the resonance point. The outer layer was not what she'd seen in the dream contact visions, not the Twilight Court's structured ghost realm geography. It was the veil itself, the barrier's substance from inside, which felt to her specter core like being in the middle of a structure rather than on either side of it. The living anchor held. The physical world was immediate through the anchor's connection, present in the way that the ghost realm had been present to her strands before the breakthrough. Both at once, neither dominant. He was there, not as a person, not as the throne-shrouded figure from the dream contact, as a quality of presence in the boundary's substrate, vast and distributed, old in the specific way of something that had been in one place for 3 centuries and had memorized every detail of it. The awareness that turned toward her was complete and immediate in a way that no living presence had ever felt to her strands. You came, the awareness said. Not sound exactly. Direct transmission through the barrier's substrate. You changed the offer, she said. The specter core changes what's possible. And I have been watching you work. A pause that felt like something vast thinking at its own pace. The veil is closer to failure in this region than it has been since the last cycle. The Parliament knows this. What they don't know is that I can see the specific points where their advance will push it past the threshold of recovery. And you'll share those points with me. In exchange for what the preliminary messages described. Regular contact. The veil's stability depends on practitioners who can work it from the physical side. I can work it from the ghost side. The two approaches are complementary. Another pause. This is not the arrangement I designed 3 centuries ago when I began the vessel project. It's what's actually possible, given what you are. She thought about inherited choices and the specific technique that ancient practitioner had built in response to what the king had become. A technique for maintaining the living world's hold on a practitioner the veil would otherwise dissolve. A technique built in response to him, not against him. A distinction she hadn't understood before this moment. She built the living anchor for this, Yuji said. Not as protection from you. As the preparation for this conversation. The vast awareness stood without speaking for a moment that felt like genuine consideration. Yes, it said. She did. Another pause. She was always several moves ahead. Yuji studied the veil's structure from inside it and thought about the work ahead. The judges in 30 days, the parliament's full invasion that Xiao Fun had described, the reserve staging ground, the Netherworld King's fragmented stability, and the veil that required ongoing maintenance from both sides simultaneously. Tell me where the critical points are, she said. He told her. And the continental war between the living sects and the Netherworld Parliament shifted, in that moment, from a binary conflict into something significantly more complicated and significantly more difficult for the Parliament to predict. The meeting's specific texture was not what she had expected from any of the preparation. She had expected something vast and impersonal, the quality of a presence 300 years old interacting with a practitioner 3 decades into existence. She had prepared for the negotiation framework Surin had outlined. Duration, scope, withdrawal. She had prepared for the substrate communication to be difficult to interpret, to require constant calibration. Instead, the conversation was direct, not warm. That was not a word applicable to a distributed presence within the substrate layer, but direct in the way of a presence that had spent years anticipating this specific conversation for a very long time and had thought carefully about what to say when it became possible. He offered the information about critical points comprehensively and in specific sequence, which told her he had it organized and had been organizing it for some time. He answered her questions about the coordination channel's structural architecture with technical precision that exceeded anything the order's documentation contained. When she raised the term framework, duration, scope, withdrawal, the bound identity principles Surin had outlined, he said, I know the framework. The one who became the eternal Meridian developed it 3 centuries ago, before she chose to leave the substrate. She left it in the same documentation she left the living anchor. I've been waiting for someone to use it. Yuji let the information settle for a moment. She anticipated this conversation when she built the framework. She anticipated that someone with the living anchor at Spectre core stage would eventually enter the substrate and need terms for the arrangement she was building the conditions for. A pause in the substrate's vast awareness, the quality of someone acknowledging something that carried weight. She was preparing this for 3 decades before she made the choice to leave. The living anchor was not the last thing she built. The framework was. She thought about a practitioner building terms for a working relationship she would never be party to, with an entity she had chosen to leave behind. Building it for a successor 3 centuries removed, with the specific technical and diplomatic provisions that would make the arrangement possible. The working relationship terms she proposed, Yuji said. What were they? He told her. 12 months, renewable. Substrate contact through phantom meridian interface at specific defined points. Mutual termination rights with 30 days notice. He had been holding the terms for 3 centuries, waiting for someone to ask. Those terms, she said. I accept them. The awareness that was the Netherworld King, vast and fragmented and older than anyone she had ever met, did not speak for a moment. She was right about you, he said. Not a compliment. A statement of assessment from someone for whom 3 centuries of waiting had just resolved into an actual outcome. She said whoever carried the living anchor to this stage would understand what it was for without being told. The substrate shifted around her, not threatening, but present in a new way, the working relationship's contact point establishing in the same moment the agreement was made. She felt the living anchor hold. Dual realm simultaneous existence, stable and clear, the physical world and the ghost realm both present, and the barrier between them intact, and now being maintained from both sides at once. She turned toward the resonance point's boundary and began the return. The judges would return in 30 days, and the parliament's full invasion after that. But the Veil's substrate had a new maintainer now, and the map of critical points the king had given her changed every calculation about what came next. Through the living anchor's connection, she could still feel the resonance point's quality behind her, and faintly, very faintly, the awareness of the distributed presence that had been waiting 3 centuries for this arrangement and was now, for the first time, something other than alone in the substrate. She had work to do, and she was ready for it. But so was he, and that changed the odds in ways the Parliament had never calculated for, because they had never known to calculate for it, and the next 30 days would not be long enough for them to start. Chapter 61 The Continental War Declaration arrived at the Lantern Shrine 3 days after Yuji returned from the Resonance Point. It arrived not as a message, but as a phenomenon, a vibration in the Veil's substrate that every practitioner on the continent felt simultaneously, ghost and living alike. A shockwave propagating outward from the Twilight Court through the barrier between realms with the force of an institutional announcement made it Phantom Throne level. Yuji felt it through her Spectre core as a compression followed by a sudden release. The substrate's normal dynamic tension replaced for 3 seconds by something deliberate, structured, and enormous. Goei Mienzi manifested immediately, clearly, without effort, the first time since the breakthrough that he had appeared without her initiating contact. His expression, readable now in ways it hadn't been at Wraith Weave, was the specific combination of recognition and concern that she'd come to read as his response to information he'd been expecting and hoping wouldn't arrive. "The Parliament has made the declaration formal," he said. "I felt it. Everyone felt it. That was the point." He shifted with the quality of a presence organizing itself for sustained communication rather than brief contact. A formal declaration through the Veil's substrate is a Parliament-specific protocol. It means the declaration carries the full institutional weight of the Twilight Court. Not a military campaign. Not an advance force. The Netherworld Parliament has declared war on the living world at the level of its highest authority. Surin arrived in the garden 30 seconds after Yuji, which meant she had been closer and still hadn't arrived first. "You felt it through the substrate," she said, looking at Yuji with the expression she used for technical assessment. "Before I did. The Spectre core gives me direct substrate access." She paused. The King's working relationship terms included advance notice of Parliament operational events when possible. Surin was quiet, the considering kind. "He warned you through the arrangement." "He didn't warn me." He included the term advance notice when possible in the arrangement's scope, and the declaration was a substrate-level event that reached me through the contact point slightly before it propagated through the Veil's surface structure to physical world detection. She paused. "He honored the term. That's a significant distinction from he warned you." "Yes. I'm making it carefully." The shrine's alert formations activated in sequence as the substrate wave's physical world effects propagated. Within 20 minutes, every practitioner in the shrine was assembled in the main hall, and the reports from the Order's regional contact network were already arriving. The Veil's thinning rate had increased by approximately 40% across all monitored regions simultaneously. The declaration had been accompanied by a substrate-level operation, the Parliament's full distributed presence applying sustained pressure to the barrier from the inside. Grand Elder Moronghae received the news in the fortress's east wing, where the Iron Mandate Pavilion's contingent had maintained their base of operations since the judge's engagement concluded. He emerged 3 minutes after the alert, fully composed, with the specific quality of authority she'd come to read in him. Genuine capability held at operational readiness, not performed. He had been expecting this. Perhaps not today, not this precise moment, but this category of development. "The Parliament's formal declaration changes the institutional structure of the coalition," he said, in the emergency meeting that followed. "Individual sect leadership cannot authorize the response we need. This requires a continental-level council, convened under the Order of the White Lantern's formal authority, with full representation from the major sections." He looked at Surin. "I'm requesting that the Order convene it. Within 2 weeks." "The Order concurs," Surin said. 2 weeks. Yuji watched the Elder's face. Something in his delivery, not the words, but the timing of them, the practiced quality of the request, told her he had been prepared for this meeting for some time. She extended her Spectre core's perception through the substrate and found, faint and distant but present, the contact points linked to the King's distributed awareness. She had questions. She would ask them before the council convened. The first hours after the war declaration produced a specific kind of activity at the shrine that Yuji watched with the attention she gave to new environments. Not anxious, but cataloging. Practitioners who had been colleagues for months or years were suddenly in the particular operational mode of people updating their threat assessments in real time, recalculating their institutional positions relative to a conflict that had just become formally defined. She spent those hours in the shrine's archive, reviewing the Order's historical documentation on the Parliament's previous formal declarations. There had been 2 in the documented record, one 400 years ago that had been reversed within a year through negotiated settlement, and one 250 years ago that had resolved through a different mechanism. The Parliament's advance force had been repelled at a significant cost to both sides, and the formal declaration had been quietly withdrawn when neither side was willing to continue at that cost. The current declaration was different from both precedents in one specific respect. The Parliament's military infrastructure was more developed than either previous declaration's context. The breach gate preparation, the three judges' advance capability, the coordinated substrate pressure, these were not the tools of a declaration made from a position of institutional strength without operational follow-through. This declaration had operational substance. She noted this in the documentation she was maintaining. Zhang Haochen found her in the archive. He sat across the table from her with the qualities she'd come to read as him being in genuine thinking mode rather than tactical mode. The distinction being that tactical mode had forward momentum and thinking mode had deliberate stillness. The Parliamentary Council faction the king mentioned, he said. The senior counselors who oppose the invasion on institutional grounds. Do you know how much influence they actually have? No. I know they exist, and that they're opposed. I don't know their institutional weight relative to the pro-invasion faction. Worth finding out before we build strategy around them. Yes. She looked at the historical documentation. I'm going to ask the king for a more specific assessment of the Parliamentary Council faction's political position. The terms cover intelligence about Parliament internal operations. The terms have been covering more things each month. She held the observation. It was accurate, and it deserved acknowledgement. Yes, each expansion has been within the foundational scope, veil maintenance, and stability. Each one has also added operational weight to the arrangement. She paused. I'm documenting each expansion carefully. The documentation is in the terms as a required provision. Documented dependency is still dependency. Yes. She looked at him. The alternative that doesn't involve the arrangement isn't better. I've checked. She closed the archive documentation. The next 3 months are going to require everything we've built, including the things I'd rather not be dependent on. He was quiet for a moment, not disagreeing, but holding the complexity. Tell me when you ask him the Parliamentary Council question. I want to know what he says. I will, she said. The shrine's evening bells sounded overhead. The war declaration was 4 hours old. The coalition had 14 days until the War Council convened. And in the Ghost Realm, the Parliament's substrate pressure continued its patient, distributed work on 7 geological resonance points across the continent. She extended the contact point and began drafting the Parliamentary Council assessment request. The request's formulation mattered as much as its content. She had learned, in the 2 months of the arrangement's operation, that how she communicated through the contact point shaped how the response arrived. Requests framed in terms of the arrangement's scope produced substrate-level responses with the structured quality of information that had been organized before transmission. Requests framed in more general terms produced responses with the character of someone answering a question they hadn't prepared for. She framed this one carefully: Parliamentary Council faction's institutional position, voting history on key invasion resolutions, and estimated influence relative to the pro-invasion faction. The response came back through the substrate with the organized quality that meant it had been prepared in advance. 3 names, voting records spanning 2 decades, relationship maps to the current judge's command structure. And she hadn't asked for this, but it arrived alongside the specific provision in the Parliament's founding charter that the opposition faction was using to argue that the invasion required unanimous council approval rather than simple majority. A provision that had never been successfully invoked in the Parliament's 600-year history, but that the king's distributed awareness of the institution's foundational documents had been tracking for the 300 years he'd been embedded in its substrate. She noted this in the documentation. He had not been asked for the charter provision. He had provided it because it was relevant. That was either admirable initiative or the beginning of the scope creep that Morong-Hae was concerned about. Both, probably. And if she was wrong about which one mattered more, she would find out the hard way. Chapter 62. The Veil's deterioration rate increase was, as by Surin's instruments confirmed over the following 48 hours, not uniform. 3 regions showed acceleration significantly above the 40% average: the northwest coast, the eastern river valleys, and the central mountain ranges' secondary thinning network, the one that had been the coordination channel's routing infrastructure before Yuji's maintenance work. Those 3 regions showed deterioration rates consistent with active substrate-level pressure rather than passive barrier degradation. The Parliament wasn't just announcing the war. They were accelerating the Veil's condition in specific locations. The 3 accelerated regions correspond to secondary staging positions that Zhou Tianming's debriefing documented, Yuji said. She was with by Surin and the Order's senior maintenance specialists in the monitoring room, reviewing the instrument data. Each one is an approach corridor for a potential advance force deployment. They're preparing 3 simultaneous approach vectors, Surin said. While the declaration keeps every major sect's attention on the political response rather than the operational preparation. She looked at the map. The council convening is the right institutional response. And while the sects spend 2 weeks organizing it, the parliament will have 3 approach corridors in significantly accelerated degradation. Can we address the accelerated regions with the maintenance resources we currently have? 2 of them, yes. The Central Mountain Ranges network I can address directly. Its infrastructure I know from the judge's engagement. The Northwest Coast and Eastern River Valleys would require the Order's full regional team and 2 weeks of sustained work. She paused, which is also the council preparation window. Surin looked at her. You're asking me to split the Order's resources between council preparation and veil maintenance. I'm noting that the operational preparation and the political preparation require the same window and compete for the same resources. She was careful about this. The decision is yours. The Order can do both. I'll reorganize the regional teams. She marked the map. What I can't do is prevent the accelerated degradation entirely. We can slow it. We cannot match the Parliament's substrate-level pressure without an equivalent counterpressure from the Ghost Realm side. The contact point. The King's distributed awareness, which could reach the substrate from inside the veil structure. He can address the accelerated regions if I give him the specific thinning coordinates, Yuji said. Will he? The working relationship's terms include him providing information about critical veil points and me providing physical world maintenance. She considered it. Addressing accelerated deterioration in 3 regions falls within the arrangement's scope. I'll ask. Surin was quiet for a moment. Yuji, 2 weeks ago you were refusing the offer entirely. Now you're proposing to use the arrangement for coordinated substrate maintenance during an active war declaration. The arrangement changed when the Spectre Corps changed what was possible. And the war declaration changed what's necessary. She met Surin's eyes. I'm not comfortable with the speed of this development either. I'm noting that the alternatives are worse. Ask him, Surin said. And tell me what he says. Yuji reached through the contact point and asked. The answer came back through the substrate within 4 minutes. Not words, exactly, but structural information, specific thinning coordinates, load distribution parameters, and the specific counterpressure frequencies that would address the acceleration in each of the 3 regions. Detailed and precise and clearly prepared in advance, as if the request had been expected. She spent a long time looking at the coordinates before passing them to Surin. The 3 accelerated degradation regions counterpressure application took 4 days to organize and another 3 to implement, and produced a visible improvement in the substrate condition within 48 hours of the first counterpressure parameters being applied. She spent those days in the field, traveling between the Northwest Coast, the Eastern River Valleys, and the Central Mountain Ranges secondary network, conducting the physical world maintenance work that the counterpressure parameters were supporting. The combination was more effective than either approach independently. The King's Ghost Realm side pressure reduction made the physical world sealing work feasible at a reasonable energy cost, and the physical world sealing created stable conditions that made the spectral realm maintenance more efficient. Working with him was, technically, exactly what the arrangement described, complementary maintenance from 2 sides of the veil simultaneously. The complementarity was genuine. Neither set of capabilities could replicate the other's function. A ghost realm presence couldn't apply physical world formation techniques, and a physical world practitioner couldn't apply substrate-level force from inside the veil structure. She thought about this while sealing a medium-sized thinning in the Eastern River Valleys, her Spectre Core reading the substrate's response to her technique, while the counterpressure from the King's distributed awareness held the formation stable from below. He was present at the substrate level during her maintenance work in a specific way, not intrusive, not communicative, but present in the way that the veil itself was present. She could feel the counterpressure's parameters adjusting in real time as her technique developed, responding to the local conditions in ways that she hadn't specified in the request. He was not simply executing instructions. He was doing maintenance work in parallel, adapting to the same conditions she was adapting to. The realization took her the better part of a day to fully process. He wasn't a tool she was using. He was a collaborator doing the same work from a different position. The arrangement's language was working relationship, and the language was accurate. That was, depending on how she held it, either reassuring or concerning. She asked Gue Mienzi about it, on the 3rd day in the field. He manifested clearly, the way he always did now at Revenant Bridge, and considered her question with genuine thought. He worked with the eternal Meridian cultivator the same way before she chose to leave the substrate, he said. 2 practitioners, different positions, same problem. He found it satisfying in ways that the institutional role in the parliament did not provide. A pause. He found the collaboration with her predecessor genuinely meaningful, as far as I can assess. The loss of it, her choice to leave the distributed state and take a vessel rather than continue as a distributed presence, was one of the factors in his current fragmentation. She left to prevent herself from becoming what he is, Yuji said. She left because she assessed that continued distributed existence would eventually produce interests incompatible with the living world's welfare, Goemyanzi said. She was correct. He stayed, and his interests have drifted in the specific direction she predicted, not hostile to the living world, but with a scale and patience that makes individual human welfare difficult to hold with appropriate weight. He flickered. He is not a villain. He is someone who has been in the Veil's structure for 3 centuries and has become, in specific ways, less capable of the human scale concerns that motivate the practitioners he works with. And the collaboration helps with that. Contact with a living practitioner, sustained, within a relationship that requires him to think at the scale of specific people with specific problems. Yes. The collaboration is good for him in ways that go beyond the arrangement's stated purposes. She held this for a long moment. I should tell Baisurin. She brought it to Baisurin when she returned to the shrine. You're surprised that the arrangement functions as described, Baisurin said. I'm noting that functioning as described has a specific character I hadn't fully anticipated. He's a genuine collaborator. The working relationship framing is accurate rather than diplomatic. She paused, which means the dependency is real in both directions. Not just that I need his substrate access, but that the work genuinely benefits from 2 practitioners doing it simultaneously from different positions. Yes, Baisurin said. That was the Eternal Meridian cultivator's original design. The living anchor was built for exactly this purpose. A practitioner who could maintain the physical world side of the Veil's maintenance, while the Eternal Meridian provided the spectral realm stabilization. She built it before she chose to leave the substrate. She was building the architecture for the work she was about to stop doing. She was preparing her replacement, Yuji said. She was preparing the position for whoever would fill it after her. Baisurin was very precise about this. Not you specifically. The position. You are the practitioner who arrived at the position. She paused. Whether that's reassuring or uncomfortable depends on how you understand responsibility. She was beginning to think she had understood it wrong. Chapter 63 The Continental War Council convened at the Lantern Shrine 14 days after the Parliament's declaration, attended by representatives from 37 sects and institutions, with Grand Elder Murong Hei presiding in the formal capacity that the Iron Mandate Pavilion's continental authority gave him. The council's opening session was orderly, formal, and deeply uncomfortable. Yuji sat with the Order of the White Lanterns delegation, which meant she was present in an official capacity rather than as an interested party, which meant the formal presentation of evidence about the Parliament's advanced preparation fell to her, as the practitioner who had conducted the judge's engagement and had the most direct intelligence. She presented what she had. The judge's operational mandate, the coordination channel structural analysis, the second staging position's confirmed location, the 3 accelerated veil degradation regions, and their correspondence to approach corridors, the working relationship with the Netherworld King, and what it had provided in terms of substrate-level counterpressure. All of it, completely, in sequence. The Council's response went through several phases. The first phase was shock, not at the Parliament's military situation, which most senior practitioners had been aware of for years, but at the working relationship. A living cultivator in formal arrangement with the Netherworld King was not within anyone's existing institutional framework. The second phase was the specific kind of skepticism that political experience produces, not disbelief that the arrangement existed, but questions about what it meant for Yuji's loyalties and decision-making. A dozen delegation heads asked variations of the same question, phrased differently, but arriving at the same concern. How do we know you're not acting in his interests rather than ours? She answered at once, clearly. The arrangement's terms are public. I've provided the full text to Baisurin, and it's available for this council's review. The king's interest in the arrangement is Veil stability, which is also the coalition's interest. Divergence would occur if he were to prioritize Ghost Realm expansion over Veil maintenance, at which point I would end the arrangement. I'm asking you to evaluate the arrangement against what it's actually produced rather than what you imagine it might produce. The third phase was Murong Hei's opening position. He presented it formally, with the authority of someone who had been building to it for 2 weeks. The working relationship with the Netherworld King was, he argued, an unacceptable strategic liability regardless of its current terms. A practitioner in formal arrangement with the living world's declared enemy, at a cultivation stage that already placed her outside normal institutional structures, operating with information access that no external party could verify. This was not an asset the coalition could afford to build strategy around. I move that this council declare the Phantom Meridian practitioners' working arrangement with the Netherworld King in conflict with the coalition's security requirements, he said, and that the arrangement be suspended pending a complete security review. The room was very quiet. Second, the council moderator asked. For hands went up. The council's opening session also included a presentation from Murong He on the parliament's military infrastructure, which was the most technically detailed assessment Yuji had encountered from a non-order source. The Iron Mandate Pavilion's intelligence network was significantly more extensive than she'd understood from their coalition role. He presented it with the precision of a senior cultivator who had spent decades building intelligence resources that he knew would eventually be relevant, and who now found himself in the position of needing to use them in a context that included someone he found institutionally problematic. He presented the information fully anyway, because the operational necessity was clear, and whatever his concerns about the arrangement, those concerns didn't extend to withholding intelligence that the coalition needed. She noted this. Murong He was a complex practitioner, and she was still developing an accurate model of what he actually was rather than what his institutional position suggested. The Parliament's military assessment was alarming in specific ways. The three judges remained active, resupplied, and had adjusted their doctrine based on the first engagement's outcome. They had developed counter-techniques for the coordination channel monitoring approach and had restructured the tribunal formation to reduce the load-bearing bottleneck that she'd exploited. The formation was now significantly more redundant and significantly more resistant to the substrate-level disruption technique. They've done exactly what we expected, she said, when the presentation concluded. Yes, Murong He said. The question is whether you've done what they haven't expected. The Revenant Bridge breakthrough changes the engagement parameters significantly, Surin said. At Revenant Bridge, Yuji can operate in the ghost realm directly, which the judge's counter-doctrine doesn't account for. Because they haven't engaged a living Revenant Bridge practitioner in a combat context before, Murong He said. The tribunal's Revenant Bridge practitioners are the judges themselves. They have no doctrine for engaging a practitioner with equivalent realm-crossing capability who is also operating with substrate-level veil access and the living anchor's specific operational properties. They'll develop doctrine, Yuji said, after they observe the capability in action. Yes, but the development window is weeks, not days. The first full engagement with a Revenant Bridge practitioner gives you approximately 2 engagements before the judge's doctrine update is complete. He looked at her. Use the window. The session's conclusion was complicated by the motion, which had been the moment she'd been waiting for since Murong He's corridor comment after the previous week's planning meeting. She had expected the motion. She had prepared the response. The 40 minutes of thinning rate data review that followed were the most productive 40 minutes of the session. After the vote, she stayed in the main hall while the delegations dispersed, reviewing the dynamics in her mind. 14 votes in her favor, out of 37. Not a strong majority. The coalition was fractured in ways that would require sustained effort to address, and Murong He's political strength despite the failed motion meant that his concerns would continue to shape the council's deliberations. She had Jiang Haochun's observation running through her mind. The arrangement scope expansion was becoming operational load-bearing. She had Murong He's corridor comment about 300-day terms. She had the maintenance work's genuine effectiveness and the collaboration's genuine character. All of it simultaneously. She extended her Spectre core to the substrate and felt the counter-pressure working in the northwest coast's degradation zone. The work was real. The dependency was real. The concerns were real. None of them resolved each other. They simply had to be held simultaneously by someone capable of holding them. She found Jiang Haochun after the council session and gave him the full picture. He listened to the motion failure, Murong He's corridor comment, and her own assessment of the coalition's internal dynamics with a quality of attention that meant he was building a working model rather than confirming existing assumptions. The 14 votes in your favor, he said. How stable are they? Operationally stable. The thinning rate data is compelling enough that the sects supporting the arrangement will hold that position as long as the data continues to support it. She had been thinking about this since the vote. Politically fragile, none of them are comfortable with the arrangement in principle. If the data becomes ambiguous, or if there's an incident that reframes the arrangement's character, the coalition's position could shift significantly. What kind of incident? Anything that looks like the arrangement is being used for purposes outside its stated scope. The category distinction is the thing holding the political coalition together, the difference between necessary operational tool with specific terms and indefinite special relationship with the Netherworld King. Murong He will push on the category distinction whenever he can, Jiang Haochen said. Not because he wants to sabotage the arrangement, because he genuinely thinks the category distinction is unstable and wants it to fail in controlled circumstances rather than crisis circumstances. He's probably right that it's unstable, she said. The way to address that is to hold it carefully rather than to collapse it proactively. She paused, which requires, among other things, knowing exactly which expansions are within scope and which aren't, before the pressure to use the arrangement comes rather than after. You need a clearer framework for scope assessment, he said. Yes, she agreed. I'm going to ask Bai Surin to help me build one. She did that evening, and the framework they developed over 2 hours became part of the arrangement's documented terms. The scope assessment framework was built around 3 questions. Does the proposed use directly serve veil maintenance and stability? Is the use of the king's substrate access the least intrusive means of achieving the objective? And does the use maintain the collaboration's bilateral character rather than converting it to unilateral information extraction? The Parliamentary Council assessment had passed the first question. Parliamentary Council dynamics were directly relevant to the war that was damaging the veil. And the second, since no physical world intelligence source had comparable access to Parliament internal politics. The charter provision the king had provided unsolicited was harder to categorize. It served the first question marginally, wasn't a response to a request, and arrived alongside explicitly requested information. The unsolicited addition is the pattern to watch, Bai Surin said. Not this specific instance. The charter provision is useful and doesn't represent scope expansion in itself. But a collaborator who consistently provides more than what was requested in areas adjacent to the stated scope is gradually expanding what the relationship covers through accumulation rather than negotiation. I should tell him to limit responses to requested information. You should tell him the scope assessment framework exists and that you'll apply it to unsolicited additions as well as explicit requests. She paused, not as a criticism, as a transparency about how the relationship's boundaries are maintained. She did. The king's response, through the substrate, was characteristically direct. The Eternal Meridian cultivators framework included a provision for proactive information sharing when the information was directly relevant to the practitioner's immediate decision environment. I've been operating under that provision. She found the provision in the historical documentation Bai Surin had given her. It was there, clearly stated. The king had not been acting outside the framework. He'd been operating under a provision she hadn't read carefully enough to know existed. The framework I didn't know about, she told Bai Surin. Yes, Bai Surin said. Now you know about it. What Yuji didn't know yet was what Murong-hei intended to do with that knowledge, and whether she would have time to stop him. Chapter 64 The Council's procedural response to Murong-hei's motion was governed by the Order of the White Lantern's formation protocols, which Bai Surin had used to structure the proceedings and which gave the accused party the right to respond before any vote was taken. Yuji stood and said 3 sentences. The arrangement was disclosed fully before this council convened. The security review you're proposing would require the arrangement to be suspended, during which time the 3 accelerated veil degradation regions would have no counterpressure. I would suggest reviewing the thinning rate data for those regions before voting on whether to suspend the only mechanism we currently have for addressing them. She sat down. The council reviewed the thinning rate data for 40 minutes. The numbers were unambiguous. The 3 accelerated regions had shown a 63% reduction in deterioration rate over the 2 weeks since the counterpressure information had been applied, and were currently stable rather than actively degrading. Murong-hei's motion failed by 14 votes. But the session's outcome was more complicated than a failed motion. The senior delegations from the Iron Mandate Pavilion and its affiliated sects had voted in bloc with Murong-hei. The sects that had voted against the motion had done so because the operational evidence was compelling, not because they were comfortable with the arrangement. And the council's composition meant that Murong-hei's institutional authority remained intact despite the motion's failure. He was still the highest-ranking cultivator in the room by formal seniority, and the Iron Mandate Pavilion still commanded the largest independent military force among the living sections. After the session, in the corridor outside the main hall, Murong-hei stopped beside her. Not confrontationally, the specific quality of someone saying something they intend to be heard and remembered. The arrangement may be temporarily useful, he said. It is not safe. What you're doing with the king's substrate access is exactly what the living anchor was designed to prevent the veil from doing to you, making you structurally dependent on a ghost realm presence for your operational effectiveness. He looked at her. He is patient. He has been patient for 300 years. The terms you accepted today will look different in 300 days. I appreciate the concern, she said. The terms have a 12-month duration and mutual withdrawal rights. I've read the bound identity framework. The bound identity framework was developed by practitioners who did not survive their arrangements. He walked away. She stood in the corridor for a moment. Then she extended her strands to the substrate and felt the counterpressure working in the northwest coast's degradation zone, steady and consistent, doing what the arrangement's terms specified. Moronghae was not wrong that the terms would change what she was. The question was whether the alternative, the accelerated barrier failure that Gui Mianzi had described, was preferable. She had read the bound identity framework. She had also read the historical record of barrier conditions preceding its failure events. The framework had been developed to address a real risk. The barrier's condition was a different real risk. Both were real simultaneously. The 6 weeks following the council's first session were characterized by a specific kind of institutional tension that Yuji had not encountered before. The tension of working within a coalition where she was simultaneously the most operationally essential practitioner and the most institutionally contested. The Order's daily operational coordination gave her a working context that was productive and collaborative. By Surin, Zhang Haochen, Luo Qianin, and the Order's formation engineers had been working with her long enough to have developed the specific operational shorthand that sustained engagement produces, communication that was efficient because context was shared. The War Council's broader coalition was different. 37 delegations with 37 different institutional relationships to the current situation, the Parliamentary Council faction, the Phantom Meridian question, and the working relationship. The delegations that had voted against Moronghae's motion had not done so from uniform positions. Some thought the arrangement was an acceptable operational necessity. Some thought it was a necessary evil. And some thought the thinning rate data was compelling and the political question was secondary to the operational one. She navigated this by being as specific as possible in every interaction about what the arrangement actually was, what it had produced, and what it cost. The vagueness of working with Yen Moyu produced more anxiety than the specificity of 12-month renewable arrangement. Mutual withdrawal rights, scope defined as veil maintenance and stability, current scope extensions documented and within the foundational parameters. Specific terms were navigable. Abstract concern was not. Moronghae avoided her for the first 2 weeks after the council session, which she read not as hostility but as deliberation. He had the information she'd given him through by Surin. He was working with it. In the 3rd week, she found him at the substrate monitoring station, reviewing the regional thinning rate data she'd been compiling. The Northwest Coast deterioration rate has stabilized, he said, without turning. The maintenance work there is holding. Yes, the counterpressure makes the physical world sealing more efficient. The combination is more effective than either independently. I know. I've read the technical reports. He turned. I'm trying to understand how the collaboration works, specifically. Not what it produces, how the two practitioners on different sides of the veil's structure coordinate in real time. She explained it, in technical detail. The contact points communication mechanics, the substrate monitoring that provided real-time condition assessment from both sides, the specific way the counterpressure parameters adapted to the physical world techniques development. He listened carefully, without interrupting. When she finished, he said, the coordination is more sophisticated than the terms describe. The terms describe the institutional structure. The technical implementation has developed through practice. She paused. That's consistent with any working relationship. The terms describe the agreement's scope, not the specific techniques the practitioners develop while working within that scope. Yes. He looked at the monitoring output. What I'm trying to assess is whether the sophistication of the coordination is evidence of the arrangement's value or evidence of its risk. Both, she said. Probably. He was quiet for a moment. Yes, he said. Probably. The observation stayed with her. She'd been treating the arrangement as a tool she was using carefully. He was observing it as a relationship whose character was developing independently of how carefully she used it, because relationships had their own dynamics that careful management only partially controlled. She thought about the eternal Meridian cultivator's work. 3 centuries of preparation, tools designed for a specific purpose, a relationship built at the institutional level before the practitioner who would inhabit it was born. The preparation was careful and comprehensive and had been right about specific things. It had not prevented the arrangement from becoming more complex in practice than the tool's design anticipated. That was either a failure of the preparation or a necessary feature of working relationships with entities that had 300 years of experience and specific interests. Both, probably. She documented the scope assessment conversation and added a note about the sophistication observation, that operational collaboration produced coordination dynamics more sophisticated than the stated terms, and that this should be expected rather than treated as scope creep, provided the coordination remained within the foundational parameters. Moronghae reviewed the documentation addendum when it was circulated to the War Council's Oversight Committee, which was the formal structure she proposed for arrangement transparency. He added a note of his own, agreed that coordination sophistication within foundational parameters is acceptable. The line between coordination sophistication and scope expansion requires ongoing assessment rather than one-time determination. She read his note and thought that it was exactly correct, and that she was not sure he intended it as agreement. The corridor conversation stayed with Yuji longer than its immediate content justified, and she spent the evening turning it over in her mind, trying to understand what exactly he had said and what it meant. He had said the arrangement would look different in 300 days. That was an observation about time's effect on institutional relationships. He had said the bounded entity framework was developed by practitioners who didn't survive their arrangements, which by Surin had established was incorrect. He had said her operational effectiveness was becoming structurally dependent on the king's substrate access. All three observations were about the same thing, that the arrangement was changing her, and that the change was in a direction he found concerning. Not that she was acting badly now, that the trajectory was towards something he considered a problem. She thought about this carefully. The arrangement was changing her operational capabilities, her understanding of the Veil's condition, her relationship to the ghost realm. These were real changes. The question was whether they were changes that compromised her ability to make decisions in the living world's interest or changes that expanded what she could contribute to the living world's welfare. Moronghae believed the former. She believed the latter. They were both working from limited information about where the trajectory would end. He's not wrong about the direction, she told by Surin the following morning. He's wrong about whether the direction is a problem. That's the essential disagreement, by Surin agreed. And disagreements of that kind, Yuji had learned, had a way of resolving themselves through blood rather than argument. Chapter 65 The working relationship with the distributed presence produced its first unexpected operational output in the third week after the War Council. Yuji had been conducting the morning's substrate monitoring when the contact point transmitted a structured packet of information. Not the substrate-level communication she'd received so far, but something more organized. A specific thinning location, 47 miles east of the shrine, with coordinates, entry timing, and the specific substrate configuration that would allow a formation engineering team to reach it, access it, and seal it before the Parliament's approach corridor. Preparation moved to the next phase. She reviewed the information carefully, cross-referenced it against the maintenance map, and found that the indicated thinning was not on any of the Order's monitoring records. A thinning that size in that location should have been documented. Either it had formed after the most recent survey, or it had been concealed from the Order's detection systems. Concealed how? Surin asked, when Yuji brought it to her. The monitoring formation's detection layer has a specific frequency gap at the wavelength corresponding to natural formation-influenced thinnings, ones where a formation artifact's resonance has modified the thinning's spectral signature so it reads differently from standard thinnings. She showed Surin the detection gap in the monitoring formation's output. Someone designed a thinning that would fall exactly in that gap. That requires knowledge of this shrine's specific monitoring formation architecture, Surin said. She was very still, which the Order's formation team knows, and which the Pavilion's formation specialists assessed when they joined the Coalition's defensive infrastructure 2 months ago. The implication settled between them. I need to tell you something, Moronghae said after the council session, Yuji said. She repeated it precisely. Surin was quiet for a long time. The specific quality of someone processing information that required recategorizing everything that had preceded it. He said the bounded entity framework was developed by practitioners who did not survive their arrangements. Yes, that's not accurate. 3 of the 7 documented bounded entity arrangements in the Order's records ended with the practitioner successfully completing the arrangement's term and withdrawing. She looked at Yuji. He was either misinformed or he was lying. And he has access to the monitoring formation's frequency specifications. Yes. She stood. I'm going to review every communication Moronghae's institution has had with outside parties since they joined the Coalition's defensive infrastructure, including the communication protocols Ku Yin was using. Ku Yin's secondary array was Parliament-adjacent communication infrastructure, Yuji said slowly. If Moronghae had access to the same infrastructure, then the Parliament might have known Ku Yin's array was found before we told anyone outside the Coalition. Surin's expression was carefully controlled, which would mean the information about what we knew and when we knew it had a source closer to this Coalition than we understood. She moved toward the door. Don't tell anyone what we're discussing until I've reviewed the communication records. Yuji watched her go and felt the contact point's steady presence in the substrate. The counterpressure working on the northwest coast, the thinning information arriving at intervals, the king's distributed awareness doing what the arrangement specified. Patient and consistent. Moronghae had said the terms would look different in 300 days. She was beginning to wonder what his terms with other parties looked like. The concealed thinning that the king's information identified was 47 miles east of the shrine, in a valley that was on the Order's regional map as unmonitored, not because the Order had assessed it and found it unimportant, but because the monitoring network's coverage had never extended to that specific area, which was between two monitored regions, and had historically shown no concerning veil activity. Yuji traveled to it with one of the Order's senior maintenance practitioners, a Revenant Bridge cultivator named Pei Fengming who had been with the shrine for 30 years and had the specific quality of competence that emerges from decades of doing the same skilled work without drama. He assessed the thinning's parameters with the instruments and confirmed Yuji's substrate level reading. Natural formation influence, he said, reviewing the spectral signature. Looks like there was a formation artifact in this valley 3 to 4 centuries ago that modified the thinning's frequency before the artifact degraded. The signature has been stable at the modified frequency ever since. He looked at the monitoring formations documentation. This is a gap in the network coverage that the formation team should have caught when the network was last updated. When was the network last updated? 8 years ago. He was checking the documentation. The update team would have used the current frequency specifications to calibrate the detection thresholds. If this thinning has been at a modified frequency since before the network's original installation, it would have been invisible to every calibration since. He paused. This is a coverage gap that predates the current coalition. The Iron Mandate sect's assessment team wouldn't have found it because it was already invisible to the standard detection methodology. She held this. So the thinning isn't deliberately concealed. It's naturally invisible to the standard monitoring approach. Yes. He looked at her. The question is how the king knows about it. He's been in the Veil's substrate for 3 centuries. He maps by frequency range rather than by physical detection. She looked at the thinning's edge. He can see things the physical world monitoring can't, because his substrate access is comprehensive rather than sampled at detection equipment frequency ranges. That's a significant intelligence advantage. Yes. She had been thinking about this since receiving the coordinates. It's also what the working relationship's scope expansion covers. Information about critical veil points that the physical world monitoring system misses. This thinning is exactly that category. And the breachgate construction sites would have used this thinning if we hadn't found it. Possibly. It's in the approach corridor for the central mountain range site. Using it would have given the construction team access to the mountain range's substrate from an unmonitored entry point. She knelt at the thinning's edge and extended her Revenant Bridge perception into the substrate. I'm sealing this before we leave. Pei Fengming, please maintain the physical layer formation coverage. Already positioned, he said. She sealed the thinning in 40 minutes, working with the specific technique she developed in the judge's engagement and refined through weeks of subsequent maintenance work. The substrate settled into a stable configuration. The monitoring blind spot closed. When she stood up, she found herself thinking about how many thinnings in the monitoring network's natural blind spots the king had cataloged over 3 centuries, and how many of them the Parliament also knew about. She asked him, on the return journey, through the contact point. The answer came back with the structured quality of prepared information. 47 monitoring blind spots in the Order's current network, all of them known to the king, 11 of them known to the Parliament through their own independent substrate assessment. Of the 11 the Parliament knew about, 4 had been used in the judge's advance force operation, and 3 were in the approach corridors for the current breachgate construction sites. She forwarded the information to Bai Surin immediately. The monitoring network needed to be updated. How long to update the detection thresholds for 47 blind spots? She asked. Pei Fengming, walking beside her, made the calculation. Standard update methodology would take 6 to 8 weeks. The formation team is currently deployed on breach gate disruption support and council preparation. He paused. Accelerated methodology, updating the highest priority blind spots first, using the king's location information to prioritize, could address the 11 Parliament-known spots in 2 weeks. 2 weeks, she said, starting with the 3 in the breach gate approach corridors. I can lead the team, he said. He said it with the quiet certainty of someone who had been doing this work for 30 years and was comfortable with the scale of what was being asked. I know, she said. I'm counting on it. He started the next morning, and she returned to the shrine with 11 additional pieces of substrate information that the contact point had provided. Information that was changing the operational picture faster than the coalition's institutional processes could absorb it. and that required her to continually decide how much to deploy and when, in a context where the deployment was changing what the coalition understood about what they needed. Chapter 66. The communication record review took by Surin 4 days and produced evidence she described as sufficient to request a formal accounting, insufficient to establish proof. The pavilion's communication logs, which the coalition's security protocol required all participating groups to maintain in shared format, showed 3 gaps in the first week after the Ku Yin's secondary array incident. Periods where the Iron Mandate contingent's communication record showed no outgoing messages for 6 to 8 hours, which was inconsistent with their documented communication pattern before and after those periods. Communication gaps could be technical, Yuji said. Technical gaps produce specific signatures in the monitoring formation's residual output. These don't have those signatures. Surin had the full technical documentation in front of her. They were deliberate pauses, the communication being routed through a channel not connected to the shared monitoring infrastructure. He was communicating with someone outside the coalition through a channel we can't trace. Possibly. I can't establish what was communicated or to whom. She studied the documentation. What I can establish is that the communication pattern is inconsistent with his stated operational requirements, and that one of the 3 gaps corresponds to the morning after Ku Yan's array was disrupted. The morning after, when the Parliament's receiving end had cut the secondary array within 40 seconds. He told them, Yuji said, or whoever he was communicating with told the Parliament. And the Parliament cut the channel because they'd received the information and didn't need the risk of a monitored channel anymore. This is a hypothesis, Surin said carefully. It's consistent with all available evidence. Yes. She was quiet for a moment. If I present this to the War Council, Muronghe will challenge the evidence's sufficiency. Muronghe's institution's political position means he can call for a review that delays any action for months, during which time, if the hypothesis is correct, he continues the communication channel's operation. And if we confront him privately, he has enough advance warning to destroy whatever we haven't found. Correct. She looked at Yuji, which means the response to this information needs to be operational rather than political. We need to find what he's communicating and to whom, and we need evidence that's sufficient for public presentation rather than institutional review. That requires monitoring his communication channel, Yuji said, which I might be able to do through the substrate, if the channel uses any Veil-adjacent communication infrastructure. Surin looked at her steadily. You're proposing to use the Netherworld King's substrate access to monitor the Iron Mandate's communications. I'm proposing to use my own Spectre Core's substrate access, which doesn't require the King's involvement. She paused. The substrate monitoring I do for Veil maintenance naturally detects communication formations that use Veil-adjacent routing. If Muronghe's private channel uses that routing, I'll find it in the regular maintenance work. And if it does use that routing, then I'll know what he's communicating and to whom. She met Surin's eyes, and we'll have the evidence for public presentation. The decision about whether to ask the King for content layer access on Muronghe's communication channel took Surin 24 hours to make, which was long enough that Yuji understood the decision had genuine weight. The answer was no. The arrangement's scope covers Veil maintenance and military threat information about the Parliament's operations, Surin said. Monitoring a coalition member's communications is neither of those things, even if the coalition member is potentially compromised. She reviewed the communication record. More importantly, using the arrangement for internal coalition monitoring changes the arrangement's character in ways that I can't fully assess in advance. The King would know we were using his substrate access for intelligence operations against living practitioners. That's a different category of use, and it changes the dynamic in ways I don't want to introduce. That's the same reasoning Jiang Haochen used, Yuji said. Then you have 2 data points. She paused. The alternative approach, Luo Qiannin's professional contact inquiry, is slower and less certain, but it uses the existing coalition intelligence infrastructure rather than the arrangement, and it preserves the arrangement's specific character. What is the arrangement's specific character? Surin looked at her with the expression she used when she thought a question deserved a careful answer. The arrangement, as written, is a collaboration between 2 practitioners who are working on the same problem from different positions. The King is not an information asset we're running. He is not a tool we're applying to problems. He is a collaborator with his own interests and his own capabilities, who has agreed to a specific scope of work with specific terms. She paused. Using his capabilities for purposes outside that scope, without renegotiating the terms, is the operational equivalent of asking a skilled collaborator to do something they didn't agree to do. It changes the relationship, even if he'd agree to it. The terms exist for a reason. The reason is not just protecting us from him. It's also structuring what the collaboration is. If we start treating the arrangement as a general-purpose intelligence tool whenever convenient, it becomes something different from what the eternal Meridian cultivator designed it to be. She was precise about it. I don't know if that matters in the long run. I know it matters now. Yuji thought about Jiang Haochen's observation. Using the arrangement for coalition monitoring was a different category of use. The category distinction holds even when the specific use would be beneficial. Yes, especially when the specific use would be beneficial, because that's when the pressure to use it is strongest and the temptation to treat the category distinction as a technicality is greatest. She noted this carefully. It was the kind of reasoning that was easy to understand in principle and required active maintenance in practice, because the pressures that would make the category crossing feel justified were real, and they would accumulate rather than decrease. Luo Qianin's professional contact inquiry, she said. I'll arrange it. Good, Bai Suren said. And Yuji, document that we considered the king's substrate access option and decided against it. The documentation should show the full reasoning. Bai Suren's decision about using the king's substrate access for monitoring Murong Hei's communication took 24 hours, longer than Yuji had expected. When she returned with the answer, she explained the additional reasoning she'd worked through. The scope framework we developed covers 3 questions. The second question, is the substrate connections access the least intrusive means of achieving the objective? Fails here in a specific way that I hadn't fully articulated when we first developed the questions. She had the framework documentation in front of her. The least intrusive means principle is about protecting the collaboration's character, but it's also about the information's integrity. Information gathered through the arrangement's substrate capability carries his interpretation and his limitations as a source. Information gathered through Luo Qianin's professional contact network carries the Azure Flame sect official's interpretation and that network's limitations. Neither source is neutral. But there's an additional consideration. Using the link's Ghost Realm access to gather intelligence on living practitioners changes his role in the coalition's operations from Veil Maintenance Collaborator to Intelligence Asset. Once we establish that the arrangement can be used for internal coalition intelligence, every future decision about what to gather and how to use it involves the king as a party. His interpretation of what information is relevant, what to include and exclude, how to frame it, all of that becomes part of our intelligence picture. He becomes embedded in our decision-making infrastructure, in a specific way that's different from his current role. She paused. The Veil Maintenance Collaboration gives him influence over the physical operations we conduct. Intelligence access would give him influence over the political and strategic decisions we make. Those are different categories of influence, and the second category is harder to audit. I hadn't framed it that way, Yuji said. I know. That's why I needed a day. Bai Suren put the framework documentation down. The scope framework needs a 4th question. Does the proposed use give the king influence over coalition decision-making outside the Veil maintenance domain? She looked at Yuji. The answer to that question, in this case, is yes. So the answer to the overall question is no. She updated the scope framework with the 4th question before arranging Luo Qianin's inquiry. The documentation would show the reasoning. What the documentation wouldn't show was the part that mattered most, and the part that Luo Qianin would eventually find. Chapter 67 The substrate monitoring for Murong Hei's communication channel ran for 6 days before Yuji found it. It was in the shrine's northern section, in the utility formation network that managed the building's ambient spiritual pressure maintenance, the equivalent of a building's plumbing, necessary and invisible, and accessed by practitioners who needed to work in the building's infrastructure. A communication array of remarkable sophistication, built into the utility formation's routing structure in a way that would have taken a master formation engineer weeks to construct and would read to any standard monitoring inspection as a minor maintenance component. She found it because she was reading the substrate layer beneath the utility formation's physical world structure, and the communication array's substrate signature was different from the maintenance components around it. Not dramatically, but with the specific character of a formation built for a different purpose than its declared function. She read the array's routing destination. It was not Parliament-adjacent infrastructure. It was a formation coordinate she recognized from the Order's records as belonging to the Azure Flame sect's remaining administrative infrastructure, the portion of the sect that had survived the Cinnabar Fortress's fall because it was located in a different region and had not been part of Zhuo Tianming's specific operation. He's communicating with the Azure Flame sect survivors, she told Bai Suren. The Azure Flame sect was Ku Yan's sect. Bai Suren's expression was very controlled, and Ku Yan was established as a Parliament intelligence asset. The sect's administrative infrastructure may have been compromised independently of Zhuo Tianming's project. She paused. Or the communication may predate the parliament's involvement. Murong-He and the Azure Flame sect have a long institutional relationship. The pavilion and the sect have been aligned on Phantom Meridian policy for decades. Their Phantom Meridian policy is consistent with supporting Murong-He's motion at the council. Yes, she studied the routing destination. But communicating with them through a concealed channel, with 3 gaps in his coalition communication log, while the parliament's substrate pressure is active in the same regions Kuyan's former sect's remaining operations are located, that's more than aligned policy. Bai Surin sat with this for a long moment. What exactly is in the array's communication log? I can read routing and timing, not content. The content is encrypted at a level I can't access from the substrate layer without active decryption, which would alert the array's monitoring trigger. She had found the trigger while reading the routing. The array will send an alert if anything touches the content layer. So we know he's communicating with Azure Flame sect survivors through a concealed channel at irregular intervals. We don't know what the communications say. Correct. She thought about the king's counterpressure on the northwest coast, working at the substrate level, doing something that the order's physical side maintenance couldn't accomplish. I can ask the king if he can read the content layer from the Ghost Realm side of the Veil's substrate. Azure Flame sect administrative infrastructure uses Veil-adjacent routing. He might have access to it. Bai Surin looked at her for a long time. You're asking whether to use an arrangement with the substrate entity to gather intelligence on the pavilion's Grand Elder. I'm noting it as an option, Yuji said. The decision is yours. Give me a day, Bai Surin said. The compromised organization's surviving administrative infrastructure was, Luo Qianyin confirmed after her inquiry, genuinely distanced from Zhuo Tianming's operations in a legal sense. The 3 remaining officials had been in the Central Lowlands during the Cinnabar Fortress events and had no documented involvement in the Parliament's formation project. They had survived the Order's accountability process cleanly. The professional relationship with the Jade Casket sect was genuine, a long-standing research collaboration on pharmaceutical applications of deathchi compounds, which was the kind of cross-sect academic work that survived institutional conflicts precisely because it operated at the technical level rather than the political one. Luo Qianyin's communication with her contact was direct. She told the official that the Jade Casket sect was trying to understand the senior sect's post-war institutional planning, particularly as it related to Phantom Meridian regulation, and whether Kuyan's former sect's surviving leadership had any perspective on the framework being developed. The official's response was more forthcoming than Yuji had expected. Kuyan's sect's surviving leadership was, according to the official, very clear about their institutional position. They wanted to be on the winning side of the post-war regulatory structure, and the pavilion's framework had been the most developed and most formally organized proposal they'd seen. They had agreed to preliminary support in exchange for restoration of their regional operation rights, which had been restricted after the Cinnabar Fortress events. He's building a regulatory coalition through restoration offers, Yuji said, reviewing the information. Zhuo Tianming's organization's surviving leadership wants their operational rights back. Murong-He wants institutional support for the regulatory framework. Luo Qianyin was precise about it. Both parties get what they want from the arrangement. It's transactional rather than ideological. And the communication channel concealment was to prevent the coalition from blocking the preliminary support commitment before Murong-He had enough institutional backing to present it as a fait accompli. Yes. She paused. It's politically sophisticated, not treasonous. Just the kind of deal-making that happens at the institutional level when someone is building toward a specific outcome and knows the current political environment doesn't support it openly. The concealment is the problem, Yuji said, not the policy. Yes. Luo Qianyin looked at the inquiry documentation. What do we do with it? Give Bai Surin the full picture. She decides whether to confront him and how. She paused. And we tell Zhang Haochen, because he asked to know. She told Zhang Haochen first, because she'd promised. He listened to the full picture, the compromised organization relationship, the restoration offer exchange, the concealed communication channel, the timing that coincided with parliament-adjacent disruptions, and fell silent for a long time. It's transactional, he said, not treasonous. Yes. Which means his cooperation on the breach gate operations isn't contingent on us exposing the communication. He was thinking through the operational implications. He wants to be on the coalition's side against the parliament. The Iron Mandate's post-war position depends on the living world winning. The concealed communication is about securing his political position in the post-war period, not about undermining the current military effort. Bai Surin's assessment also. Good. He examined the information. Kuyan's former sect restoration offer complicates the post-war regulatory framework discussion. He's building his oversight coalition with practitioners who have reason to want good standing with the senior institution rather than practitioners who have independently assessed the regulatory question. It makes the oversight coalition structurally dependent on his institutional favor. Which is how institutional coalitions work, he said. I'm not surprised. I'm noting it for the long-term picture. He stood. Give by Surin the full picture. She'll know what to do. The information reached by Surin that evening. Her response was the most measured she'd seen from the senior practitioner. Not surprise, not outrage, but the specific quality of someone whose existing model has been confirmed in a way that was both satisfying and troubling. I'll speak with him, she said. Not as an accusation. As a disclosure of what we found and a request that the communication move to transparent coalition channels. Will he agree? He'll agree if he's been convinced by the full barrier deterioration assessment that the current political environment is different from the one he was planning for 6 years ago. She turned to the documentation. And if he hasn't been convinced by that assessment, then we have a different problem. The proactive information sharing provision in that ancient practitioner's framework was not the only feature she hadn't read carefully enough. She spent the evening reviewing the full framework documentation and found 3 other provisions that had been operating in the background of the arrangement without her explicit knowledge. A continuous substrate monitoring provision that gave the king access to the Veil's condition in the arrangement's geographic scope. An emergency communication provision that allowed him to initiate contact through the substrate without her opening the substrate link, and a documentation sharing provision that required her to transmit copies of the arrangement's oversight documentation to his distributed awareness. She had been transmitting the documentation copies automatically every time she updated the oversight committee's records, because by Surin had included the provision in the setup protocol. She had not known she was transmitting to the king. He has been receiving our oversight documentation since the arrangement began, she said. Yes, by Surin said. He's been reading our assessments of his behavior while we've been making them. She paused. That's either the most thorough transparency provision imaginable or the most subtle intelligence-gathering structure. Possibly both. Both, Yuji said. Definitely both. She left before she could think too carefully about what that combination implied for the months ahead. Chapter 68. The shrine hosted 800 cultivators during the War Council preparation period, which meant the logistical, security, and social dynamics of the space had become considerably more complex than Yuji was accustomed to working within. She spent the morning of the 7th day after the council's conclusion conducting a walking tour of the shrine's full perimeter, not a security check, which the Order's staff handled, but a Veil maintenance assessment, reading the substrate condition across every section of the shrine's grounds. 800 cultivators engaged in continuous cultivation practice produced a sustained background spiritual pressure that affected the local Veil condition in specific ways, and the maintenance work that kept the shrine's internal Veil stable had been designed for a normal occupancy of 200. She found 7 micro-thinnings in the eastern section that hadn't been present in the pre-council survey. Small, not urgent, the kind of thing that would take 3 weeks to progress to a point requiring active sealing. She marked them and continued. In the garden's northern section, she encountered Zhang Haochen running technique drills with the efficiency of someone using available time productively. He paused when he saw her. You found something in Morong Hei's communication, he said. Not a question. She looked at him. What makes you say that? Because you're doing maintenance work in a section of the garden that doesn't have any maintenance work due for 2 weeks, and you've been doing it for 40 minutes. And the way you look when you're thinking through an operational problem while doing something else is specific. He returned to the drill's resting position. I've been watching you think through operational problems for 6 months. She considered this. She had not told anyone about the communication array investigation except by Surin. Zhang Haochen was not part of the intelligence track. He was an excellent tactical practitioner who had been part of this coalition since the beginning and who had earned a degree of trust that she didn't give to many people. Morong Hei may have a concealed communication channel to the compromised sect survivors, she said. We don't know the content. We know the channel exists and the timing is suspicious. He paused for a moment, absorbing, not reacting. Does by Surin know? Yes. We're discussing how to investigate further. What does she want to do? She's considering whether to ask the king for content layer access from the Ghost Realm side. He thought about this. That's the option where we use the arrangement with his distributed presence to gather intelligence on someone inside the coalition. Yes. And the concern is whether using the arrangement that way changes what the arrangement is. She hadn't framed it that way, but that was accurate. Yes. He was quiet again, longer this time. Then, the The king gave you substrate-level counterpressure on 3 accelerated veil degradation regions. That's a strategic asset. Using it to monitor coalition members' communications is a different category of use. He looked at her steadily. Not necessarily wrong. Moronghe might be actively harmful to the coalition, but it's a different category of use, and the king will know it's a different category, and that changes the arrangement's dynamic. She had been thinking the same thing. Yes. Find another way to get the content, he said. If there is one. The 7 micro-thinnings in the eastern section led to a conversation with xianxia that started as a maintenance briefing and developed into something more significant. She had told him about the communication array investigation, and he had listened with the quality of attention she'd come to rely on. Full presence, no premature framing, genuine consideration of the full picture before responding. You used the professional contact channel instead of asking the king, he said. Yes. Because of the category distinction. Yes. She regarded the thinnings she'd marked for monitoring. The terms matter as a principle, not just as a legal constraint. If I start using the arrangement for things outside its stated scope when convenient, the arrangement becomes something I don't fully understand because I haven't been clear about what I'm building. He held the question for a moment. That's a more careful position than I expected from someone 3 months into sustained combat operations and a working relationship with the king. The careful position is the sustainable one, she said. Arrangements that expand without clear principles expand in ways that are hard to reverse. She thought about the scope expansion to include military threat information within the foundational parameters, documented, negotiated. Each expansion that happens clearly and with negotiated terms builds the arrangement's integrity. Each expansion that happens incidentally or under pressure erodes it. Moronghe thinks the arrangement will erode regardless of how carefully you manage it. Moronghe thinks 300 days of operations will produce incremental pressure that shifts the arrangement from what it was agreed to be to something different. She acknowledged this. He might be right. The thing that makes him wrong, if he's wrong, is exactly this: maintaining the category distinctions and the term integrity through each specific case rather than allowing exceptions to accumulate. Xianxia said nothing for a long moment. Then, the 7 thinnings in the eastern section. 2 of them are in the area the pavilion's formation team assessed during their initial coalition integration. She looked at him. You think they created them? I think it's worth noting the location overlap. He was careful. Not an accusation. An observation that the overlap exists and should be in the maintenance documentation. She extended her revenant bridge perception to the 7 thinning locations and read the substrate condition at each one carefully. 6 had the character of occupancy stress thinnings, the kind that formed from sustained high-density cultivation practice in an area, accumulated over weeks of the War Council's 800 practitioners using the shrine at elevated occupancy. Normal, expected, manageable. The 7th had a different character. Subtle, small, but with the formation influence signature she'd learned to recognize from the 47-mile thinning that the king had identified, the specific frequency modification that indicated a formation artifact's historical influence rather than natural stress. This one is different, she said. Yes, Xianxia said. I noticed. The 3-day investigation of the 7th thinning produced a picture that was more complicated than either Yuji or Baisurin had initially expected. The passive monitoring artifacts update 8 years ago had been deliberate, as the substrate frequency analysis confirmed. The modification was too precisely targeted at the monitoring artifacts collection frequency to be inadvertent interaction from formation update work. Someone on Moronghe's organization's formation team had known the artifact was there, had known its frequency signature, and had enhanced its collection efficiency with targeted technique work. But the investigation also revealed something else. The artifact's collection relay destination had been modified at the same time as the efficiency enhancement. The original relay went to that sect's administrative infrastructure. The updated relay went to a different formation address, one Yuji didn't recognize from any coalition or order documentation. She brought this to the king through the contact point, asking for substrate-level identification of the relay destination. The answer came back through the substrate. The relay destination was the Parliamentary Technical Archive's active collection infrastructure. A direct relay, not through the compromised organization intermediary, to the Parliament's intelligence archive. 8 years ago, she said to Baisurin. Someone updated the monitoring artifact to relay directly to the Parliament's intelligence archive. While the War Council's monitoring network update was providing cover for the access, Baisurin looked at the investigation documentation. This isn't the pavilion maintaining its own intelligence collection from the shrine. This is someone using the pavilion's formation update work to establish a direct Parliament intelligence relay from inside the Order's headquarters. Who had access to the formation update team 8 years ago? The pavilion's formation specialists. And whoever directed them. She assessed the documentation. Morong-hae would have been in his current position 8 years ago. He would have overseen the formation update team's composition. That doesn't mean he authorized the relay modification. No, it means he could have authorized it. Or could have had someone on the team who did it without authorization. She paused. We need to ask him directly. With the substrate evidence. The conversation with Morong-hae about the relay modification produced the most specific and least performative denial Yuji had heard from a senior cultivator. I didn't authorize it, he said. I would like to know who did. The investigation produced a name 3 days later, and when Yuji saw it, everything she thought she understood about the leak shifted into a different shape entirely. Chapter 69, There was another way. It required 3 days to arrange, and involved Luo Qianin in ways that were technically separate from the investigation, but produced the same intelligence. The former sect's surviving administrative infrastructure was in the Central Lowlands, managed by 3 senior officials who had distanced themselves publicly from Zhuo Tianming's operations and had survived the Order's post-Cinnabar accountability process by virtue of geographic distance from the primary operation. They were not cleared. The Order maintained active monitoring on their activities, but they had not been charged with anything provable. One of those 3 officials had a professional relationship with the Jade Casket sect that predated the current conflict. Luo Qianin, as the Jade Casket sect's senior practitioner in the coalition, had formal communication access to the sect's professional contacts, which included that official. She's going to ask her professional contact what she's been discussing with the Iron Mandate, Yuji said to Bai Surin. Through formal professional communication channels. Yes, not concealed, not using the collaboration's substrate reach. Using a communication channel that's in the monitoring record and consistent with Luo Qianin's legitimate professional relationships. Bai Surin considered this for a moment. You've been thinking about the bounded entity question. The arrangement has specific terms. Using the King's Ghost Realm reach for monitoring coalition members' communications is outside those terms even if it's technically accessible via the substrate link. She examined the substrate monitoring output. The terms matter, not just as legal structure, as the principle that keeps the arrangement from becoming something else. Morong-hae said the terms would look different in 300 days. He's right that terms evolve under pressure. The way to address that is to hold them clearly when the pressure to deviate is first applied. She paused. If I start using the contact point for things outside the arrangement's stated scope, the arrangement becomes something I don't fully control. I'd rather use a less efficient method that stays within the scope. Bai Surin studied her. That's a more careful position than I expected from someone who's been in sustained combat operations for 3 months. I've had a patient teacher, Yuji said. Luo Qianin's inquiry produced results in 2 days. Kuyan's former sect official had been in communication with the pavilion about post-war institutional planning. Specifically, about the framework for Phantom Meridian practitioner regulation after the Parliament's forces were repelled. The content of the communication was explicit. Morong-hae was building a legislative coalition for a post-war regulatory structure that would classify Phantom Meridian cultivation as a category requiring permanent institutional oversight, with the oversight function vested in the senior sect. Not collaboration with the Parliament. Coalition politics, conducted through concealed channels to avoid premature opposition forming against his position. He's not Parliament adjacent, Bai Surin said, reviewing the information. He's running a post-war political strategy while the war is still ongoing. Using communication channels he concealed from the coalition's monitoring because he knew the coalition would oppose the strategy if it became public before he had enough institutional commitments. Yes, she absorbed this for a moment, which is politically problematic and personally offensive, but not treason. No, she held the assessment. But it tells us what he'll do after the Parliament's forces are repelled, if they are, and that changes how we plan for the post-war period. The 7th thinning led her to spend 2 hours after the conversation with Jiang Haochen reviewing the Order's physical survey records for the Northeast Wing, looking for any documentation of the formation influence signature's origin. The records were thorough but not comprehensive. The shrine's historical documentation covered major structural modifications, but not the kind of minor formation work that created passive monitoring artifacts. 40 years of documentation had no reference to any Azure Flame sect work in the Northeast Wing. She reviewed the formation artifact's substrate signature more carefully and found what she'd missed in the initial reading. The influence had 2 components at slightly different frequencies. One from approximately 40 years ago, the Azure Flame group's period. One from approximately 8 years ago, layered over the first, which had strengthened the monitoring artifacts collection efficiency. Someone updated it 8 years ago, she told John Houchin. He sat with it for a long moment. What happened 8 years ago? The War Council Monitoring Network was last updated, she said. The formation team that conducted the update included Iron Mandate Pavilion formation specialists, who would have access to the Northeast Wing during the update work. Yes, she held this. I don't know that the update was deliberate. The formation team's work would have involved broad-spectrum frequency modification that might have interacted with the existing artifact and strengthened it inadvertently. She paused. Or it was deliberate. Can you tell which? The interaction pattern between the two frequency layers would be different for deliberate enhancement versus inadvertent interaction. She thought through the technical parameters. I need 3 more hours with the substrate data. 3 more hours confirmed it. The 8-year-old modification was too precisely targeted at the monitoring artifact's specific collection frequency to be inadvertent. Someone on the formation update team had known the artifact was there and had strengthened it. The 7th thinning's formation influence signature led to a 3-day investigation that Yuji conducted carefully, with Bai Surin's involvement and the specific methodology that Pei Fengming had used at the 47-mile site. The formation influence was old, older than the current coalition's presence at the shrine, older than the most recent monitoring network update, possibly older than the shrine's current generation of senior practitioners. Whatever formation artifact had influenced this thinning's frequency had been in place for decades or longer. She brought the full technical analysis to Bai Surin. The formation influence pattern is consistent with a passive monitoring artifact, Bai Surin said, reviewing the analysis. Not a communication array, not an active formation of any kind. A passive monitoring device, the kind that records ambient spiritual pressure and activity levels without communicating them in real time. She faced the substrate frequency data. It stores rather than transmits. Periodic collection rather than continuous relay. How periodic? At the scale? Probably monthly. Bai Surin was tracing the formation influence's origin point from the substrate data. The artifact itself would be small, embedded in the physical structure of the building at a depth that standard detection sweeps wouldn't reach. Has the Order conducted depth detection sweeps of the main building? Not since the last renovation, which was 40 years ago. She reviewed the thinning's location in the building's floor plan. The thinning's origin point is in the Northeast Wing. The section the senior institution's contingent is currently using for their quarters. Yuji held this for a long moment. A passive monitoring artifact, decades old, in a section of the building that is coincidentally the Iron Mandate's current quarters. Yes, Bai Surin was very controlled. Possibly installed by the pavilion on a previous visit, or possibly by a different party during any point in the building's history. Passive monitoring artifacts of this type were common institutional security tools 3 to 4 decades ago. Every major sect used them for intelligence collection from guest facilities. Should we tell Moronghe we found it? Bai Surin considered this carefully. Yes, she said. We tell him we found a passive monitoring artifact in the Northeast Wing, that we can't determine when it was installed or by whom, and that we're deactivating it. We don't accuse him of installing it. We give him the information and see how he responds. She paused. His response will tell us more than any investigation. She found Moronghe that afternoon and delivered the information precisely. He listened without interrupting. When she finished, he let the silence stretch for an extended moment. The genuine kind. The kind that indicated real consideration rather than preparation. I didn't install it, he said. But I'm not surprised it's there. Why not? The shrine has been a coalition intelligence target for every major sect with operations in this region for the past century. Standard practice for long-duration diplomatic missions. He looked at her. I came here as part of a coalition response to a declared war, not as a diplomatic mission. But the passive monitoring infrastructure that previous missions established would still be present unless it had been actively swept. He paused. Who do you think installed it? I don't know. Neither do I, he said. Find out. She intended to. She just didn't yet know whether she would be ready for what finding out required. Chapter 70. The first report of Parliament forces appearing through breach gates reached the shrine 6 weeks after the war declaration. Not the full invasion the Parliament had announced. That would come later, in the next arc of the conflict. But the advance establishment operations. Parliamentary forces using natural thinnings and small-scale breaching techniques to move small units into the physical world. Not for combat operations, but for the specific reconnaissance purpose of confirming breach gate construction locations and assessing the physical world terrain around them. 7 locations. The Order's regional network documented them across 3 days, reporting in with the accumulated intelligence picture, each one a geological resonance point. each one consistent with the Veil's natural weak points in those regions, each one where the Parliament had been applying substrate-level pressure since the war declaration. The king had given her counterpressure coordinates for 3 of the 7. The other 4 were in regions the Order hadn't been monitoring at the sufficient depth to detect the breachgate preparation. He gave you 3 of 7, xianxia said, in the operational review. The terms specified information about the critical veil points where his substrate maintenance would be most effective. He identified the 3 most critical for veil stability. She considered the map. The other 4 may not be critical for veil stability, even if they're critical for coalition military planning. His interests and our interests don't fully overlap. They didn't when the terms were written. She traced the 4 unaccounted locations. I'm going to update the terms. The negotiation took place through the substrate connection over 2 days. Not a dramatic confrontation, but a technical conversation about scope expansion. She proposed adding military threat assessment to the arrangement's information-sharing parameters. He accepted with one additional condition: veil maintenance priority at the breach gate locations, the specific thinning work that would slow the gate construction from the physical world side. He wants the breach gates disrupted, Surin said. Because the breach gates represent the Parliament's plan for gaining physical world presence through methods he can't control from inside the substrate, Yuji said. If the Parliament can establish independent physical world access through breach gates, they don't need him or his cooperation for anything. He has interests against the Parliament's invasion that are separate from his interests regarding you. Separate and currently aligned. She turned toward the map. I told him the arrangement was about coordinated veil maintenance. He's accepted that the breach gates are veil damage by definition and that disrupting them is within the arrangement scope. She paused. It's not wrong. Breach gates are the most severe form of veil damage possible, a permanent structural opening in the barrier. And the arrangement has expanded to include military threat information and active disruption support. Within the same foundational parameter, veil maintenance and stability. She held Surin's eyes. The terms hold. The scope expanded within the terms. Surin did not answer for a long time. Then, show me the scope expansion language you used. The 7 breach gate locations' operational preparation changed everything about how the coalition understood the Parliament's invasion timeline. Previously, the intelligence picture had suggested the Parliament was in early preparation, substrate pressure building, approach corridors forming, but the actual invasion infrastructure not yet operational. The 7 confirmed breach gate sites shifted the assessment. The Parliament was not in early preparation, it was in advanced construction. The site's formation completion estimates, based on the substrate condition data the king had provided and the physical world reconnaissance the Order's network had conducted, put 4 of the 7 within weeks of completion. 4 to 6 weeks to first operational capability, Surin said, in the emergency operational review. If even one breach gate reaches completion, the Parliament can begin moving forces through it. If 4 complete simultaneously, we have a continental multi-front military crisis. The War Council had been convened for the political response. The operational response required direct action against the breach gate construction sites, conducted in parallel with the Council's deliberations and using the coalition's available forces before the judges' resupply added military protection to the construction sites. The 3-week window was the entire available margin. Moronghae assessed this with the same systematic precision he'd brought to the judges' doctrine analysis. The pavilion can provide military coverage for the breach gate disruption operations, he said, in the operational planning meeting. 200 cultivators at full combat readiness, capable of holding formation positions against the current Parliament field forces while the maintenance team conducts the disruption work. He looked at Yuji. What does the disruption work require in terms of technical expertise? Revenant bridge substrate access and the contact point's real-time structural assessment. She had already been running the operational parameters. The Central Mountain Range site is the most technically complex, the architecture I described with the breach layer and contact point layer distinction. The other 3 are more standard breach formation construction, closer to what the Order's formation engineers can address with physical world disruption techniques. Then you're the primary technical resource for the Mountain Range operation, and the Order's team handles the other 3. With my substrate guidance support through the arrangements channel at all 4 sites, yes. For simultaneous operations across a continental geography, xianxia said. We don't have the communication infrastructure to coordinate 4 simultaneous operations in real time. The contact point's substrate communication is instantaneous and continent spanning, Yuji said. The room was quiet. The king can relay real-time operational status between the 4 sites through the substrate. It's within the arrangement's military threat information scope. You're proposing to use the arrangement as a real-time military communication network, Moronghe said. He said it without effect, purely descriptive. I'm noting that the substrate communication capability exists and that its use in coordinating Veil maintenance operations is within the arrangement's scope. She paused. The determination of whether this specific use is within scope requires documentation and the Council's oversight. Document it, he said, and proceed. We have 3 weeks. The breach gate timeline's urgency required Yuji to hold the monitoring artifact investigation in parallel with the operational planning. 2 parallel tracks of analytical work that both demanded sustained attention and that produced information relevant to each other in ways that weren't immediately obvious. The monitoring artifact relay's destination, the Parliamentary Technical Archive, meant the Parliament had been receiving ambient intelligence from the Shrine's northeast wing for approximately 8 years. This included the War Council's formation discussions, the working relationships development documentation, once the arrangement was established and the oversight documentation was being transmitted per the arrangement's provisions, and whatever operational conversations had taken place in the Northeast Wing during the Pavilion's coalition presence. She spent 2 hours calculating what the Parliament might know from 8 years of ambient collection, plus the arrangement's oversight documentation transmission. The answer was, almost everything that had happened in this coalition since the working relationship was established, filtered through the specific frequency range of the monitoring artifacts collection parameters. The frequency range was calibrated for ambient cultivation energy conversations and formation technique discussions, exactly the content that would be present in the Northeast Wing during a senior cultivator's normal operational day. They know the arrangement's scope assessment framework, she said. They know the documentation of each scope expansion. They know that the contact point layer at the mountain range site was preserved rather than destroyed. They've been reading our internal deliberations about the arrangement since we started keeping records, Viceroy said. Yes. She held this for a moment. They know Moronghe's modified regulatory framework. They know the Parliamentary Council contact approach through the King's Relay. They know the foresight breach, gate disruption timeline. Everything, Zhang Haochen said, from the door. They know everything you've been deliberating about in this building for the past months. Yes. She extended her Revenant Bridge perception to the 7th Thinnings location, reading the substrate around the deactivated monitoring artifact, which means the breach gate disruption operations were executed against an opponent who knew our plan in advance. And they didn't stop us, Zhang Haochen said, which means either they didn't know the full plan in time to respond, or they let us succeed for their own reasons. Or both, Yuji said. She was looking at the substrate, reading the monitoring artifact's deactivated relay signature, thinking about 3-century strategic plans and what it meant to let your opponent succeed at something. The Parliament had let the breach gates be disrupted. The question was what they got in exchange, and whether the cost would look the same once the operation was already running. Chapter 71. The next 6 weeks were the most demanding sustained period Yuji had experienced, not because of dramatic confrontations, but because of the accumulation of work across multiple simultaneous operational tracks that each required genuine attention. The Veil maintenance work at the 7 breach gate sites was the most technically complex. Each site was a geological resonance point where the Parliament had been applying substrate pressure for weeks, accelerating the thinning toward the specific structural condition that allowed breach gate formation. Addressing the accelerated deterioration without creating secondary cascade failures in the surrounding Veil structure required the kind of precise, sustained, technically demanding technique work that she'd been developing since the Cinnabar Fortress engagement, at a scale she hadn't previously attempted. She worked 4 of the 7 sites herself, over 3 weeks, spending 2 to 4 days at each one. The Spectre Core's dual-realm simultaneous perception gave her access to the substrate layer's specific deterioration pattern, and the maintenance techniques she'd refined in the judge's engagement allowed her to address the deterioration at the substrate level rather than from the physical world surface. The Parliament's substrate pressure, still active at each site, created resistance that made the sealing work physically draining in ways that the routine maintenance hadn't been. The King's counterpressure assistance came via the link at each site, not dramatic intervention, but specific substrate adjustments that reduced the Parliament's active pressure enough to make the maintenance work feasible at a reasonable energy cost. Working with him is different from what I expected, she told Gue Mianzi on the 3rd evening at the Eastern River Valley's site. She had sealed 4 thinnings that day, and the 5th was tomorrow. Not threatening. More like working with a colleague who has access to tools I don't. He has 300 years of substrate maintenance experience, Gue Mianzi said. In his distributed state, maintaining the Veil's structure from the inside is not academic. It's been his existence's primary activity. He's been doing what you're doing, but from the other side, for your entire civilization's lifespan. He's frustrated by the Parliament's breach preparation, she said. It wasn't a question. She'd felt it via the substrate relay, the particular character of a vast distributed presence applying sustained force against a process that its institutional authority should have been able to stop and couldn't, because the Parliament had learned to operate around its limitations. The Parliament considers him a legitimizing force, xianxia said, a symbolic anchor for their authority rather than a functional participant in their operations. They maintain his existence as a matter of institutional prestige and use his authority for declarations and formal legitimization. But the operational decisions, the invasion planning, the breach gate construction, these are Parliament institutional decisions, not his. He doesn't control the Parliament's military operations. He never has. He has influence at the institutional level, the kind that comes from 3 centuries of distributed presence and the formal authority structure that accumulated around that presence. But influence at the institutional level is exactly the kind of power that erodes when the institution decides to do something he opposes. He flickered with something she read as the ghost equivalent of dry understatement. The Parliament has decided to invade the living world. He opposes it. His influence at the institutional level has not been sufficient to prevent the decision. The working relationship is in his interest because it gives him operational capability he can't exercise through his institutional position, she said slowly. Yes. xianxia was direct about it. He genuinely wants the veil to remain intact. He genuinely needs your physical world contact to remain coherent. And he is also using the arrangement to do things he can't do through the Parliament's institutional structure. A pause. These things are all simultaneously true. The arrangement is genuine and instrumental at the same time. She held this for a long time, watching the substrate's counterpressure work at the thinning's edge. The 6 weeks of sustained field work produced something she hadn't anticipated. A cadre of practitioners who could work with her in the dual-realm environment that the Revenant bridge operations required. Pei Fengming was the most technically sophisticated of them. 30 years of Revenant bridge maintenance work had given him the kind of substrate reading capability that no amount of training could replace. He couldn't read as comprehensively as she could with the living anchor's specific properties, but he was an expert working in his primary environment, and the combination of his physical world formation expertise and her substrate-level perception produced maintenance operations that were more effective than either capability independently. By Surin's observation about the one who became the eternal Meridian preparing a position rather than a practitioner applied here as well. The Order had been developing Revenant bridge maintenance expertise for decades, building toward a moment when a practitioner with the specific combination of capabilities Yuji had would arrive and need a team to work with. The team existed. It had been built without knowing she was coming. She thought about this while working the 3rd breach gate site, which was the most straightforward of the 4, a breach formation construction at an early stage, physically accessible, technically standard enough that the Order's formation engineers could lead the disruption work with her providing substrate guidance rather than direct technical participation. Pei Fengming was leading the technical team. She was at the substrate monitoring position, feeding real-time condition data through the working relationships channel relay to the other 3 operation sites. The contact point's multi-site coordination capability was performing exactly as the terms described. Technical scope within the veil maintenance parameters, operational value that was significant and specific. The formations responding to the disruption technique faster than the pre-operation briefing projected, Pei Fengming said through the messaging formation. The Parliament's construction team is still present on the Ghost Realm side, she said, reading the substrate. They've detected the disruption and are attempting to accelerate the final integration layer. She relayed the formation's current state parameters. You have approximately 40 minutes before the integration reaches the threshold where the disruption technique's effectiveness drops by 80%. We need 20. He was already adjusting the team's formation approach. Tell the king we need his counterpressure on the Ghost Realm side to slow the integration. She did. The counterpressure adjustment came back through the substrate in 6 minutes, and the integration rate slowed to half its previous speed. We have 60 minutes, she said. The team at the Eastern River Valley site has just completed their disruption work. The mountain range operation is at 40% and holding. Understood. She could hear him through the messaging formation, moving with the quick precision of someone who knew exactly what needed doing and how long it would take. Tell Zhang Haochen the Eastern Valley's team can redeploy to backup coverage for the mountain range operation if needed. She relayed the information. The foresight coordination was working exactly as the plan had specified, and she had the specific satisfaction of watching something work the way it was designed to work, clean, functional, each component doing what it was supposed to do. The realization that the Parliament had likely allowed the breach gate disruptions produced 3 days of strategic review that revised the coalition's understanding of the current operational situation. The disruptions had succeeded too cleanly. The Parliament had known the plan. The monitoring artifacts collection had given them the operations timing, force composition, and technical approach in advance. They should have been able to reinforce the sites or deploy countermeasures that made the operations significantly more costly. Instead, the fourth site had deployed Ghost Realm defenders that were substantial but not overwhelming, and the first 3 sites had been minimally defended. They wanted the disruptions to succeed, Moronghae said, in the strategic review session. Or they wanted the specific operational patterns the disruptions demonstrated, the contact point's multi-site coordination capability, the Revenant Bridge technique applications, the specific ways the working relationship provides real-time intelligence. They let us succeed so they could observe how we succeed, Surin said. They've been doing this for 8 years with the monitoring artifact, Yuji said. Observing is what they're good at. She glanced at the operational documentation. The question is what they learned that they'll use against us in the judge's second advance. They learned the full coordination capability, xianxia said, and the arrangement's specific operational scope, and the fact that we can coordinate 4 simultaneous operations across continental geography. He paused, which means the judge's return won't be anything we've seen before. Yuji looked at the formation map and said nothing. She was already calculating what they would need and how much of it they didn't have. Chapter 72. The breach gate at the mountain range site required a different approach than the other sites because the Parliament's substrate pressure there was an order of magnitude more intense. Not an accelerated deterioration, but an active formation project, meaning practitioners on the Parliament side of the Veil were actively constructing the gate rather than simply accelerating natural deterioration. The king provided information about the construction methodology that the Order's technical documentation didn't contain. The Parliament's breach gate construction was a modified version of the formation technique Zhuo Tianming had been developing, not the contact point design he'd embedded in the specifications, but the breach formation that the Parliament had been developing independently for decades, using Zhuo Tianming's work as a partial template without understanding what he'd actually built. The construction team knows they're building a breach formation, Yuji told the technical review meeting she'd called with by Surin, Zhang, and the Order's senior formation engineers. They don't know the formation has a contact point design embedded in the lower layers from Zhuo Tianming's specifications, which means the Parliament's breach gate, when completed, will function as a breach and as a contact point. A contact point for the king, Zhang said, accessible from his position in the substrate. He would have Ghost Realm access to the contact point's operational parameters, which means he'd have some degree of influence over the breach's operational characteristics, timing, stability, the specific realm layer the breach opens to. She paused. He told me this. The room was quiet. He told you the Parliament is inadvertently building him a contact point, Surin said. And this is not something he needs to disclose to us. He disclosed it because the arrangement's terms include sharing information about the Veil's critical points. The Parliament's breach gate is a critical Veil point by any definition. She observed the formation map. And because he wants us to understand that he has interests in the breach gate's construction outcome that are separate from both ours and the Parliament's. He wants the gate to be completed, Zhang said. Because if we destroy it from the physical world side before completion, he loses the contact point. He wants the gate's contact point layer to be completed, Yuji said. The breach layer is optional from his perspective. He doesn't want a breach, which would destabilize the Veil catastrophically. But the contact point layer, completed in isolation, would give him a new substrate access point without the breach's destabilization. Can we complete the contact point layer and destroy the breach layer? Surin asked. That's what I've been modeling for 3 days. She showed the formation analysis. Yes, the formation's architecture, based on the specifications the king provided, has the 2 layers at different structural depths. Attacking the breach layer from the physical world side, while leaving the contact point layer intact, is technically feasible. And we'd be building the king a new contact point as a side effect of preventing the breach gate. Yes. She met their eyes. I believe this is within the arrangement's scope. He's providing the technical information that makes the precise operation possible, and the outcome serves both Veil maintenance and his interests. I'm telling you so the decision is made explicitly rather than incidentally. Do it, Surin said, after a silence. Document the reasoning. The mountain range formation site breach gate's architecture was the most sophisticated formation she had encountered since Zhuo Tianming's keystone. Not because it was technically unusual in its breach layer design, but because the contact point layer's integration was more deliberate than any formation she'd seen someone else construct. The Parliament's formation engineers had built the substrate anchor layer based on Zhuo Tianming's technical specifications, which the king had embedded in the designs 20 years before. The specifications were precise enough that the Parliament's team could execute them without understanding their purpose. They were building a substrate stabilization component that they believed was necessary for the breach formation's operational stability. They don't know what they've built, she said to Surin, reviewing the substrate analysis. The formation engineering team probably knows exactly what they've built, technically. They may not know its purpose in the overall strategic architecture. She read the structural analysis data. The king embedded the contact point specifications as a technical requirement rather than a strategic choice. The engineers see a component that the specifications require. They don't see the 3-century strategic plan that produced the specification. He designed the formation so that the Parliament's engineers would build his contact point for him without knowing they were doing it. Yes. Surin was very controlled about this, which is the most concerning thing about the working relationship that we've found so far. He is capable of designing systems that produce his desired outcomes through practitioners who don't know they're serving his interests. She paused. You should not be reassured that the current arrangement is clearly consensual and transparency-based. It is clearly consensual and transparency-based now. The precedent is that he prefers to work through arrangements where practitioners act on his interests without full knowledge. He disclosed this to me, Yuji said. He told me Zhuo Tianming was executing a plan whose full scope he hadn't been shown. Yes. Surin met her eyes. He told you, in the meeting where he was proposing a new arrangement, that the previous arrangement was structured around incomplete disclosure. She paused. That's either honesty about his prior methods, or a demonstration that he can disclose strategic manipulation and still maintain the new arrangement's appeal. She held this for an extended period. Both things can be true simultaneously. Yes, Surin said, which is why the documentation and the scope framework and the oversight committee exist. She paused. Proceed with the operation. Document the king's embedded layer. And remain aware that the arrangement's transparency is a feature you chose, not a feature that emerged naturally from him. The formation's lower layer's preservation at the central mountainside site produced an effect that Yuji hadn't anticipated. The Parliament's formation engineers, discovering that their breach gate had been disrupted but that the substrate interface layer survived, concluded that the disruption had been a technical failure rather than a deliberate operation. They reported to the Parliamentary Technical Archive that the breach formation had collapsed due to internal structural failure, with the substrate stabilization component, the embedded substrate component, surviving as the only intact element. The formation's failure had been attributed to material weakness in the breach layer's integration framework. She received this information through the King's Parliamentary Council relay. The oppositional faction's contacts had access to the formation engineering report. They don't know we deliberately preserved the lower formation layer, she said. The operational pattern looked like a disruption that went partially wrong rather than a targeted partial demolition, Surin said. If you didn't know the distinction between breach layer and contact point layer, the formation's final state would look like an incomplete destruction. The Parliament's formation engineers know the distinction, Yuji said. The Parliamentary Council's intelligence assessment team might not. A formation engineering report that goes through an intelligence assessment team before reaching the archive gets translated from technical language to strategic language, Surin said. By the time it reaches the archive, the specific detail about which layer survived would likely be abstracted to partial structural failure. The misclassification had a consequence. The Parliament had sent a follow-on formation team to the mountain range site to assess the failure and determine whether reconstruction was feasible. The team had arrived, found the anchor layer intact, and filed a report noting that the surviving component could be integrated into a new breach formation as a substrate stabilization foundation, reducing the reconstruction timeline by approximately 30%. The Parliament was going to rebuild the breach gate around the substrate anchor component the king needed. He knew this would happen, she said. Almost certainly, Surin said. The formation's substrate layer's survival, the formation report's translation to strategic language, the follow-on team's assessment. These are predictable consequences that a practitioner who has been inside the Parliament's institutional processes for 3 centuries would have planned around. She paused. He designed a situation where the Parliament rebuilds his contact point for him, believing they're rebuilding their own breach gate. And we helped him do it. Yes. She took this in sustained thought. We helped him do it with clear eyes and documented reasoning. That's the difference between conspiracy and collaboration. A pause. I'm not sure the difference is as large as I'd like it to be. Neither was Yuji. That was what kept her working past the point where stopping would have been reasonable. Chapter 73. The Central Mountain Breach Gate operation involved 5 practitioners from the Order, a formation engineering team from the Jade Casket sect, and Yuji as the substrate-level interface. She had never conducted a formation demolition operation that required leaving a specific architectural layer intact while destroying another. The technique by Surin had developed for the specific attack parameters was theoretically sound and practically demanding, a sustained formation technique that differentiated between 2 structural layers in the same formation complex and delivered targeted disruption to the upper layer without affecting the lower. The king's substrate guidance during the operation was the most direct intervention she'd had from the arrangement. He couldn't act in the physical world. His distributed presence didn't have that capability, which was why the vessel project had existed. But from the spectral realm side of the Veil's substrate, he could provide real-time structural assessment of the formation's response to the disruption technique and relay that assessment via the contact in near real time. The operation took 11 hours. At hour 6, the Parliament's formation team on the Ghost Realm boundary detected the disruption and responded by accelerating the breach layer's construction to complete before the disruption technique could fully destabilize it. The King's real-time assessment was the only reason Yuji's team knew the acceleration was happening. The formation's external behavior was unchanged. The internal structural dynamics had shifted dramatically. She increased the disruption technique's intensity. The formation engineers adjusted the targeting parameters. The Parliament's team accelerated further. How long until they complete the breach layer under the accelerated timeline? Yuji asked through the substrate access. The answer came back, 2 hours. We need to complete the disruption in 2 hours. She relayed this to Bai Surin. We need 4 hours at current intensity, Bai Surin said. We need more intensity. She traced the formation. I'm going to apply the core projection directly to the breach layer rather than through the disruption technique. That will expose you to the formation's defensive countermeasures. Yes. She had been assessing that since hour 3. The living anchor will manage the soul-level countermeasures. The physical layer countermeasures are what I need the team to cover. Understood, Bai Surin said. Team, defensive formation on Yuji's position. Now, the direct core projection reduced the remaining time to 90 minutes. The breach layer's structural integrity failed at hour 10, collapsing in a controlled sequence that Yuji managed through the substrate guidance the king was providing. The contact layer held, unaffected, stabilized, functioning as a completed formation element in the rubble of its breach layer companion. At hour 11, the formation was gone. The contact point was intact. She stood at the site with genuine consideration, her specter core reading the substrate's new configuration. A physical world anchor for the king's distributed presence, built from a parliament formation and left intact specifically for his access. The arrangement had produced something she hadn't predicted when she'd agreed to it. The 11 hours of the mountain range site operation produced the most sustained dual-realm combat environment Yuji had experienced since the judge's final engagement. At hour 6, when the Parliament's formation team accelerated the breach layer construction, the engagement moved from technical disruption work to something closer to formation warfare. 2 teams of practitioners on opposite sides of the Veil's boundary, both trying to determine the formation's final structure, working against each other through the Veil's substrate as the medium of conflict. Her Revenant Bridge capability was the critical asymmetry. She could operate in the Ghost Realm directly, reaching the formation's Ghost Realm side components with physical technique application in ways that crossed the substrate barrier without being subject to the Ghost Realm's defensive formation constraints. The Parliament's formation team could apply technique from their side. She could apply technique from theirs. The King's real-time structural assessment via the established link was the second critical asymmetry. 16 years of experience monitoring the formation's development translated to a continuous situational awareness of the breach layer's structural state that no external assessment could have provided. At hour 8, the Parliament's formation team tried something she hadn't anticipated. They deployed a Ghost Realm defensive formation specifically calibrated to the Living Anchor's frequency signature, designed to disrupt the Living Anchor's dual-realm simultaneous maintenance and force her back to one realm at a time operation. She felt at the moment it activated. The Living Anchor's maintenance response was immediate. The technique absorbed the frequency interference and redistributed it exactly as the predecessor had designed it to absorb hostile frequency interference. The defensive formation had no effect, but it told her something significant. The Parliament's formation team had the Living Anchor's frequency signature in their technical documentation. They know the Living Anchor's specifications, she said through the substrate interface. The Parliamentary Technical Archive has the original documentation, the king said. Her predecessor provided it to the Parliament 3 centuries ago as part of the arrangement that gave her substrate access. She had 1 second to absorb this before the formation team deployed the second countermeasure. The second countermeasure was the one that required the team to shift to full defensive formation cover, not frequency-based, but a direct physical layer interference pattern targeting her physical body's meridian connection while she was operating in dual-realm mode. She survived it. The team's cover was sufficient. But the operational complexity jumped significantly, and the remaining 3 hours were the hardest sustained formation work she had done. The living anchor's frequency specifications in the Parliamentary Technical Archive had been there for 300 years, which meant the Parliament's formation engineers had known the technique's operational parameters for longer than any living practitioner had been practicing formation engineering. She spent the morning after the breach gate operation reviewing what the specifications would tell a skilled formation engineer about the living anchor's vulnerability characteristics, what techniques would be effective against it, what wouldn't, and what the optimal counter-strategy looked like for different combat contexts. The physical layer interference pattern the Parliament's team had deployed at Hour 6 was precisely optimized for the living anchor's specific structural weaknesses. It wasn't a general disruption technique applied broadly. It was a calibrated attack on the exact points where the living anchor's architecture was most stressed under dual-realm simultaneous operation. Someone had been thinking about how to defeat the living anchor, using the cultivator behind the Eternal Meridian's own specifications, for a very long time. The Parliament's counter-technique library against the living anchor has 3 centuries of development time, she said to Baisurin. Yes, Baisurin had been expecting this conclusion. That ancient practitioner's disclosure was deliberately made to the Parliament's archive rather than to the Parliament's military command. The archive maintains historical records that are available to formation engineers and technical staff, but that aren't automatically incorporated into operational doctrine. The counter-techniques that could have been developed from the specifications would require specific authorization to develop and deploy. Authorization that was apparently granted recently. After the judge's first engagement, most likely. The engagement demonstrated that the living anchor's operational properties were a genuine military threat rather than a historical curiosity, which would have prompted the technical staff to review the archive's documentation and develop active countermeasures. She paused. The 3-century delay between documentation disclosure and counter-technique development was the one who built the living anchor's deliberate choice. She timed the disclosure to give enough preparation time for the techniques to be developed, but not enough for them to be fully refined, Yuji said slowly. That's my assessment. The physical layer interference pattern they deployed was effective enough to complicate your operation significantly. It was not effective enough to stop you or to do lasting damage through the living anchor's defenses. She watched the operation's technical records. The counter-technique they have is good, but not optimal. The optimization work would take another 12 to 24 months of refinement. She met Yuji's eyes, which is exactly the window you have before they'll have a refined counter-technique for your current cultivation stage. She gave me a window, Yuji said. She gave you a specific timeline, Baisurin said. Use it. The statement had the same quality as everything the one who built the living anchor had left behind. Not a comfort, not a guarantee, but a specific operational parameter that a practitioner who understood it could work with. The window existed. Working within it was the practitioner's responsibility. She returned to the substrate monitoring work and began planning for what the window required her to accomplish, knowing that if the window closed before she was ready, there would not be another. Chapter 70 for the discovery that Murong-hei had been conducting post-war political planning rather than parliament collaboration was, when Yuji considered it from the appropriate distance, less surprising than it might have been. The Grand Elder was a pragmatic senior cultivator with extensive institutional experience. He would plan for the situation he expected to emerge from the current crisis rather than waiting for it to resolve before considering institutional positioning. The aspect that remained concerning was not his political planning, but his communication methodology, the concealed channel, the monitoring gaps, the specific timing that coincided with Parliament communication disruptions. Not treason, but a willingness to operate through channels that were deliberately obscured from coalition oversight, which was its own category of problem. She raised this with Baisurin 3 weeks after the breachgate operation. The concealed channel's existence suggests he doesn't trust coalition oversight to evaluate his political planning fairly, she said. Which is reasonable. The coalition would oppose his post-war regulatory agenda, and he knows it. The methodology suggests he's willing to work around institutional transparency when he believes the transparency would prevent an outcome he considers correct. Yes, Baisurin said. I know this about him. You knew before? I suspected it for years. The senior sect's institutional culture values outcome efficiency over process transparency in a specific way that Murong-hei embodies. She scanned the communication record. He's not parliament-aligned. He's not conspiring against us. He's conducting the post-war political positioning he believes is in the living world's long-term interests through whatever channels are available, and he considers our oversight of those channels as a short-term institutional constraint rather than a principle. He thinks he's right about the phantom Meridian regulation agenda. He's been right about things for a very long time. He's also been wrong about things, and the things he was wrong about caused significant harm because he pursued them with the same certainty. She paused. Murong-Hei's version of the living world's future is one where phantom Meridian cultivation is contained within a strict regulatory framework managed by Murong-Hei's institution. He believes this prevents a repeat of what the Netherworld King represents. He may be right about the risk. He's wrong about the solution. The regulation he's planning would prevent the working relationship that's currently the only mechanism we have for addressing accelerated barrier deterioration. But he doesn't know about the barrier deterioration's true scale. No. Because Gue Mianzi gave that assessment to us through the working relationships context. Murong-Hei doesn't have access to the Ghost Realm's internal condition reports. She met Yuji's eyes, which means his regulatory agenda is being planned without the information that would most clearly demonstrate its operational cost. If I gave him that information, Yuji said slowly, it would either change his position, which is what I'd hoped for, or it would confirm his fear that the working relationship is making you dependent on Ghost Realm information sources, which is what he'd likely conclude. Surin was honest about it. I don't know which outcome is more likely. Yuji thought about the Veil's former interior practitioner's 3 centuries of preparation. All of it built on a practitioner eventually being willing to have the full conversation with the king rather than refusing it from a position of incomplete information. The information Gue Mianzi had provided about barrier failure was exactly the kind of information that should change decisions if evaluated honestly. Tell him everything, she said. He deserves the full picture to make an informed decision, even if the decision he makes with the full picture is still wrong. She paused. And if it's still wrong with the full picture, at least we know clearly where the disagreement is. She spent 2 days after the breach gate operations processing what the mountain range formation site encounter had revealed about the Parliament's technical documentation. The living anchor's frequency specifications in the Twilight Court's technical archive, provided by the ancient practitioner 300 years ago, meant the Parliament had known the living anchor's characteristics for the entirety of its existence as an active technique in the physical world. They had not deployed countermeasures based on this documentation against the previous living anchor practitioners, which suggested they had either not recognized those practitioners as living anchor users or had not considered the technique a military threat. Against Yuji, they had deployed countermeasures, which meant they'd updated their tactical assessment of the living anchor's operational relevance sometime in the past year. After the judge's first engagement, Surin said, the engagement's outcome demonstrated that the living anchor-spectre core combination was a significant operational capability. The Parliament's documentation archives documentation would have been reviewed in that context. They've had the technical documentation for 300 years and didn't consider it tactically relevant until I demonstrated what it could do. Yes, which is both a demonstration of your operational significance and a warning. They've had 3 months to develop countermeasures, and the physical layer interference pattern they used at the mountain range was not the technique in their archive. It was something new, developed for this specific engagement. They're iterating on countermeasures in real time. Yes. Surin studied the operations documentation. The documentation in the Parliament's archive also includes the predecessor's full Phantom Throne technique set, which she provided as part of the same arrangement. She paused. The living Phantom Throne cultivators among the Parliament's forces have access to 3-century-old documentation of what an Eternal Meridian practitioner's technique capabilities look like. She met Yuji's eyes. At Revenant Bridge, you're not yet at Eternal Meridian level, but you're on the same cultivation path, and they know that path's full development curve. They're planning for what I'll become, not just what I am. Yes. She stood without speaking for a moment. It's the kind of planning that takes decades and requires someone to believe 300 years in advance that a specific cultivation path will eventually produce a threat requiring response. She paused, which means either they believe the living anchor lineage would produce a practitioner of your capability eventually, or that ancient practitioner arranged the documentation disclosure specifically to ensure that when you arrived, the Parliament would have spent 3 centuries preparing to face you and would have built doctrine around a practitioner type that hadn't existed yet. Yuji held this in genuine consideration. She gave them the documentation knowing they'd use it to develop countermeasures against whoever eventually held the living anchor at Phantom Throne level. Yes, I believe so. Surin's expression was careful. And I believe the reason is that the countermeasures forced the parliament to think about the living anchor cultivation path in specific ways that shaped their strategic doctrine, ways that the one who became the eternal Meridian anticipated would create specific vulnerabilities in that doctrine when the practitioner actually arrived. She paused. She was 3 moves ahead in every direction. The scope expansion debate in the coalition reached its most specific articulation in a conversation between Yuji, Moronghe, and Xianxia that she hadn't planned, and that produced more clarity than any of the formal sessions. They were reviewing the intelligence from the Parliamentary Council contacts, the first substantive report from the 3 oppositional councillors, covering the invasion authorization vote count, and the specific arguments the oppositional faction had used to challenge the majority. Moronghe had been reading the report with the attention he gave to documents that would affect his institutional calculations. The oppositional faction's argument is about barrier stability, he said. They're not against the parliament's territorial interests in the physical world. They're against the specific mechanism, breach gates, because they believe it's strategically self-defeating. That's an argument we can work with, Xianxia said. It's also an argument the king has been having with the parliament internally for decades, Yuji said. He told me the oppositional faction existed in the first briefing via the arrangement. He knew they were reachable before we did. Which raises the question of why he didn't reach out to them through the relay directly, Moronghe said. She thought about it. Because reaching out to the oppositional faction through his parliamentary authority would look like the king maneuvering within parliament politics, which would activate the parliament's institutional defenses against distributed presence meddling in formal deliberations. She paused. Reaching out through a living revenant bridge practitioner with a formally documented working relationship looks like a diplomatic communication. He's using us to do the thing he can't do through his own institutional position, Xianxia said. Within the arrangement's military threat information scope, yes. She paused. It's also the thing the predecessor designed the arrangement to make possible. Moronghe thought for a notable moment. She anticipated this use case, he said. Specifically, yes, Yuji said. I believe so. He considered the intelligence report. Then let's use it properly, he said. Properly was doing a lot of work in that sentence, and Yuji suspected she and the king had different definitions. Chapter 75 by Surin's meeting with Moronghe lasted 4 hours and produced results that were more complex than either simple outcome would have been. She reported back to Yuji that evening. He listened to the barrier failure assessment from Gue Mianzi's information. All of it. He did not dismiss it. Did it change his position on the regulatory agenda? Not immediately. He asked 3 questions about Gue Mianzi's reliability as an information source, which is a reasonable question for a practitioner of his experience. I answered them as accurately as I could. She paused. He also asked about the king's fragmentation timeline. Specifically, what happens to the working relationship if the king's fragmentation accelerates beyond the contact point's ability to sustain coherence? I asked the same question, Yuji said. The answer is that the arrangement includes terms for managed dissolution if the king's coherence degrades below the contact point's minimum threshold. His presence in the substrate decreases gradually, and the physical world maintenance work would continue through the order rather than through the arrangement. He found that surprisingly well-structured. It's the arrangement protocol's standard dissolution provision. She thought about Moronghe's comment after the council. He said it was developed by practitioners who didn't survive their arrangements. I know. I corrected that. Surin reviewed her. Here is what I think he's going to do. He is going to spend the next month reviewing the technical documentation on the established arrangement framework and the barrier deterioration data. He will reach a position that is either a revised regulatory agenda with more nuanced provisions, or a more specific version of his original concern. Either way, he will do it through the legitimate institutional channels of the War Council rather than through concealed communication. She paused. I believe the full information changed his assessment enough that he's in a genuine evaluation rather than a political strategy. That's better than I expected. He is a difficult man who has been right about many things and wrong about specific critical ones. In my experience, those people update their positions when the evidence is sufficiently clear. The barrier failure documentation is sufficiently clear. She stood. There's something else. He told me that the Parliament's Parliamentary Council, not the judge's operational command, is the appropriate target for the working relationship's intelligence gathering scope. He has contacts in the Parliamentary Council through his previous institutional dealings. Yuji looked at her. He has Parliamentary Council contacts. Parliamentary Council, not judges or military command. The deliberative body that authorizes the invasion rather than the force that executes it. Surin's expression was carefully measured. He is proposing to add his parliamentary council access to the coalition's intelligence architecture in exchange for the coalition's support for a modified regulatory framework after the war. That is a different kind of political dealing than concealed communication channels. Correct, Surin said. It is. Moronghae's response to the full barrier deterioration assessment, delivered by Surin in their 4-hour meeting, was, as Surin had predicted, neither immediate position change nor immediate dismissal. It was a genuine evaluation. She knew it was genuine because he asked for the raw data rather than just the summary, and spent 2 days reviewing the substrate condition records before scheduling the follow-up meeting where he had asked his 3 questions about Gui Mianzi's reliability as an information source. Questions that Surin had answered accurately and that he had evaluated without visible confirmation bias. The revised regulatory framework he proposed was not what she would have designed, but it was a genuine response to the information rather than a political position dressed as a response. The oversight body with order co-governance, the arrangement protocol as the regulatory model, the specific provisions for living anchor specter core revenant bridge practitioners. These were features that addressed the specific characteristics of what she was, rather than general phantom meridian regulation applied, without consideration of those characteristics. She met with him directly for the first time since the council motion, at his request, 2 days after Surin's report of the revised framework. He was in the substrate monitoring room, reviewing the thinning rate data. The working relationship with the king is more operationally significant than the arrangement's terms describe, he said, without preamble. Yes, the terms describe the institutional structure. The operational significance reflects the collaboration's technical depth. She had her documentation. All scope expansions are documented and within the foundational parameters. I know. I've read the documentation. He studied the monitoring output. I've also reviewed the scope assessment framework you and Surin developed. It's sound. More rigorous than I expected. He paused. The 3 questions for scope assessment. Does the use serve veil maintenance and stability? Is the substrate connections access the least intrusive means? And does the use maintain the collaboration's bilateral character? These are the right questions. Thank you. I'm not complimenting you. I'm noting that the framework is sound and that I intend to use it as the baseline for the post-war oversight body's operational review protocols. He turned from the monitoring output. I also intend to use the King's Parliamentary Council access in the ways we discussed. The 3 oppositional councillors represent the most significant institutional opportunity to address the Parliament's invasion through non-military means, and that opportunity should be pursued regardless of my concerns about the working relationship's long-term character. I agree, she said. I know you agree. I'm telling you that I agree too, which is more significant. He studied her with the specific quality she'd come to read as genuine assessment rather than institutional evaluation. I've been wrong about specific things. The regulatory framework was one of them. I'm revising it based on better information. He paused. That's what a practitioner of your caliber deserves from a practitioner of mine. The barrier deterioration data that Surin had presented to Moronghae was the same data that the Parliamentary Council's oppositional faction had been using in their internal arguments against the invasion, the same facts, arrived at from different positions, producing the same conclusion. The veil's condition could not sustain the invasion's additional load. The barrier would fail faster under invasion conditions than it would under the current deterioration rate, and barrier failure was catastrophic for both realms. She thought about this while waiting for Surin's report on Moronghae's response. The oppositional faction and the coalition weren't just aligned on the specific question of barrier stability. They had each arrived at the same assessment independently, through different methodologies, using different information sources, and had been arguing for the same policy position in different institutional contexts for the same period. 3 years, based on the voting record the king had provided. He knew the oppositional faction's position before he proposed the working relationship to me, she said to Gui Mianzi. Yes, Gui Mianzi said. He was present at Revenant Bridge level, clear and stable, the way he always was now. He has been monitoring the Parliamentary Council's deliberations from inside the substrate for decades. He knew the oppositional faction existed, knew their arguments, knew their influence. And he disclosed the oppositional faction to me as intelligence, which moved the coalition toward making contact with them, which is the policy outcome the oppositional faction has been arguing for. He is facilitating the outcome he wants by providing the information that makes it possible, Gui Mianzi said, which is not quite the same as manipulating us into it. It's very close, she said. It is close, he agreed. The distinction is the transparency of the information provision. He told you the oppositional faction existed and that they had barrier stability concerns. He did not tell you to contact them. You decided to contact them based on an independent assessment of the strategic opportunity. He paused. Her predecessor's framework includes a principle about this. The collaboration partner provides information. The practitioner makes decisions. Influence through information is within the collaboration's design. Influence through withholding information or misrepresenting it is not. He's been very careful about the distinction. He has 300 years of practice being careful about the distinction, xianxia said. That's either evidence of genuine principle or evidence of very sophisticated manipulation. He sat in silence for a moment. I've been watching him for 300 years also, from a different position. My assessment is genuine principle with instrumental elements, which is the same thing most practitioners with genuine values operate with. She held this. It was the most direct assessment xianxia had given her about the king's nature. Thank you, she said. Don't thank me, he said. Decide. That's the part only you can do. She made the decision before she had finished climbing the stairs, and spent the rest of the night wondering if she had made it in time. Chapter 76 Yuji's preparation for the Revenant Bridge breakthrough began in the 8th week after the war declaration. At a moment, she recognized not from the cultivation threshold's conventional signs, but from something more specific. A change in how the arrangement with the king felt via the contact infrastructure. At Wraith Weave, the contact point had been mediated. She communicated through the phantom Meridian strands that served as the interface, and the king's presence on the other side was something she accessed deliberately through those strands. After the Spectre core breakthrough, the contact point's quality had changed to direct substrate access. The king's presence immediately present rather than reached through intermediary technique. In the 8th week, she began to notice that the presence via the channel was registering at a different frequency than it had before. Not the king's presence, something else. The veil's own structure was present to her Spectre core's perception in a continuous, direct way. She could feel the barrier's condition not just as a series of monitored points, but as a connected whole, the way she felt the weather through changes in atmospheric pressure rather than reading a weather report. This is the Revenant Bridge transition's initial phase, by Surin said, when Yuji described it. The Spectre core has been operating at the substrate level long enough that its crystalline structure has begun incorporating veil mechanics into its fundamental operation rather than treating veil mechanics as an external technique domain. The core is preparing to integrate rather than interface. What does the integration feel like when it completes? I'll tell you what mine felt like, which may not be what yours will feel like. The living anchor produces a different integration pathway than standard Revenant Bridge advancement. She was at her documentation wall, pulling the historical records she'd been using throughout their work together. For me, the integration felt like the veil becoming a place rather than a boundary. Not somewhere I traveled to or from, but somewhere I was, continuously, whether in the physical world or the ghost realm. A place that includes both realms. Yes, the Revenant Bridge practitioner's fundamental experience of reality is the boundary between realms rather than either realm separately. She looked at Yuji. With the living anchor's simultaneous dual presence already active, your experience of the breakthrough may be less dramatic. You've been partially in that state since the Spectre core formed. The bridge may feel like a completion of something that was already present rather than a threshold crossing. The breakthrough prediction was correct in its principle and incorrect in its specific character. She was conducting substrate maintenance at the Western Mountain Range when it happened, a routine sealing of a minor thinning that the previous week's survey had flagged. The technique's application, the substrate's response, the familiar mechanics of the living anchor working in both realms simultaneously. And then, not dramatically but completely, the veil's structure changed from something she was working with to something she was working within. Revenant Bridge. She stood in the middle of the maintenance work and felt both realms present and continuous. Not the dual awareness she'd had at Spectre Core, which required active perception, but something passive and total, a fundamental orientation that made the ghost realm and the physical world both immediately and always present without requiring any particular attention. The barrier between them was not something she could see or reach, it was something she was. The maintenance technique completed. She reached through the substrate communication and found the king's presence immediately legible in a new way. The substrate's full architecture visible to her for the first time. Not the monitoring depth she'd accessed at Spectre Core, but the structural level, 3 centuries of the veil's condition mapped in the distributed awareness she was now able to read directly. You've crossed the threshold, he said through the substrate. Yes, she said. She said you would feel it as a completion. She was right. The Revenant Bridge breakthrough's perceptual change was not dramatic in the way cultivation breakthroughs were sometimes described. No explosion of power, no sudden transformation. It was continuous. She had been working at the substrate level for months. the living anchor's dual-realm simultaneous existence giving her progressive access to the veil's structure from increasingly deep within it. The Spectre core had crystallized that access into a stable operational tool. The Revenant Bridge integration completed the process. The veil's structure was no longer something she accessed. It was something she inhabited. She stood in the mountain field at length after the maintenance technique completed, holding the new perception. The ghost realm was immediate and detailed in a way she had not experienced before, not the filtered awareness she'd had at Spectre Core, but something comprehensive. The dead who had passed through this area in the past century were present to her perception as traces in the substrate, not haunting in the traditional sense, but real, the way geological history was real in the physical terrain. Everything that had happened in both realms left a mark in the veil's structure, and she could read those marks. She was careful with this capability for the first week. The comprehensive ghost realm perception was a significant intelligence tool. She could read the past and present of any veil-proximate location through its substrate history. She noted this in the documentation and flagged it for the Oversight Committee. Moronghae's response to the capability note was terse and to the point. This is the capability the regulatory framework was designed to address. The oversight body's review protocols apply. She agreed. The capability applied to the oversight review protocols, which required her to document each use and its purpose. It was the kind of constraint that was slightly inconvenient and entirely correct. The king's substrate communication shifted in quality after the breakthrough. He was present to her Revenant Bridge perception as a comprehensive distributed awareness rather than a contact point-mediated presence. She could read the quality of his attention across the veil's substrate without specifically extending to the contact point. He was always there, at the boundary of her perception, the way the horizon was always there in an open landscape. "You're adjusting," he said through the substrate on the third day. Yes. She had been at the Western Mountain Range, working through a complex multi-thinning maintenance sequence that required sustained substrate attention across a 40-mile area. The comprehensive perception takes practice to filter. Her predecessor described it as learning to hear an orchestra rather than individual instruments, he said. The orchestra doesn't become quieter. You learn which parts to listen to. She told you that directly? She was here, in the substrate, when she said it. I was learning the same thing, at the same time, 3 centuries ago. A pause in the vast awareness. We were learning together. She held that image. 2 practitioners at the same cultivation stage, working through the same perceptual adjustment, one in the living world and one dissolving into the ghost realm, each trying to learn to hear the orchestra. She chose to leave, Yuji said. Yes, he said, and I've been in the orchestra ever since. A pause that felt like something vast acknowledging a specific weight. I don't regret it, but I understand, now, why she chose differently. The full Revenant Bridge perception gave her access to something she hadn't expected, the quality of Yin Moyu's distributed awareness itself. At Spectre Core, she had read his presence via the link's substrate access's mediated communication, structured, specific, the quality of information that had been organized before transmission. At Revenant Bridge, with both realms continuously present and the substrate architecture directly visible, she could read the distributed awareness's actual character rather than the organized output it produced. It was vast, and it was patient, and it was genuinely concerned about the veil's condition in a way that was structurally embedded rather than strategically performed. The concern wasn't a communication, it was a constant background state, present in the distributed awareness the way a physical cultivator's Meridian condition was present in their technique applications. He maintained the counterpressure on 3 degradation zones continuously, automatically, not as a deliberate act, but as what he was. She told Bysurin this. He can't stop caring about the veil's stability, Bysurin said. It's been his existence as substrate for 300 years, which makes the working relationship not just an arrangement, Yuji said. It's working with something that is fundamentally aligned on the core objective, at a level below deliberate choice. That's right, Bysurin said. And that is both the most reassuring thing I've heard about the arrangement, and the most important reason not to confuse alignment on this specific objective with alignment on everything. But alignment on everything was not what either of them was offering. And somewhere in the distance, the 3 pale judges were already moving. Chapter 77, The Revenant Bridge Breakthrough, changed the maintenance work's character in ways Yuji spent the following 2 weeks learning. The most significant change was perceptual. The veil's full substrate architecture, previously accessible only through careful monitoring technique, was now present to her continuous awareness the way a practitioner at any stage was aware of their own dantian. The entire barrier's condition was legible to her, not in detail at distance, but as a connected landscape with visible stress points, deterioration patterns, and the distinct quality of different regions' stability. The Parliament's 7 breach gate sites stood out immediately, not because they were the most deteriorated, but because the substrate pressure at each one had a distinct character, a formation engineering signature rather than natural deterioration. The veil structure at those sites had been worked in the specific way that distinguished deliberate formation application from environmental stress. She mapped the full substrate condition in her first week of Revenant Bridge perception, comparing it against the Order's physical world monitoring records and the King's Ghost Realm site assessment. The three-way picture was the most complete condition assessment the Veil had ever received in the Order's documented history. Moronghae received the three-way condition assessment report and spent 2 days reviewing it. "This is the information that changes the regulatory calculation," he said, in the meeting by Surin arranged. He said it with the specific weight of someone who had reached a conclusion they'd been working toward for a significant period and found it unwelcome. "The barrier's current condition under active Parliament pressure requires maintenance capability that the Pavilion's standard formation approach cannot match. A regulatory framework that restricts phantom Meridian cultivation would eliminate the only mechanism capable of addressing that specific category of barrier stress." "That's what the data shows," Yuji said. "Yes." He let this settle for a moment. "I've been developing the regulatory agenda for 6 years. It addresses a real long-term risk. Uncontrolled phantom Meridian cultivation in the post-war period could produce the same outcome we're currently managing." He regarded her steadily. "I'm not abandoning the concern. I am revising the timeline and the implementation framework." "What does the revised framework look like?" "Post-war institutional review rather than restriction," he said. "The Iron Mandate sect establishes a formal oversight body for phantom Meridian cultivation research and practice, with the Order of the White Lantern as co-governing partner, with the Working Relationships Bounded Entity Framework as the regulatory model." He paused. "Including provisions for the specific case of living Anchor Spectre core Revenant Bridge practitioners, which I had not previously anticipated needing." It was, Yuji thought, not what she would have designed. But it was a genuine revision based on genuine information, and it addressed the concern that had motivated his original position rather than simply abandoning it. "I accept the oversight body framework," she said, with by Surin as the Order's co-governing representative and the established arrangement framework's full documentation as the model. Moronghae nodded. "Then we have an agreement." He reviewed the substrate condition map. "And we have a war to finish." The War Council's political landscape shifted in the weeks following the breach gate disruption operations. The operational success, for construction sites disrupted, the Parliament's invasion timeline delayed by a minimum of 6 weeks, was visible, documented, and distributed to all 37 delegations through the Council's communication network. The thinning rate stabilization data was updated with the new maintenance works results. The complete three-way substrate condition assessment, incorporating the King's Ghost Realm side monitoring and the Order's physical world network, was presented as the most accurate veil condition picture the Coalition had ever had access to. The Coalition's political position consolidated around the operational evidence in ways that Yuji had been hoping for since the first Council session. Not unanimously. There were still delegations uncomfortable with the working relationships nature, but the 12 most uncertain delegations from the first session had moved from uncertain to operationally supportive after the breach gate disruption outcomes. Moronghae's public position shift was the most significant political development. His formal announcement of the modified regulatory framework, presented to the Council with the specific institutional authority of the Pavilion, changed the political calculus for the sects that had been aligned with his original position. They now faced a choice between following the Pavilion's evolved position or becoming independently opposed to both the arrangement and the Iron Mandate's endorsed framework, a politically exposed position that none of them chose. The Pavilion's military force commitment for the breach gate operations had also been decisive. 200 cultivators deployed in sustained field operations, taking casualties in the Fourth Site's Ghost Realm engagement, had established the Pavilion as operationally committed to the Coalition's success rather than managing its position from the institutional periphery. That commitment produced credibility that the original motion against the arrangement had eroded. She watched all of this with attention, but without the specific relief she might have expected. The political consolidation was real. It was also fragile, built on operational outcomes that the Parliament would eventually adapt to, and on the working relationship's continued performance within its documented scope. Any significant operational failure or any apparent scope violation would fracture it quickly. Zhang Haochen's observation on the day the third breach gate site's disruption was confirmed. "The Coalition is holding. Don't confuse that with stable." "I know," she said. "The Parliament will adapt. The judges will return. Whatever Morong-Hei's parliamentary council contacts can produce will take weeks or months to develop into usable diplomatic leverage. He examined the operations map. We've bought time. The question is what we do with it. Prepare for the judge's return and use the parliamentary council contacts to understand the parliament's internal fracture points before the judges arrive, she said. And keep sealing thinnings. That's it, he agreed. That's the whole plan. The passive monitoring artifacts investigation concluded in the 9th week after the war declaration with the identification of the individual who had updated the relay destination 8 years ago. The identification came not through substrate analysis but through the pavilion's internal records, which Morong-Hei had opened for review after the investigation briefing. He had been systematic about it. He'd assigned 3 senior pavilion administrators to review the formation update team's personnel records and cross-reference them against the specific formation technique signature in the substrate modification. The formation engineer who had modified the relay destination was a practitioner named xianxia, who had been a member of the Iron Mandate's Formation Engineering Division for 18 years. He had left the pavilion 4 years ago, on what the records described as a voluntary departure for private formation work. His current location was not documented in any coalition or order records. He's in the Parliament's service, Yuji said, reviewing the personnel record. Presumably, the departure timing corresponds to a period when the Twilight Court's technical archive was actively recruiting Living World formation engineers with specific Veil-related expertise. Morong-Hei had reviewed the same records and arrived at the same conclusion. I should have noticed the departure pattern at the time. I didn't. You had 18 years of good performance to evaluate against one suspicious departure, Viceroy said. The pattern only becomes visible in retrospect. Yes, that's how long-term infiltration operations work. He considered the personnel file. He had access to every formation project the pavilion conducted for 18 years, including the monitoring network update, which he personally supervised. He waited through a moment. The intelligence picture the Parliament has from 8 years of monitoring this shrine is supplemented by 18 years of intelligence from inside the pavilion's formation operations. The implications of 18 years of formation intelligence from inside the pavilion's operations were significant enough that the strategic review session that followed Morong-Hei's disclosure lasted 7 hours. The coalition's operational approach had been based, in part, on assessments of the Parliament's formation capability that might have been shaped by what the Parliament's formation intelligence had led them to believe the coalition was most concerned about. The formation defenses the coalition had built, the breach gate disruption approach, the specific technical methodology that had been successful. All of it had been conducted with the Parliament having more background information than the coalition understood. How much did they shape our operational approach? Jiang Haochen said. By knowing what we were worried about and designing operations that addressed our specific concerns. No one in the room had a confident answer. Yuji marked the question down as one of the things she would need to resolve before the judges arrived, and the list was longer than she had time for. Chapter 78, the War Council's second session, convened 6 weeks after the first, was substantively different from its opening. Morong-Hei presented the modified regulatory framework and his parliamentary council access as a combined institutional offer. The council's response was not unanimous enthusiasm. The pavilion's shift was too dramatic for some delegations to accept without skepticism. But the operational picture was clear enough that the political argument was secondary to the practical one. 7 breach gates in active construction. 3 already disrupted through the maintenance work. For remaining, the full 3-way substrate condition assessment showing the Parliament's approach corridors and the specific intervention points where coordinated maintenance work could slow the gate construction timeline by weeks. Our objective in the next 2 months is disrupting all 4 remaining breach gate construction projects, Morong-Hei said, presenting the operational plan he developed with Viceroy's technical input, not necessarily destroying them. The central mountain site operation demonstrated that partial disruption of the breach layer while preserving the substrate anchor layer provides both veil maintenance value and intelligence architecture value. The contact point layer is an access point for the Netherworld King, one of the skeptical delegation heads said. The King's embedded layer is the infrastructure through which the coalition's primary intelligence source about Parliament internal operations maintains coherence, Morong-Hei said, without inflection. I am aware of the irony of saying that in this context. The operational necessity is what it is. Yuji noted that Morong-Hei had said primary intelligence source, without qualification. He had spent 4 days reviewing the King's parliamentary council contact information, which the King had provided via the substrate at Yuji's request after the term's expansion. The parliamentary council contacts the King has provided, Morong-Hei continued, include 3 senior councillors who are opposed to the invasion on institutional grounds. They believe the breach gate construction will destabilize the Vale catastrophically rather than creating a sustainable invasion infrastructure. They represent a faction of the parliament that is not the king's allies, but whose interests align with the Vale's preservation. We can work with that faction, Yuji said. Yes, he said. We can. The War Council's second session produced, in addition to the formal coalition commitments and the breach gate operational review, a detailed intelligence assessment from the 3 parliamentary council contacts whose information the king had provided. The assessment arrived through a channel that Muronghe's team had established using the parliamentary council access, 3 separate communication threads, each contact transmitting independently, their information cross-referenced and synthesized by the Iron Mandate's intelligence staff into a combined picture that was the most detailed internal parliament assessment the living world had ever possessed. The Parliamentary Council's internal division was more significant than the external view of the Parliament had suggested. The invasion had been authorized by a narrow majority that included all 3 judges' formal appointments, but excluded a substantial minority of the senior councillors who had voted against the invasion on grounds that the breach gate construction posed unacceptable barrier stability risks. They've had the same conversation about barrier stability that we've had, Surin said, reading the assessment. The Parliament's own technical advisors assessed that the gate construction was accelerating the Vale's deterioration in ways that were difficult to control. And the invasion faction overrode the assessment, Yuji said. Yes, the invasion faction's argument was that the barrier would fail eventually regardless of the breach gate's contribution, and that establishing physical world presence before barrier failure was better strategic positioning than waiting for a natural failure event. She paused. The oppositional councillor's counterargument was that the breach gates were accelerating the failure timeline in ways that undermined the invasion's strategic rationale. If the barrier fails while the invasion is underway, both sides lose the infrastructure they're fighting over. Exactly. The oppositional councillors want a negotiated approach to the barrier's condition rather than a military approach to establishing presence before failure. Surin regarded the assessment. They're not allies of the living world. They're practitioners with a different strategic assessment of their world's interests. But their interests and ours overlap significantly on the specific question of barrier stability. Yuji thought about the contact point and the working relationship and the 3 oppositional councillors and the cultivator who became the Eternal Meridian's 3 centuries of preparation. A practitioner who had designed tools for a moment that would take 300 years to arrive, who had disclosed those tools' purpose to the entity she was building them in response to, who had provided technical documentation to the Parliament's archives knowing it would shape their doctrine. She was building this conversation, Yuji said. Not just the arrangement with the king. The conversation between the living world and the Parliament's oppositional faction about barrier stability. Surin was quiet. Yes, she said. I think that's right. She prepared the practitioners on both sides to be capable of the conversation. She prepared the conditions for it to become possible, Surin said. The conversation required someone willing to have it, and the conditions required that person to exist. She looked at Yuji. 3 centuries of preparation, and here we are. Yuji thought about the full picture. The working relationship, the parliamentary council contacts, the barrier stability assessment, the oppositional faction's strategic interests, and began drafting the proposal for a formal contact approach to the 3 councillors. The proposal went through the king, through the relay channel, through the substrate, because that was the only channel through which she could reach them. He transmitted it on her behalf, with the specific care of a practitioner who understood that the transmission's accuracy was more important than its framing. The War Council's second session concluded with 4 major institutional commitments that represented the coalition's most unified position since the Parliament's declaration. The first was the combined force structure. The pavilion's 200 cultivators formally integrated into the coalition's military command, with Jiang Haochen as the combined forces operational coordinator. Not because his cultivation was the highest in the coalition, several senior practitioners outranked him, but because the breach gate operations had demonstrated that a specific combination of tactical precision and collaborative leadership produced better outcomes in the complex operations the current conflict required. The second was the Oversight Committee's expansion. 3 delegation heads from the most politically central blocks joined the Working Relationships Oversight structure, giving the arrangement formal transparency to the broader coalition rather than just to the order's leadership. The committee's review protocols were distributed to all 37 delegations. The third was the Parliamentary Council contact approach. 6 delegations formally endorsed the outreach to the oppositional faction, with Muronghe's Iron Mandate Pavilion leading the formal diplomatic framing. The King's relay would transmit the initial contact through the substrate. The subsequent communications would go through the oppositional counselor's own secure channels. The fourth was the Barrier Stability Joint Assessment. The Order's physical world monitoring data, the King's Ghost Realm side substrate assessment, and the Parliamentary Council oppositional faction's internal parliament assessment would be combined into a three-party document. The first formal collaboration between Living World and Ghost Realm practitioners on veil condition analysis in documented history. She had not anticipated the three-party assessment proposal when the session started. Morong-hae had proposed it, citing the monitoring artifact investigations demonstration that the Parliament's technical staff had been making their own barrier stability assessments independently, and that the oppositional faction had been arguing from those assessments within Parliament institutions. Making the assessment joint rather than parallel created an institutional structure that made it harder for the invasion faction to dismiss the stability concerns as Living World bias. He's very good at institutional strategy, she told Zhang Haochen after the session. He's been doing it for 30 years, Zhang Haochen said. And he's genuinely committed to the outcome now, which makes the strategy more effective. Because he's not managing his position anymore. Because he's trying to solve the problem. He studied the session documentation. There's a difference. It took him 3 months to get there, but he got there. She thought about the 3 months, the motion against the arrangement, the corridor comment, the concealed communication channels, the modified regulatory agenda, the 4-hour conversation with Baisurin that produced the revised framework, the injured practitioners in the wing's northeast section, the monitoring artifact investigation. 3 months of a difficult senior cultivator updating his position in response to evidence. It was the most honest thing she'd seen from institutional politics, which meant it was either a genuine offer or the most sophisticated manipulation she'd encountered yet. Chapter 79. The 4 remaining breach gate disruption operations spanned 3 weeks and involved the coalition's forces in the first sustained coordinated campaign of the war. Not a single location, but 4 simultaneous or sequential operations across a continental geography. Yuji participated in 3 of the 4 directly. The 4th was conducted by the Order's senior formation team with substrate-level guidance from the contact point and Morong-hae's Iron Mandate Pavilion forces providing physical world military coverage. Each operation was different. The Parliament's construction methodology varied between sites based on local geological conditions and the specific formation engineering teams they deployed. The King's pre-operation briefings, delivered via the substrate link the night before each operation, included the specific construction team's methodology and the formation's current completion percentage. Information that no physical world reconnaissance could have produced in the time available. The working relationship was performing at the scope it had been designed for. She was aware that this was exactly the concern Morong-hae had articulated. The arrangement was becoming operationally load-bearing in a way that made it difficult to imagine the coalition's current campaign without it. She noted this in the documentation she was maintaining about the arrangement's scope evolution as the terms required. The Parliament's response to the disruption operations changed after the second one. The 3rd site was defended by formation engineers operating in the Ghost Realm, who detected the disruption operation before it could reach the breach layer and deployed formation countermeasures that required Yuji's Revenant Bridge capability to navigate. She was able to operate in the Ghost Realm directly now, which made the countermeasures less effective than they'd been designed to be. But they created delays that pushed the operation from 5 hours to 11, and the physical world team sustained injuries that required Luo Qianin's pharmaceutical intervention. The 4th site had Ghost Realm defenders and physical world defensive formations simultaneously. Morong-hae's combat team and the Order's formation engineers held the physical world engagement while Yuji operated within the Ghost Realm, supported by the King's substrate guidance, dismantling the formation's Ghost Realm layer from inside. It was not elegant. It was effective. After the 4th operation, standing at the site's edge with both realms present and clear in her Revenant Bridge perception, she extended the contact point's connection and let the King read the outcome directly through the substrate. The 4 breach gate sites were in various states of disruption, none complete, all significantly delayed. The Parliament will accelerate their construction schedule, he said through the substrate. I know. They will also change tactics. The breach gates have been a formation engineering project. After this, they'll deploy military force to protect the construction sites, not just formation countermeasures. A pause in the substrate's vast awareness. The judge's 30-day window has closed. The advance force has been resupplied. They will not return to this region first. The breach gate sites are the priority, but they are active. How long before they're at full operational capacity? 3 to 4 weeks, he said, at which point the 4 breach gate sites will have both construction and military protection, and the Parliament's invasion timeline shifts from preparation to execution. She surveyed the disrupted formation site and thought about the next 3 to 4 weeks. The fourth breach gate operations Ghost Realm engagement left 2 Iron Mandate Pavilion cultivators with significant boundary layer injuries that required 3 days of Luo Xianxia's pharmaceutical expertise to stabilize. The injuries were the first casualties the senior institution had sustained in direct engagement with Parliament forces, and they changed something in the Pavilion contingent's attitude in the shrine. Not morale. If anything, the mood among the 200 cultivators hardened rather than softened. But their assessment of the conflict's nature shifted from institutional commitment to coalition operations to personal stake in the outcome. Cultivators who had been in the field covering formations during the breach gate disruptions had watched their colleagues take boundary layer damage from Ghost Realm defensive formations, and the experience changed what the war meant to them at the individual level. Morong-Hei visited the injured practitioners twice a day during their recovery. She saw him there on the second morning and watched him talk with them. Not in the formal authority register she'd observed in council sessions, but with the characteristic quality of a practitioner who has sent people into danger and is with them now in the consequences of it. Whatever she'd thought about his institutional calculations, the regard was genuine. He cares about them, she said to Zhang Haochen. He's led the pavilion for 30 years, Zhang Haochen said. The cultivators in that contingent served under him since their foundation building stage. Some of them since before that, if they were pavilion raised. He was watching the same scene from the corridor. His institutional positions are about what he thinks is correct for the living world's future. His care for individual cultivators is separate from that. Can both things exist simultaneously? Yes, they can. He paused. People who lead institutions with sustained thought sometimes develop the capacity to hold the institutional abstract and the human-specific in separate registers. It's not hypocrisy. It's compartmentalization that serves a function. He let it stand for a moment. He genuinely believes his regulatory agenda is good for the living world. He also genuinely cares about the specific practitioners who serve under him. The first belief can lead to decisions that harm people the second belief cares about. That's not unique to him. She held this. Morong-Hei's institutional position had motivated her suspicion and his political maneuvering. His care for injured practitioners complicated that picture without resolving it. He's a difficult person to have a clear assessment of, she said. Yes, Zhang Haochen said. Most senior cultivators are. They've made enough consequential decisions in enough complex situations that simple assessments don't hold. She thought about the cultivator behind the eternal Meridian, who had made a consequential decision to leave the veil's substrate and had prepared for the consequences of that decision over decades before acting. About the king, who had stayed and had become something that was simultaneously more and less than the person he'd been. About Baisurin, who had built a life's work around maintaining a barrier that most practitioners only cared about when it failed. About Morong-Hei, who was wrong about specific things and right about others and cared genuinely about practitioners he was sometimes wrong about in ways that affected them directly. Complexity was the actual condition. Simple assessments were the thing you used when complexity was too demanding to hold. She returned to the substrate monitoring work, both realms present and clear in her dual-realm perception, and continued. The Foresight breach gate disruption had produced, alongside the operational successes, the intelligence revelation about the monitoring artifact and the subsequent understanding that the Parliament had been observing the coalition's operations in detail. The implication that the Parliament had allowed the disruptions to succeed. Let Yuji demonstrate her Revenant Bridge coordination capability. Let the contact point's multi-site relay be used at scale. Let the full operational methodology be demonstrated. Required a revision of what the next phase looked like. They were not proceeding from a position of surprise. They were operating within a longer strategic engagement where both sides had detailed knowledge of the other's capabilities and were now moving toward a confrontation where that knowledge would be applied. The judge's return, which the king's substrate assessment put 4 to 6 weeks away, would be built around what they'd observed. The tribunal formation would have been revised to address the specific techniques that had been demonstrated in the first engagement and the breach gate operations. The 3 judges, operating at full Phantom Throne capacity with 6 months of intelligence about how she worked and what her coordination system's specific mechanics were, would be the most prepared opponent she had faced. She spent the evenings of the final 2 weeks before the judge's estimated return in systematic preparation, not technique development, which was an ongoing practice, but the specific kind of preparation that involved understanding what the opponent knew about you and determining what capabilities you had that they hadn't yet been able to observe. The answer, after careful assessment, was 3 things: the full Revenant Bridge Ghost Realm operation capability, the Parliamentary Council contact strategic intelligence, and the specific characteristics of the Eternal Meridian's original holder's counter-technique framework that the living anchor contained at levels above what the Parliament's documentation archives documentation described. She held all three carefully, not deploying them until they were needed, and the judge's return was approaching. Chapter 80 The Coalition's Strategic Review, conducted in the days following the fourth breach gate disruption, produced a clear picture and an uncomfortable one. For breach gates disrupted but not destroyed, 3 judges resupplied, and at full operational capacity within 4 weeks. Parliamentary Council faction potentially accessible through the King's contacts, but not yet engaged. Murong-Hei's modified regulatory framework in the early stages of institutional implementation. The Continental Coalition stronger than it had been 6 weeks ago, but not unified in any formal sense. And the Veil's substrate condition improved at 7 specific locations, but still showing continent-wide deterioration from the ongoing war's spiritual energy discharge. Yuji sat with the picture for 3 hours in the observation room above the shrine's main courtyard, both realms present and continuous in her bridge stage awareness, the substrate's full architecture visible to her. She could feel the Parliament's pressure across the entire Veil, not 7 specific sites, but a distributed pattern of sustained force, the institutional weight of an entire civilization applying pressure to the barrier from inside for months. Goei Mianzi appeared without being summoned, his presence easy and clear at Revenant Bridge. "You're seeing the whole picture," he said. "Yes. It's larger than the 7 sites. Much larger." She traced the pattern in her perception. The distributed pressure, the specific locations of maximum stress, the 3 regions where the Parliament's sustained pressure had created conditions close enough to the failure threshold that a single major spiritual energy discharge in those regions could trigger cascade deterioration. The breach gates are the crisis. The background deterioration is the catastrophe. The King's counterpressure has maintained the critical margins in the 3 regions, Goei Mianzi said. Without the contact point's substrate access, 2 of those 3 regions would already have crossed the failure threshold. She thought about what the post-war period looked like if the arrangement's counterpressure was removed. The Veil's condition was not something that could be addressed by the Coalition's victory over the Parliament's invasion force. The barrier required ongoing maintenance from both sides, continuously, not as a post-war project, but as a permanent operational reality. "He built this dependency deliberately," she said. "Not an accusation, a recognition. The counterpressure areas, the contact point's operational load-bearing function. He built the arrangement so that the Veil's condition would require ongoing contact point maintenance, making the working relationship's continuation a practical necessity rather than a choice." "Yes," Goei Mianzi said. "He did. And he disclosed it," she said. "He told me the arrangement was building toward dependency when he accepted the scope expansion terms. He didn't hide the mechanism. No, he didn't." She held both things simultaneously, the deliberate architecture of dependency and the transparent disclosure of it. "It's honest manipulation," she said finally, "which is the most difficult kind, because the honesty doesn't make the manipulation not real." "No," Goei Mianzi said. "It doesn't." She tracked the substrate's full architecture and the counterpressure working in 3 critical regions, and the contact point's operational load-bearing function, and the predecessor cultivator's 3 centuries of preparation pointing directly at this specific arrangement and this specific need. "Tell me if there's a version of the next phase that doesn't require the contact point," she said. He held this with careful attention. "No," he said. "There isn't." "Then we continue," she said, with clear eyes about what we're continuing and why. She held the substrate's condition in her full Revenant Bridge perception. The whole picture, the background catastrophe, the honest manipulation, the 3 critical regions holding at margin. The working relationship was load-bearing, and the dependency was real, and the disclosure had been honest, and the alternative was worse. Some situations didn't have clean choices. This was one of them, and she would operate within it without pretending otherwise, because that was what the ancient practitioner's preparation had ultimately been building toward. A practitioner capable of holding the full complexity without simplifying it into something more comfortable. She extended the contact point and confirmed the counterpressure's parameters for the next maintenance cycle. The oppositional counselor's response to the initial contact arrived through the King's substrate relay 4 days after the diplomatic framing was transmitted. It was cautious, specific, and genuine. The quality of communication from practitioners who had been arguing their position in isolation for 3 years and were now finding that the position had external support from exactly the quarter they'd been told was most opposed to it. The response's content was the Parliamentary Council's internal barrier stability assessment, shared informally before any formal communication framework was established. It was more detailed than the intelligence briefing Murong-Hei's contacts had produced, because it came from the assessment's authors rather than from the intelligence staff who had summarized it for strategic consumption. She read it carefully. Then she read it again. The Parliament's own technical staff had assessed, 18 months ago, that the Parliament's gate-building project would push the barrier's deterioration rate past the point of natural recovery within 2 years of the gate's first operational use. Not the catastrophic sudden failure that Gui Mianzi had described as the worst-case scenario, something more insidious. A progressive deterioration that would reduce the barrier's functional capacity by approximately 60% over a 5-year period, making the boundary between realms effectively permeable to significant spiritual energy exchange without the specific traumatic event of full barrier failure. Not immediate collapse, she said to Baisurin. Gradual permeability, which is harder to address than a failure event, Baisurin said. A failure event is a specific crisis that requires a specific response. Gradual permeability is a slow change to the fundamental conditions of existence for every practitioner in both realms, producing accumulated harm that's difficult to attribute to a specific cause and therefore difficult to mobilize response to. The Parliament's technical staff assessed this, and the invasion faction authorized the breach gates anyway. The invasion faction's argument was that gradual permeability is actually more favorable to the Parliament's interests than barrier stability. A slowly permeable barrier gives the ghost realm progressive access to physical world spiritual energy resources without the political cost of visible military invasion. She paused. They were planning to use the barrier degradation as a slow-motion extraction mechanism rather than a military crossing. The oppositional faction's concern is the asymmetric impact on the ghost realm. Yes, gradual permeability affects both realms, but the ghost realm's infrastructure is more dependent on the barrier's integrity than the physical world's infrastructure. The Parliament's institutions, the Twilight Court's formal structures, the distributed presences like the king, all of them are more vulnerable to progressive permeability than equivalent living world institutions. She thought about this through several minutes. The Parliament's invasion faction was willing to degrade the barrier in a way that would harm the ghost realm's institutional infrastructure, because they assessed that the harm to the physical world would be greater and that control of the degraded boundary would give them strategic advantage. The king has been arguing against this plan for years, she said. 3 years, based on the oppositional faction's voting record. Baisurin turned to the assessment document. He's been opposing the invasion faction's barrier degradation strategy from inside the Parliament's institutions through the oppositional faction's arguments, while simultaneously establishing the arrangement with you that would provide the physical world maintenance capacity to address the degradation the invasion faction was creating. He was fighting the invasion faction on 2 fronts simultaneously, Yuji said, one institutional and one operational. And losing on the institutional front, Baisurin said, which is why the operational front matters. She extended the substrate link and confirmed the counterpressure's parameters for the next maintenance cycle. Then she held the full picture in her expanded Revenant Bridge awareness. Both realms present and continuous, the substrate's architecture visible, the counterpressure working at 3 critical margins, the Parliamentary Council contact's first substantive exchange received, the judge's return 4 to 6 weeks away, the monitoring artifact's revelation about 18 years of intelligence exposure, her predecessor's preparation pointing at this specific moment from 3 centuries back. The work continued, and it was larger than she had understood when she'd begun it. Chapter 81. The Netherworld Parliament's armies emerged from 5 fracture points across the eastern seaboard, and Yuji watched from a ridge overlooking the Kai province's largest coastal settlement as the dead poured into the living world like infection spreading through a wound. The sky itself seemed to fracture where they crossed. The barrier's integrity, which she could perceive through her Revenant Bridge cultivation, registered the crossing points as open wounds that bled ghost realm pressure into the living world continuously. The wounds didn't close. They expanded, becoming broader, deeper, more permeable as more ghost soldiers poured through the passages. She'd known the invasion was coming. She'd prepared for it, or thought she had. But knowing an abstract concept and witnessing its manifestation were entirely different experiences. The sheer scale of the Parliament's commitment took her breath away. These weren't reconnaissance forces or probing assaults. This was the full mobilization of the Ghost Realm's military infrastructure. They didn't tire. They didn't feed. They didn't suffer from morale loss or strategic fatigue. They came in waves that didn't break, that didn't lose cohesion, that didn't question their orders or their purpose. They were pure execution of military will, stripped of every human weakness that made ordinary soldiers vulnerable. The first city fell in 4 hours. The defenders fought with all the courage and determination that human soldiers could muster, But courage doesn't stop armies that don't fear death. The second city held out 3 hours longer, its walls higher, its garrison more experienced. It made no difference. By dawn of the second day, the refugee trains flowing inland had begun to choke the mountain passes in solid lines stretching for miles. Families carrying what they could salvage, the elderly and children packed into whatever transport remained, the able-bodied forming defensive lines against Ghost Realm soldiers who were filtering through the forests to intercept the exodus. Yuji stood at the ridge's highest point, both realms open to her revenant bridge awareness, and traced the pattern of the invasion with mathematical precision. 5 breach gates operating at maximum capacity, each one a bleeding wound in the veil where Ghost Realm energy poured unchecked into the living world in cascading torrents. The pressure signature was immense, far heavier than anything in the previous incursions, heavier than the Foresight breach gate disruptions combined, approaching levels that suggested the Parliament had been holding back substantially in all prior engagements. She could feel it in the substrate itself. The entire continental balance of death chi was shifting as the invasion poured pressure into the living world from 5 simultaneous points. The natural equilibrium that had existed for centuries was being overwhelmed. The counter-pressure systems she'd been maintaining were straining against the load, beginning to show signs of failure in the peripheral regions. Gue Mianzi materialized at her side, his form more stable than it had been weeks earlier, the recovery evident in the solidity of his presence and the clarity of his expression. "You're reading the scale," he said quietly. "You're understanding what this really means. 70,000 ghost soldiers through Kai province alone. Maybe more. The numbers are still being calculated as the invasion front expands. The Parliament is committing its full invasion force, not testing anymore. They're deploying reserves that I didn't even know they possessed." She held the substrate perception steady, tracking the counterpressure points that were beginning to fail with sickening speed. The northern and eastern fracture sites had already dropped below critical margin. The central site was holding, but just barely, the counterpressure straining against the assault. They're accelerating the timeline massively. The judges shouldn't have been returning for 4 more weeks, according to the king's intelligence assessments. They returned early, Gue Mianzi said quietly. 3 days ago, the king's perception of the substrate reported their arrival through the Twilight Court's anchor point system. They manifested at the Great Gate of Echoes in full phantom throne manifestation, not testing their presence, not preparing ground, but declaring themselves openly. Yuji closed her eyes and felt the weight of it. The Great Gate was the largest of the 5 breach points, the main convergence where the Parliament had been building a permanent infrastructure structure for the invasion. The gate's architecture was reinforced, its supply systems were functioning, its position was strategic. If the 3 pale judges had manifested there, they weren't infiltrating anymore, weren't testing defenses. They were declaring themselves, making their presence a statement of commitment and power. The announcement came through living world intelligence networks within the hour, confirmed by scouting reports, and then broadcast through cultivator communication talisman arrays across the entire continent with a speed that suggested the living world's information infrastructure had been preparing for this moment. The 3 pale judges stood at the Great Gate of Echoes, visible even to unprepared spiritual sight, their forms towering against the sky like dark monuments. Their spokesperson, Judge of Passage, the oldest of the 3, delivered their ultimatum in a voice that resonated through both realms simultaneously, audible to every cultivator alive, echoing through the substrate itself. Asterisk, the living world has 3 lunar months to surrender unconditionally to the Netherworld Parliament. After that interval, the Netherworld King himself shall cross the barrier. There will be no negotiation. There will be no mercy. There will be no quarter. Asterisk, the message was broadcast repeatedly for an hour, its frequency signature burning itself into cultivator awareness, making it impossible to ignore or dismiss. 3 months, 12 weeks to prepare, to consolidate forces, to mount whatever defense the living sects could assemble against an army that had already conquered 5 provinces in 2 days. Yuji understood military mathematics. 12 weeks was an enormous window in some circumstances, but against an army that didn't tire, didn't eat, didn't suffer from supply chain vulnerabilities, 12 weeks was a narrow margin. The living world would need every moment of that time to stabilize, to mount effective defense, to prepare for the ultimate confrontation. And there was no guarantee that 12 weeks would be enough. It was not enough time. It would never be enough time. "Tell the coalition members," Yuji said to Gue Mianzi. "Tell the king. The situation has moved beyond the barrier maintenance framework fully. This is open invasion. We need to activate the defensive military alliance and coordinate with the Continental Coalition right now. Full mobilization of every resource, every cultivator, every military asset we have. The king is already moving, xianxia said. The oppositional faction of the Netherworld Parliament is reacting to the acceleration. This escalation was not their plan either. They were expecting the invasion to unfold on a slower timeline. It's a power play by the invasion faction to force the issue before the opposition can establish a formal counterposition. The king believes they moved early specifically to prevent the opposition from building enough political leverage to block it, which means the invasion faction committed substantial resources to this early push, betting that they could overcome the living world's initial resistance before the defense could consolidate. She held the substrate perception steady, tracking the counter-pressure sites with mechanical precision. One was already showing deterioration patterns that would take days to recover from, possibly longer. Two others were approaching failure thresholds. We need to disrupt the breach gates before the Parliament's invasion force can consolidate supply lines. If they manage to establish permanent supply infrastructure, we'll be facing them indefinitely. Surin has already begun planning the first coordinated gate assault, xianxia said. But there's a constraint. 4 of the 5 gates can be assaulted using conventional force techniques. The 5th, the Great Gate of Echoes, where the judges are, cannot be approached directly. Every assault team that's tried has been dispersed before reaching the gate. Yuji nodded. She'd expected that. The judges wouldn't position themselves somewhere easily accessible. I'll handle the Great Gate, she said. The judges are Phantom Throne rank, xianxia said. They are the highest military authority in the entire Netherworld Parliament. Attacking them directly. I'm not attacking them directly, Yuji said. I'm attacking the gate. Let me worry about the judges. She turned from the ridge and began walking toward the first coalition gathering point. xianxia followed, his presence at her side like a shadow. There's something else you need to know, he said. The judges didn't just arrive. They brought intelligence with them. The King's network has detected unusual focus by the invasion faction's strategic staff on your specific operational methodologies. They know exactly how you've been coordinating the veil maintenance. They know the breakdown of your technique inventory, the specific counter-pressure applications, the contact point's role in the substrate access framework. 18 years of observation, Yuji said. She'd suspected it already, but hearing it confirmed was different. It made the weight of the hidden monitoring artifact feel heavier. They've known everything for 18 years. Everything, xianxia confirmed. And they've prepared their assault and their tactical deployment specifically around what they know about how you operate. The judges would have spent months analyzing the breach gate disruptions, studying every technique she'd demonstrated, every coordination method she'd used, every sequence of responses to their operational tactics. They would come prepared for exactly the opponent she'd shown herself to be, which meant she would have to become something they hadn't prepared for. Yuji arrived at the coalition's military headquarters, a fortress compound 30 miles inland, as Surin was completing the tactical briefing for the 4-gate assault strategy. We have 5 assault teams, each targeted at one of the conventional gates, Surin said, pointing to the tactical map. Each team is sized for deep penetration and structural disruption. Our goal is not to hold territory, but to collapse the gate's core formation from within. Estimated casualties are high, but if we succeed, we reduce the invasion force's supply capacity by 80%. And the Great Gate? One of the commanders asked. That's Yuji's responsibility, Surin said. The details of how remain classified until operational start, but the assault is planned for 3 days from now, simultaneous with the other 4 operations. Timing is critical. The judges are consolidating their formation, and there's a window of approximately 6 hours where their attention will be divided between supply coordination and troop deployment. We strike during that window. Yuji listened to the remainder of the briefing, absorbing tactical details and defensive position information. The judges would have anticipated a coordinated assault on all 5 gates simultaneously. They would have their defensive responses prepared. The real advantage for the living world would come from whatever methods hadn't been demonstrated yet. After the briefing, as the commanders dispersed to their unit commanders, Surin caught Yuji's arm. I need to talk to you about something away from the military structure, she said quietly. They found an empty room in the fortress, one of the old storerooms that hadn't been converted to active use. The air was still, heavy with dust. The invasion faction's early move was not a random choice, Surin said. The King's intelligence suggests they received warning that the parliamentary opposition was going to launch a formal vote against the Breachgate project. If that vote had succeeded, it would have ended the invasion program entirely. By moving the judges early and committing the full invasion force, the invasion faction forced the situation into a crisis where political maneuvering is impossible. Everything is military now, which means the opposition has been forced into a position where they have to choose Support the invasion faction or watch the living world fall, Yuji said. Both choices are bad for them. The king is using this window to contact the opposition directly, Viceroy said. He's positioning himself as the only viable counterforce to the invasion faction's war. If he can demonstrate that his maintenance arrangement with you can hold off the judge's assault for sufficient time, the opposition may be willing to break ranks with the invasion faction and formally oppose the breach gate continuation, which would give the opposition the political power to halt this entire campaign, Yuji said. Yes, but it requires the judges to be defeated or at minimum seriously damaged by your assault in the next 72 hours. Yuji held this assessment. She'd known that her actions had cascading effects on the parliament's internal politics, but putting it this explicitly made the load-bearing nature of the burden clear. If the Great Gate assault failed, the opposition would have no leverage, and the invasion would proceed unchecked. I'll dismantle the gate and damage the judges, she said. 3 days is enough time to prepare. She spent the 3 days in methodical preparation, not technique development. She had enough techniques, and rushing to learn new ones in the middle of a crisis was how cultivators made catastrophic mistakes. Instead, she spent her time in the work of understanding preparation, studying the intelligence reports on judge movements, analyzing the tactical patterns they demonstrated in the 4-province conquest, identifying the specific sequences of responses they used when facing conventional force assaults, and building a mental map of what they hadn't yet tried. They had predictable patterns. Even the highest-ranked cultivators had patterns, because patterns were how consciousness organized response. If you could see the pattern, you could find the gap. Yuji walked through each of the 5 conventional gates once during the preparation period. Both realms opened to her perception, tracing their structural cores. Each gate was built on the same fundamental architecture, phantom meridian-like channels arranged in specific configurations, with the breach gate's cores operating on principles remarkably similar to how her own phantom meridians worked. They were the Parliament's attempt at creating a permanent structural analog to phantom meridian cultivation. She could work with that. She understood phantom meridian structures intimately. The assault began on the night of the 3rd day, with all 5 gates struck simultaneously. The 4 conventional assault teams reached their target gates and began their disruption work. The casualty reports came in waves. 17 soldiers lost at the northern gate, 43 at the eastern, 31 at the southern, and 26 at the western. Heavy but sustainable. Yuji approached the Great Gate of Echoes directly. She didn't try to disguise her approach. She walked into the judge-held territory in full Revenant Bridge cultivation, her phantom meridians visible to anyone with death-attuned sight, her presence broadcasting clearly. Asterisk, here I am. I am not hiding. Asterisk, the 3 pale judges saw her coming and withdrew slightly from the gate, creating space, as though they wanted to be able to see her clearly. Shin Yuji. The judge of passage called down to her. You've come to die. I've come to collapse the gate, Yuji said. What happens to me after is a detail we can negotiate. The judge of passage made a sound that might have been laughter. Negotiate, he repeated. The Netherworld King's puppet develops personality. Tell me, does the king speak through your mouth when you rest, or has he learned to be content with merely wearing your future like an expectation? Yuji felt something catch in her chest, something between anger and recognition. The judge knew about the vessel protocol. Of course he knew. They had brought that knowledge with them. I'll take that question under advisement, she said. After I collapse your gate. She moved directly toward the gate's structural core, both realms open to her perception, her phantom meridians extending into the ghost realm substrate. The 4 assault teams were already working on their respective gates. She could feel the disruption ripples as they reached structural cores and began the unraveling work. The judges made no immediate move to stop her. They watched. It was the watching that scared her. Chapter 82. The 3 pale judges stood in triangular formation at the Great Gate of Echoes, their individual silhouettes distinct enough that intelligence reports could differentiate them clearly. Judge of Passage, the oldest of the 3, his form wrapped in fabric that seemed to exist partially in the ghost realm and partially in the living world. His power was fundamentally about boundaries, crossing them, controlling them, erasing them. He commanded the vertical axis of the battle, the dimension of transition between realms. Judge of Memory, younger than Passage but more dangerous in close combat, his form humanoid but somehow wrong, each movement accompanied by trailing shadows of images that weren't quite his reflections. His power was about retention and erasure. He could preserve memories in crystalline clarity or burn them from a mind like acid through parchment. Judge of Bone, the youngest of the 3, his form literally constructed from bone and held together by dark power, his presence like a necrotic gravity well. His power was dominion over the remains of the dead, the physical substrate of death itself. Every corpse in 100 miles answered to his will. Together, they formed a stable force configuration. Separated, they had vulnerabilities. This was why they maintained the triangular formation. This was why they remained close enough to reinforce each other. "You're studying us," Judge of Memory said to Yuji as she approached the gate. "Reading our structure. Brilliant. What do you see?" "Three separate powers in mutual reinforcement," Yuji said. "One controls passage. One controls memory. One controls the remains of the dead. And if one falls?" Judge of Bone asked. "The triangle breaks," Yuji said. "The remaining two lose their formation multiplier. They become vulnerable to sequential assault." "Exactly," Judge of Passage said. "Which is why we've arranged for one of us to fall first, and show you exactly what that arrangement means." Yuji felt something shift in the substrate perception, a massive surge of activity coming from the east, from General Shun Wuji's position with the Ghost Rebellion military force. Shun Wuji had been operating independently of the coalition, leading a force of several thousand cultivators who decided that confronting the Ghost Army directly was preferable to waiting for the Judge's assault to reach them. He'd been moving to strike at the Judge of Passage's supply lines. Now, his assault abruptly reversed direction. Instead of attacking supply infrastructure, the Ghost Rebellion force swung toward the Judge of Passage directly, forming a spear-point assault with Shun Wuji at the tip. It was a suicide assault. Yuji saw it immediately. A force of 3,000 against an entity at Phantom Throne rank, with tactical advantage fully on the Judge's side. The Ghost Rebellion attacked anyway. Judge of Passage lifted his hand, and the assault shattered like glass. The crystalline fragments of dead cultivators fell in a rain that took seconds to stop. Shun Wuji was captured in the surge, his armor stripped away, his power contained in a globe of spectral energy. The Judge held him like a child holds a captured insect. "The Ghost Rebellion," Judge of Passage said, "represents one version of what the Parliament's oppositional faction would like to be: independent, aggressive, opposed to the invasion." The king was planning to use the Ghost Rebellion as the core of his military resistance. "Now the Ghost Rebellion's commander is in my hand. What do you suppose he's thinking right now, Yuji? Is he thinking about his failure? Is he regretting his assault? Or is he thinking about something he knows that we haven't extracted yet?" Yuji held herself steady. "He's thinking about what happens next," she said. "Yes, he is," Judge of Passage said. "Aren't you?" He released the energy globe, and Shun Wuji fell to the ground like discarded luggage, barely breathing, his life force hollowed out. "That's the arrangement the invasion faction made for us," Judge of Memory said. "One of us falls to the living world's military assault. One of us survives in the triangle. But before we fall, we show you what happens when you try to oppose the Netherworld King's will." Shun Wuji is a Ghost Realm native. He has no love for the invasion faction, but he chose to assault us anyway, to defend living world pride. "Now he's a warning," Judge of Bones said. "A reminder that even the most powerful within the Ghost Realm cannot match the Netherworld King's chosen instruments." Yuji moved forward and began her assault on the Great Gate's core without responding. What was there to say? They'd already shown their cruelty. They'd already made their point. She pushed her phantom meridians into the gate's structural substrate, feeling for the specific frequency signatures that would let her unravel the formation. The other 4 assault teams were already inside their respective gates, and she could feel the disruption as they hit structural cores. 3 of the 4 gates were showing collapse signatures. 1 was holding, the defenders managing to stabilize the core before the assault team could fully penetrate. The Judge of Passage's tower presence loomed over her as she worked. "You understand what you're fighting," he said. "Don't you, Yuji? You're not fighting an invading force. You're fighting destiny." The Netherworld King was sentenced to imprisonment eons ago. He was locked behind the veil by cultivators older and more powerful than even the Twilight Court. That imprisonment is breaking down, not because of the invasion faction's ambitions, but because the king is powerful enough to break anything that binds him. The breach gates are not an attack on the veil. They're a mercy. They're giving the king a way to cross that doesn't involve shattering the barrier entirely. "You're rationalizing the invasion," Yuji said without looking up from her work. "We're informing you of the underlying reality," Judge of Memory said. "The king is going to reach the living world. That is not a contingency anymore. That is a certainty. The only question is what state the veil is in when he does. The invasion faction wants to preserve the barrier's structural integrity so that the king can use it after his crossing. The opposition wants to harden the barrier so fully that no crossing is possible. Both sides think they're right about what the king wants, but neither side is actually asking him." "Have you asked him?" Yuji said. "No," Judge of Bones said, and something in his tone suggested genuine uncertainty. The Netherworld King has been silent on this topic. He refuses to state a preference, which is itself a form of information. Yuji felt the structural core of the Great Gate beginning to fracture under her unraveling pressure. Two more of the conventional gates were now showing collapse signatures. The living world was succeeding. The Judge of Passage shifted his weight, and the entire tactical situation changed. He pulled power from the Ghost Realm directly, not channeling it through the Breach Gate infrastructure, but drawing it from the Parliament's deeper reserves. His form expanded, becoming vast, his presence filling the sky. "We've shown you the first arrangement," he said. "Now we show you the second. Two of us are walking away from this battlefield now. We're going to ensure that one of the conventional gates survives disruption. The assault team there is about to have reinforcements arrive. Very powerful reinforcements. And you're going to try to stop the Great Gate collapse, knowing that one of the 4 standard gates is being reinforced, knowing that you might have made a mistake in assuming the invasion faction's tactical positioning." One of the conventional gate's disruption signals abruptly reversed. The collapse signature stopped. New forces were materializing at that gate. Ghost Realm soldiers at ranks Yuji hadn't seen the Parliament deploy before. The Judge of Passage and the Judge of Memory were stepping back from the Great Gate, removing themselves from direct engagement. "This is the test," Judge of Bones said to Yuji, alone now with her at the Great Gate. "Can you collapse this gate while one of your assault teams is being overwhelmed? Can you hold the line against multiple threats? Or are you the bottleneck that breaks when pressed from 2 directions simultaneously?" Yuji understood what they were doing. The invasion faction wasn't trying to win through direct force. They were trying to prove that she was the load-bearing failure point in the living world's defense. If she collapsed this gate, one assault team would die. If she tried to save that assault team, this gate would be reinforced, and the living world's momentum would stall. She held the Phantom Meridian unraveling work steady at the Great Gate's core, maintaining the collapse pressure while simultaneously extending her perception across the 100-mile radius to the conventional gate that was being reinforced. Then she made a choice. "Gue Mienzi," she said to the ghost presence that was hovering at the edge of perception. "Can you reach the Ghost Rebellion remnants?" "Yes," Gue Mienzi's presence answered immediately. "Tell them the cavalry charge isn't coming. The assault team at the Western Gate is alone, and they know it. Tell them they need to complete their work or die trying. Tell them this gate's collapse buys us the foothold we need to stabilize the defense line for the next month. Tell them their sacrifice means something." She felt the message carry through the Ghost Realm's substrate, reaching the assault team through whatever channels Gue Mienzi maintained. The assault team's response came back through by Surin's communication talisman. Asterisk message received. "We'll finish the work or we won't leave." Asterisk Yuji felt the moment the assault team accepted the reality. The resignation. The resolution. The clarity that came from knowing exactly what was required and what the cost would be. She redoubled her unraveling pressure on the Great Gate's core. The structure screamed as it fractured. The Ghost Realm soldiers at the Western Gate threw everything they had at the assault team, and the assault team threw everything back. The casualty toll climbed. 30 soldiers became 15 became 8. The Great Gate collapsed. The Judge of Passage and Judge of Memory felt the collapse ripple through the infrastructure, and they shifted tactics immediately, pulling power from the Ghost Realm, trying to stabilize the structure. It was too late. Yuji had already shattered the core. The gate's fundamental architecture was failing. Trying to stabilize it now would require personal intervention, which would draw the judges' direct power away from their strategic positioning. They made the calculation and stepped back instead. The Great Gate of Echoes collapsed in on itself. The Ghost Realm's pressure that had been flowing through that gate abruptly cut off, and Yuji felt the veil's substrate equilibrium shift as the counterpressure systems automatically adjusted. 3 gate collapses confirmed from the other assault teams. 1 gate reinforced and holding. The initial invasion push had been blunted, but the cost was evident in the casualty reports that started coming through. 97 soldiers dead at the Western Gate, 73 at other sites. The Ghost Rebellion was wounded. The coalition was shaken, and the 3 pale judges were still present in the living world. Chapter 83. The invasion moved into a new phase in the days following the coordinated gate assault. The momentum of the initial 5-gate invasion push had been disrupted, but the judges had pulled back and shifted to what Yuji recognized as a consolidation strategy. 4 of the 5 breach gates had been destroyed. The remaining gate, the one reinforced during the assault, held open, and the Parliament's military infrastructure began flowing supplies through that single point instead of distributing across 5. The invasion force that had poured unchecked through the broken gates had to funnel through a single passage, which created bottlenecks, but also forced the living world's coalition to concentrate its defensive efforts. The Parliament was essentially saying, if you can defend 1 gate, you still lose, because that one gate is enough. 3 more cities fell in the week following the coalition assault. The refugee streams multiplied. The inland provinces began constructing emergency shelters for the displaced population. The military supply lines that had been stretched thin became non-functional. Luo Qianin arrived at the fortress compound where Yuji was coordinating the Veil maintenance work, carrying a bundle of alchemical supplies that had survived the eastward evacuation. The field hospital is 3 miles outside the city, Luo Qianin said without preamble. We're receiving wounded at a rate we can't process. The ghostly corruption in their wounds is worse than anything we've treated before. It's not just death chi contamination, it's systematic degradation of their life force structure. They're not just wounded. They're being slowly converted into hybrid entities that exist between life and death. Yuji looked up from the substrate monitoring work. The judge of passage. He's using his control over boundaries to strip away the distinction between living and dead for the wounded soldiers. It makes them unable to be healed by conventional methods. Yes, and I don't have alchemical formulas for reverse boundary conversion, Luo Qianin said. This is beyond my current knowledge. I'm treating symptoms, stabilizing the corruption, preventing the full conversion, but I'm not fixing the underlying cause. Can you stabilize them until we can figure out a solution? Maybe 30% of them. The others are going to cross the boundary regardless. Luo Qianin's voice was steady, but Yuji could see the exhaustion in the set of her shoulders. I need you to fix the gates, Yuji. I can't fix the people if the invasion doesn't stop. Yuji stood and moved to the fortress window that overlooked the city. Baisurin is planning an assault on the remaining gate, she said. But it's fortified now. The judges are clearly expecting it. Then you need to find another approach. Attack from a direction they're not expecting. Use your Revenant Bridge authority to do something the conventional military approach can't accomplish. The direct assault on the Judge of Passage failed. The Ghost Rebellion was shattered, and General Shinwuji is comatose from power drain. If I try another direct approach, then you'll fail differently, Luo Qianin said. Which might be exactly what you need. Failure teaches you what the judges aren't prepared for. It was the kind of thing Luo Qianin said, direct, practical, rooted in the reality that sometimes the only way through an impasse was to accept the cost of learning through loss. Meanwhile, Zhang Haochen was reporting from the central defense sector that the Ghost Army was beginning to press toward the interior provinces. The first phase of the invasion, with the 5-gate push, had been about establishing a beachhead. This second phase was about consolidation and expansion. They're not trying to conquer all the territory at once, Zhang Haochen said at the evening military council. They're using a pressure and hold strategy. Push into new territory, establish supply lines, then hold while building infrastructure. It's a standard military campaign, which means it's predictable, which also means it's going to take 6 months minimum to exhaust the Ghost Army's resources. We don't have 6 months, Baisurin said. The Veil's deterioration rate is increasing. Every day the invasion continues, the barrier gets weaker. If we can't stop the invasion within 4 weeks, the Veil's structural integrity is going to reach failure threshold regardless of what we do with the breach gates. What about the Netherworld King's counterpressure? One of the commanders asked. Yuji's contact point arrangement with him was supposed to be providing maintenance capacity. It is, Yuji said. But the counterpressure is being consumed faster than it can be replenished. The invasion is creating spiritual energy pressure that the counterpressure systems can't entirely absorb. We're holding at critical margins, but we're losing ground. The military council devolved into tactical planning that Yuji recognized as fundamentally inadequate. They were operating under the assumption that the invasion could be stopped through conventional force. They were planning defensive campaigns without understanding that the real battle wasn't about holding territory. The real battle was about the Veil itself. She left the council session early and went to find Pei Zhaoling, who had been coordinating supply routes and casualty evacuations. I need you to get arrested, she said without preamble. Pei Zhaoling looked up from the supply manifest he'd been reviewing. Elaborate on that, he said. The Judge of Passage controls passage. Movement between regions, movement between realms, movement between states of being. If I want to understand how he operates, I need to experience his power directly. If I get captured, genuinely captured, not escaping, but held, I'll be able to perceive the mechanics of his boundary control from inside the system. That's a catastrophic plan, Pei Zhaoling said flatly. Getting captured by a phantom throne entity is not survivable. I won't be captured, Yuji said. I'll allow myself to be captured, which means I'll be conscious and able to observe the mechanism while it's being applied. And if you can't get free, then you'll know I failed and you can make decisions accordingly. Yuji paused. Actually, before I start the plan, I need you to get captured. I need to see what happens when the judge processes a living cultivator through his power. I need to know the procedure, the time frame, the specific technique signatures. I hate this plan, Pei Xiaoling said. But I understand why you're asking. Give me the details, and I'll make sure you can reach me after capture. It took 3 days to arrange. Pei Xiaoling was captured during a deliberately exposed supply run, his escort deliberately insufficient. The Judge of Passage's forces took him to the fortress that had been established in the eastern province as the parliament's command center. Yuji felt the capture through the substrate relay, and she felt the moment the Judge of Passage began applying his boundary stripping technique to Pei Xiaoling's form. The technique was exquisite in its specificity. It didn't attack the body or the life force directly. Instead, it attacked the distinction between the two states, the boundary that defined Pei Xiaoling as a living cultivator rather than a ghost. By erasing that boundary, the judge could render Pei Xiaoling incapable of moving between realms, incapable of accessing certain techniques that required living world anchoring, essentially transforming him into a hybrid entity that served the parliament's purposes while remaining conscious of what he'd been. It took approximately 6 hours for the boundary stripping process to complete. By the end, Pei Xiaoling was still Pei Xiaoling, but he was also something else. He still had his consciousness, his memories, his personality. But the fundamental distinction between his living nature and his ghost realm nature was gone. He was passage-capable now. He could move between the states that other cultivators couldn't cross. And that was when Yuji moved. She wasn't at the military compound. She was already at the eastern provinces, having moved quietly through the substrate in revenant bridge travel, using the counterpressure relay points to mask her movement from the parliament's sensing arrays. She reached the fortress where Pei Xiaoling was held, and she allowed herself to be detected by the perimeter guard. The capture was simple. The Judge of Passage's forces were ready for her, as though they'd been expecting exactly this sequence of events. They surrounded her with overwhelming force and brought her to the central chamber where the judge was holding Pei Xiaoling. "Ah," Judge of Passage said when she arrived. "The Netherworld King's puppet comes to offer itself." "I'm not offering anything," Yuji said. "I'm taking Pei Xiaoling back." She reached toward him, extending her phantom meridians, trying to establish a connection that would let her break the boundary stripping technique's hold on his consciousness. The Judge of Passage moved, and everything changed. His power surrounded her, and she felt the boundaries between her states beginning to strip away. But she'd been expecting this. She'd prepared for it. She let the boundary stripping begin, but she didn't resist. Instead, she observed. She absorbed the frequency signatures. She traced the specific meridian pathways that the judge was using to apply the technique. She mapped the exact sequence of energy redistribution that created the state of passage capability. And while the judge was focused on her, Pei Xiaoling moved. He didn't escape. He couldn't, not with the judge's attention diverted, but still maintained. Instead, he did what Yuji had asked him to do before he allowed himself to be captured. He transmitted everything he'd experienced during the boundary stripping process directly into Yuji's phantom meridians, using the passage capability that the judge had just created in him. The knowledge flooded into her. 6 hours of experience compressed into seconds. The exact technique structure, the frequency signatures, the specific counter-applications that could disrupt the process. Yuji opened her eyes in her mind and began reversing the boundary stripping that was being applied to her, using the exact knowledge she'd just received from Pei Xiaoling's forced experience. The Judge of Passage felt the reversal and shifted his technique application, trying to accelerate the boundary stripping to prevent the counter-application from taking effect. But Yuji had already begun the reversal, and she had the knowledge of how the technique worked, because she'd absorbed it directly from its victim. She rebuilt the boundaries between her living state and her death state, and she did it faster than the judge could strip them away. She pulled free from the judge's power, grabbed Pei Xiaoling, and extended her revenant bridge connection to its maximum capacity. For a moment, she existed in both realms fully, and she used that state to create a passage outside the fortress's containment field. They fell through the boundary between realms and came up outside the structure, gasping. "You were captured intentionally," Pei Xiaoling said, still processing what had happened. "You absorbed the boundary stripping technique by experiencing it." "Yes," Yuji said, "and now I can counter it. Now I know exactly how the Judge of Passage works." Behind them, the fortress was in chaos. The Judge of Passage had felt his technique reversals, and he was beginning to understand that Yuji had learned his methodology by capturing it from the inside. That understanding would be exactly wrong, but it would serve Yuji's purposes. Let him believe that she'd stolen his technique. Let him prepare defenses against that belief. Because the reality was far more complex, and her real advantage was far more subtle. Chapter 84 The rescue of Pei Xiaoling and the subsequent escape from the Judge of Passage's fortress marked a turning point in Yuji's understanding of the conflict, but it also created an urgent new crisis. The judge had not been inactive while Pei Xiaoling was imprisoned. In the 6 hours that Yuji had spent positioning herself to rescue him, the parliament's forces had been moving across the eastern provinces in a coordinated sweep. Surin was the one who found Yuji as she was recovering from the Ghost Realm passage work. "We have a problem," she said without preamble. "The Judge of Memory has taken prisoners. Not soldiers, civilians from the evacuation streams. Thousands of them." Yuji felt something drop in her chest. "Where?" "The underground vault system beneath the City of Eternal Rest. Oldwin was managing the civilian shelter operations there. The judge's forces breached the shelter system and captured most of the population, approximately 4,000 people in total. The City of Eternal Rest, where Yuji had spent her entire life until she'd entered cultivation, where the grave keepers maintained the mausoleums of ancient practitioners, where the most concentrated death chi in the region flowed. "Why there?" Yuji asked, though she suspected she already knew the answer. "The city is a junction point for the substrate relay system," Surin said. "The judge is using the captured civilians as anchors for a memory extraction operation. He's building a collection. The parliament wants to preserve the memories of the living world's most experienced cultivators, their techniques, their knowledge, their methodologies, before the invasion consumes them entirely. He's creating a library," Yuji said. "Yes, and he's using civilians as the anchoring nodes for the collection structure." The Judge of Memory was not trying to kill the civilians. He was using them as components in a larger system. It was almost worse than direct execution, because it suggested the parliament had plans beyond simple conquest. "Mobilize the rescue teams," Yuji said. "We move now." "We don't have the military capacity," Surin said. "The Judge of Memory is operating from the City of Eternal Rest now, and he's reinforced the vault system with approximately 2,000 ghost soldiers. Direct assault would likely result in mass civilian casualties and the destruction of the collection infrastructure, which would cause the judge to activate whatever failsafe system he's put in place to prevent the collection from being seized. Then we go stealth," Yuji said. "Small team, revenant bridge insertion, surgical extraction. That's not how rescue operations work against Phantom Throne entities." "It's not," Yuji agreed. "But the Judge of Memory doesn't expect a stealth operation. He expects direct military assault, which is what he's prepared for. We'll use his preparation against him." She assembled a team of 6. Herself, Pei Xiaoling, Jiang Haochen, Gui Mianzi, whose Ghost Realm connection would be crucial for navigation. A young alchemist named Zhou Lin who Luo Qianin had trained in rapid healing formulas, and an older gravekeeper named Chen Wei who had worked in the City of Eternal Rest before the invasion and knew the vault system's layout. They entered the City of Eternal Rest through the substrate relay network, using the counter-pressure points to mask their passage from the parliament's sensing arrays. The city was transformed by the invasion presence. The peaceful mausoleums now occupied by ghost soldiers, the quiet gravekeeper compounds now converted into military staging points. "The vault system is beneath the old burial complex," Chunwei whispered as they moved through the shadows. "The judge has set up his collection chamber in the lowest level, where the concentration of death chi is strongest." They descended through levels of ancient stone, following passages that Chunwei navigated by memory and Gui Mianzi sensed through Ghost Realm perception. The death chi got progressively heavier, a pressure that would have been debilitating to any normal cultivator. Yuji held her revenant bridge state, both realms fully present, and moved forward. The collection chamber was exactly what Surin had described. Thousands of civilians were arranged in concentric circles, each one connected by glowing threads of Ghost Realm energy to a central collection node. The Judge of Memory stood at the center, drawing memories from the prisoners in a steady, methodical process. The sight of it was worse than any battlefield. Yuji stepped forward, and the Judge of Memory felt her presence immediately. "Ah," he said without looking away from the memory extraction work. "The Netherworld King's favorite cultivator comes to complicate matters. I had wondered whether you would prioritize your military responsibilities or your emotional attachments. You've chosen attachments. How deliciously predictable." "Release the prisoners," Yuji said. "No. Then I will destroy the collection apparatus," Yuji said. "You will try," Judge of Memory said. "And in the process, the fail-safe mechanisms I've installed will activate, and every prisoner in this chamber will have their memories fully erased. Not selectively extracted, like this current operation. Erased without remainder. Every memory, every skill, every moment of consciousness they've ever possessed, gone. They will exist in a state of permanent blankness, aware, but without identity. Aware, but without continuity. They will wander for the rest of their lives, wondering who they are. Yuji held this calculation. If she attacked the collection apparatus, she would cause mass permanent psychological destruction to 4,000 people. If she didn't attack, the judge of memory would continue extracting their memories, slowly converting them into a living library of the living world's cultivator knowledge. There is another option, Goei Mienzi said from the shadow beside her. The memories the judge has already extracted are stored in the apparatus. If we could interrupt the collection process without triggering the failsafe, we could access the stored memories and scatter them back to their original owners. It would restore them fully. It would also require someone to be inside the apparatus when the interruption happens, Judge of Memory said, still not looking away from his work. The apparatus is a ghost realm structure anchored in the physical world through the prisoners. Interrupting it from within would require entering the apparatus core and breaking the anchor from the inside. Whoever does that work would be exposed to the full confluence of thousands of extracted memories being released simultaneously. The human mind cannot process that volume of uncontextualized memory. They would be destroyed by the flood. I'll do it, Yuji said. Then move forward, Judge of Memory said. And let us see what happens to the Netherworld King's favorite puppet when faced with a problem that cannot be solved without personal sacrifice. Yuji advanced toward the apparatus core, Zhang Haochen moving with her. No, she said to him. I need you here. Protect the team if the judge moves. Zhang Haochen didn't argue. He took position at the chamber's main passage entrance and drew his sword, a clear statement that he would hold the position regardless of cost. Yuji approached the apparatus core, a structure of crystalline memory anchors, each one glowing with captured consciousness. She felt the pull of the judge's attention as she got close. She felt the weight of the collection system, thousands of lives suspended, aware but unable to think, unable to act, existing only to be harvested. She reached into the apparatus core. The collected memories hit her like a physical force. She was drowning in thoughts that weren't hers. Terror from a merchant who'd seen a city fall, love from a soldier for a family member far away, resignation from an elderly cultivator who'd given up hope, desperation from a young healer trying to save lives they couldn't save. All of it, pressing into her consciousness simultaneously, trying to override her own identity, trying to consume her awareness. She felt herself fragmenting under the pressure. Then Pei Xiaoling reached into the apparatus after her, and he grabbed her hand. His presence anchored her. His consciousness, familiar and solid, gave her something to hold on to when her own sense of self was being shattered. Not alone, Pei Xiaoling said, and his clarity cut through the chaos. You don't suffer this alone. Jolin moved next. She entered the apparatus and began channeling healing formulas directly into the memory stream, not trying to counteract the pressure, but creating structures within the chaos that made it manageable. The memories were still overwhelming, but they were no longer random. They were organized. They had pathways. Goei Mienzi extended his ghost realm perception into the apparatus core and began pulling memories back toward their original owners. It was like reversing a tide. It was like teaching water to flow uphill. But it was working. Yuji felt the memory extraction process halting. The judge of memory felt it too, and he tried to activate the failsafe. Nothing happened, because Zhang Haochen had moved the moment Yuji entered the apparatus core. He'd run across the collection chamber floor, his sword drawn, and he'd severed the connection between the failsafe mechanism and the apparatus core. The failsafe could activate, but it had no effect. The judge of memory realized what had happened, and he released his focus on the memory extraction entirely. He pivoted, his form blurring, moving toward Zhang Haochen with speed that betrayed his phantom throne ranking. Yuji felt him moving. She felt the threat to Zhang Haochen's life, and she moved faster than she'd ever moved before, pulling herself and Pei Xiaoling free from the apparatus core as the collected memories finally scattered back to their owners. For thousands, civilians gasped in unison as their consciousness returned to them. The judge of memory found Yuji between him and Zhang Haochen, her phantom meridians blazing, her revenant bridge state fully manifested. You've made a choice, the judge of memory said. The attachment to your allies over the military objective. That choice has consequences. Yes, Yuji said. It does. She drew on every technique she'd learned, every fragment of dead cultivators' arts she'd absorbed into her phantom meridians. She threw everything at the judge of memory, not trying to win but trying to slow him, trying to give the team time to extract the civilians from the chamber. The judge of memory was phantom throne rank. She was revenant bridge. She couldn't win, but she didn't have to win. She just had to hold long enough. Goei Mienzi was already herding the civilians toward the passage. Pei Xiaoling was helping them move, stabilizing the ones who were disoriented from the memory restoration. Zhou Lin was providing immediate healing support. Zhang Haochen was preparing to defend the escape route. Chen Wei was already moving ahead, creating safe passage through the vault system. Yuji felt the moment the last civilian cleared the collection chamber. She disengaged from the judge of memory and ran. The judge didn't pursue immediately. He stood in his chamber, looking at his destroyed collection apparatus, his half-completed memory extraction project scattered to useless remnants. "The king will hear of this," he said to Yuji as she fled. "He will hear that his favorite puppet values attachment over strategy. That information is itself a valuable piece of the collection." Yuji didn't respond. She ran, and behind her, Zhang Haochen sealed the vault chamber entrance with a collapsed charge that sent tons of stone down to block the passage. It wouldn't hold the judge for long, but it would hold long enough. Chapter 85. The rescue of the civilians from the City of Eternal Rest was simultaneously a complete victory and a catastrophic revelation. 4,000 people had been freed from the memory extraction apparatus. That much was clear. They were alive, conscious, their identities restored. The Judge of Memory's collection project had been disrupted, but the mechanism of the collection itself, the fact that it existed, the sophistication of its architecture, the explicit nature of the Parliament's knowledge about cultivator techniques that it had been designed to extract, pointed to something far more significant than a military invasion. "They're preparing for integration," Bai Surin said as Yuji sat with her in the temporary command center. "The invasion isn't about conquest. It's about assimilation. The Parliament wants to understand how living world cultivation works so thoroughly that they can integrate our cultivators into their own system, not as conquerors to be resisted, but as components that have been fully documented and can be reabsorbed into the Parliament's institutional structure. They're treating it like a study operation," Yuji said. "Yes, which means the military phase of the invasion is secondary. The real goal is information acquisition. The breach gates are just the beginning of a process that, if it succeeds, would eliminate the distinction between living world cultivation and ghost realm cultivation. They would merge. We would all become something neither living nor dead." Yuji considered this through several minutes of silence. "There's something else," Bai Surin said. "The survivors from the collection chamber have been describing what they experienced while their memories were being extracted. They say the Judge of Memory was asking specific questions about the source of phantom Meridian techniques, about the ancestral lineage of the cultivators he was interviewing, about a specific bloodline marker that appears in the most powerful practitioners across living world history." "Bloodline marker?" Yuji said. "Yes. The survivors say the judge was very interested in practitioners who possessed a specific ancestral line, practitioners who carried the Shun name." Yuji felt something settle in her chest, a recognition that something she'd suspected was now confirmed. "They're looking for me specifically," she said. "Not just you," Bai Surin said. "They're looking for a lineage. Your lineage. But you in particular." "Yes." The memory extraction questions were systematically designed to find cultivators connected to phantom Meridian technique development. "Connected to you. Because I'm what they're actually after," Yuji said. "The invasion, the breach gates, the military pressure, it's all a distraction from the real goal. They want me specifically." "The vessel protocol," Pei Zhaoling said from the chamber entrance. He'd been standing quietly, absorbing the conversation, waiting for the right moment to contribute. "The Judge of Passage mentioned it when I was captured. He said the Netherworld King has been developing a protocol for containing his consciousness in another body. A living body with phantom meridians. A Shun descendant." Yuji stood and walked to the window that overlooked the city. The invasion had reached this point now. It was no longer about conquering territories or destroying the barrier. It was about extracting her from the living world and delivering her to the Netherworld King. "I need to know the full scope of this," she said. "Everything the survivors remember about the memory extraction questions. Everything the Judge of Memory was specifically asking about. I need to understand what they've learned about me, about my lineage, about the Phantom Meridian system itself." Luo Qianin arrived in the command center an hour later, having been pulled from the field hospital by Surin's summons. She listened to the briefing with the same focused intensity she brought to alchemical problems. "The memory extraction wasn't just about stealing cultivator knowledge," she said when the briefing was complete. "It was about mapping the genealogy of Phantom Meridian development. If the judges now understand how Phantom Meridians work on a systematic level, and if they understand that the mechanism is connected to a specific bloodline, then they have the information they need to start their integration process." "Which means we're moving into a new phase," Bai Surin said. "The military invasion becomes a holding action. The real assault is going to be targeted specifically at Yuji. The judges will try to isolate her and extract her. We need to establish a protective perimeter around her immediately." "No," Yuji said. The word landed with weight in the chamber. Everyone turned toward her. No protective perimeter, Yuji said. If I go into hiding, or if I establish defensive positions around myself, I become a vulnerability point for everyone near me. The judges will assault those positions to reach me, and people will die trying to protect me. That's exactly what they're hoping you'll do. Make yourself vulnerable to avoid harm to others, Luo Qianyin said. That's an emotional manipulation, Yuji. Don't fall into it. It's not manipulation if it's true, Yuji said. I have phantom meridians. I have capabilities that most living world cultivators don't have. If the judges are coming for me, I need to be where I can confront them directly, not hidden behind defensive lines. You're not strong enough to face a phantom throne entity alone, Jiang Haochen said flatly. You're not strong enough to face 3 of them. Strategy matters more than courage here. Then we change the strategy entirely, Yuji said. We stop trying to defend against the invasion. We go on the offensive. We take the fight to the parliament itself. Pei Zhaoling understood what she was suggesting immediately. You want to enter the ghost realm? Yes, Yuji said. The judges have been operating from a position of strength because they are in a territory where they have institutional support. If I enter the ghost realm directly, I'm operating from my position of strength. My phantom meridians are more capable there than they are in the living world. And I'm on terrain where my counter-pressure arrangement with the Netherworld King gives me advantages the judges can't access. You'd be alone, Bai Suren said. Surrounded by ghost realm entities who are fundamentally opposed to your survival. Not alone, Pei Zhaoling said. She'd have me. I was boundary stripped by the Judge of Passage. I exist between states now. I can operate in ghost realm conditions as easily as in the living world. You'd still be outnumbered and outranked, Jiang Haochen said. Yes, Yuji said. But I'd be fighting on my terms, in my environment, using my capabilities instead of trying to defend against someone else's assault. That's the change in strategy I'm proposing. Luo Qianyin reached across the distance between them and took Yuji's hand. If you go into the ghost realm, she said quietly, you need to come back. You need to remember that the living world has a claim on you too. You have people here who need you. Yuji held the connection. I'm going to go into the ghost realm, she said. Not to hide, not to run, but to fight where the fighting matters most. And I'm coming back. I'm going to settle this. It was the kind of simple commitment that could only be made after everything had become genuinely clear. The decision to enter the ghost realm meant that the next phase of the conflict would take place in territory where Yuji had less structural support, but far more capability. It meant leaving the living world's defense to the Continental Coalition, trusting Jiang Haochen and Bai Suren to hold the lines against the invasion force. It meant that the real battle, the essential confrontation, would happen not between armies, but between cultivators, in the space between life and death. And it meant that whatever the vessel protocol was, whatever the Netherworld King's true intentions were, Yuji would confront it directly. But before she could do any of that, she needed to understand something that still eluded her. Why the Parliament wanted her specifically. What made her different from the other Phantom Meridian cultivators across history? What had made her the one they decided to invest all this effort in capturing? The answer to that question was waiting in the ghost realm itself. Chapter 86 The Weight of Destiny is not something that settles on you in a single moment. It accumulates across thousands of moments, each one adding a layer, until eventually you wake up and realize you're carrying something so heavy that you're not sure when you started bearing it at all. Yuji sat alone in the fortress library, which had once held texts on cultivator history, philosophy, and technique, and was now mostly empty, the books carried away or destroyed in the early phases of the invasion. In the silence of the empty shelves, she tried to reconstruct the understanding of what she'd become. The Netherworld King, who had been a cultivator, who had been mortal, who had created the veil and been imprisoned by it, had seeded his bloodline through the living world across centuries. The Shen family line existed because of him. It persisted because of deliberate cultivation genetic strategy, likely involving Parliament agents working inside the living world to ensure specific bloodline crossings happened, specific heirs were born. And she was the natural endpoint of that strategy. The 12th Phantom Meridian cultivator. The one who, according to some prophecy she still didn't fully understand, would either seal the veil permanently or shatter it entirely. There was no third option. There was no outcome where she remained neutral, remained outside the fundamental conflict between the realms. The invasion wasn't random. It was designed specifically to push her toward choosing. The judges weren't trying to capture her because they wanted her power. They were trying to capture her because the Netherworld King had finally reached a point of impatience. He wanted his heir, his vessel, his eventual replacement to be retrieved from the living world and brought into the ghost realm, where the real choice could be presented. I knew you'd be here, Luo Qianyin said from the library entrance. She'd moved quietly, but Yuji had felt her presence in the substrate for several minutes before she spoke. Where else would I be? Yuji said without turning from the window. Luo Qianyin came and stood beside her, not touching but present, her shoulder close enough that if either of them shifted slightly, they would be in contact. You're angry, Luo Qianyin said. Yes. You're angry that you don't have a choice. That you were born to this, shaped by forces older and more powerful than yourself toward a specific outcome. Yes, Yuji said again. That's reasonable, Luo Qianyin said. That anger is honest. It's also not going to change what's already happened. You were born to this. You were shaped toward it. And you exist now, aware, capable, and angry. The question is what you do with that combination of circumstances. I don't know what I'm supposed to do, Yuji said. Luo Qianyin was quiet for a long time. When she spoke, her voice was very steady. I don't know either, she said. I know you're capable. I know you're principled. I know you're trying to make good decisions under impossible circumstances. I know that whatever choice you make, I'm going to trust it, because you're one of the few people I've ever met who actually thinks deeply before acting. That's not enough, Yuji said. Thinking deeply doesn't solve anything if all the options are bad. No, Luo Qianyin said. But it means that when you do choose, the choice will be an honest one. Not made in panic. Not made in despair. Made with clarity about what's actually at stake. Yuji turned away from the window and looked at Luo Qianyin directly. If I go into the ghost realm, she said, I don't know if I'm going to come back changed. I don't know if I'm going to be able to resist the pull toward becoming the vessel, toward letting the netherworld king use my body as an access point to the living world. I don't know if the choice that seems clear to me now is going to make sense when I'm surrounded by ghost realm pressure and phantom throne entities are telling me that my purpose is to surrender to my destiny. I know all that, Luo Qianyin said. And you're still going to trust the choice I make? Yes, Luo Qianyin said. Because I've seen you make hard decisions before. I've seen you refuse paths that would have been easier because they would have cost other people. I've seen you choose pain over comfort when pain was the honest choice. That's the kind of person you are. That's going to matter in the ghost realm too. Yuji felt something loosen in her chest. Not the weight of destiny, but the crushing pressure of believing she had to face it alone. Come back, Luo Qianyin said. Not because I'm asking nicely. Not because it would make you happy. Come back because you need to see what happens next, and because there are people here who've decided that your life matters to them. And because you're one of the few people I've met who actually deserves to be alive for the beauty in the world as well as for the necessary conflicts. She was saying all the things that the person Yuji trusted most in the living world would say to her before she walked into existential danger. I'll come back, Yuji said. I'm going to settle this. They stood together in the empty library for a long time, not speaking, just being present to each other in the way that meant more than any words could convey. When Yuji finally turned to leave, Luo Qianyin was still there, a solid presence, a reminder that the living world existed and was worth returning to. Chapter 87 The coordinated counteroffensive began at midnight on the 7th day after the rescue of the civilians from the collection chamber. It was not designed to win. It was designed to create enough disruption that Yuji could move into the ghost realm undetected while the judge's attention was divided. Bai Surin led an assault on the remaining breach gate from the living world side, pushing with overwhelming force, her revenant bridge cultivation glowing like a beacon, drawing the judge of passage's complete attention. Jiang Haochen commanded the southern sector defense, launching coordinated strikes that made it clear the living world was going on the offensive rather than continuing to defend. Luo Qianyin's field hospitals transformed into advanced alchemical warfare positions, releasing compounds that didn't kill ghost soldiers but disrupted their formation coordination and forced the invasion army to slow its advance. Pei Xiaoling, operating from his boundary-stripped state, moved through the spaces between living world positions and ghost realm positions, carrying intelligence, disrupting supply lines, making it clear that the Parliament's operational infrastructure was vulnerable. In the chaos, Yuji moved. She didn't try to hide. She walked directly toward the Great Gate of Echoes, the gate they destroyed days earlier. The destruction had been partial. The gate's core had collapsed, but the physical structure of the passage still existed, a wound in the veil that was still technically open, still technically passable if you knew how to navigate it correctly. Gue Mianzi was waiting at the gate's threshold. The chaos is going to last maybe 6 hours, he said as Yuji arrived. After that, the judges will realize that this is a distraction assault, not a genuine military threat, and they'll focus their attention back inward. You need to be through the gate and far enough into Ghost Realm territory that they can't trace you immediately. I'm ready, Yuji said. She extended her phantom meridians fully, and they blazed with silver-white light in the darkness. She could feel the living world at her back, by Surin's determined assault on the breach gate, Jiang Haochen's tactical brilliance holding the southern positions, Luo Qianin's alchemical innovations keeping the invasion army fragmented, Pei Xiaoling's presence anchoring the edges of the defensive perimeter. Then she turned toward the gate and stepped through. The passage through the destroyed gate was like moving through the transition between dreaming and waking. She was partially alive and partially dead, moving through a space where neither state was fully real. The destruction of the gate's core had left the structure unstable. She could feel it fragmenting around her as she passed through. She emerged into the ghost realm, and everything changed. The living world fell away behind her like a memory of something that had happened to someone else. The ghost realm surrounded her fully, a landscape of twilight and shadow, where distance was measured in spiritual resonance rather than physical space, where the fundamental rules of existence were written in frequencies and harmonics rather than physics. Gui Mianzi was with her, his form becoming more solid as they entered deeper into ghost realm territory. The Twilight Court is maintaining perimeter security around the major gate positions, he said. But there are passages deeper into the ghost realm that the invasion faction hasn't fully secured. If we move through the Eastern Undercroft network, we can reach the Spectre Threshold, a boundary that separates the Parliament's controlled territories from the deeper spirit realm. Where is the Netherworld King? Yuji asked. In the Twilight Court, which is in the Parliament's controlled territory. You can't reach him directly without being captured by the invasion faction first. But the Spectre Threshold is where cultivators who exist between states, like you now, like the Netherworld King once was, maintain their alternative power centers. The Eternal Meridian cultivator, the one whose techniques you've been absorbing, maintained a significant repository at the threshold. If you can reach it, you can access knowledge and capabilities that even the judges won't be prepared for. The Eternal Meridian cultivator, Yuji said. The Zeroth Phantom Meridian cultivator. The one who seeded the Phantom Meridian technique across all the lineages. Yes, Gui Mianzi said. The Netherworld King's predecessor, or perhaps his predecessor's predecessor. The one who understood Phantom Meridians deeply enough to create a system, not just a capability. They moved deeper into the ghost realm, and Yuji felt the weight of it pressing against her consciousness. The ghost realm was not hostile, not exactly, but it was fundamentally alien to a consciousness that had grown up in the living world. Every moment, every breath, every thought took effort. The substrate was trying to absorb her, to integrate her into the ghost realm structure, to make her something other than what she was. She held her identity steady through force of will and Phantom Meridian discipline. She thought of Luo Qianin's words, of the commitment to come back, of the need to see what happened next. The journey through the Eastern Undercroft took what felt like hours. The passages were narrow, carved through ghost realm substrate by travelers who'd gone before, marked with resonance patterns that Gui Mianzi recognized and used to navigate. They emerged finally into a vast chamber, the Spectre Threshold. It was a space that existed partially in the ghost realm and partially in something deeper, something older. The walls were carved with techniques and patterns that Yuji recognized. The same techniques she'd been absorbing through her Phantom Meridians, the same patterns that formed the basis of her cultivation system. The Eternal Meridian cultivator's legacy, Gui Mianzi said. Everything the cultivator learned about Phantom Meridians, everything they discovered about the boundary between life and death, everything they created to give others access to the power, it's all recorded here. Yuji approached the nearest wall and placed her hand against it. The moment her skin made contact, the chamber flooded her perception with knowledge. She saw a cultivator from 10,000 years ago, the first person to discover that Phantom Meridians could exist, the first person to understand that by anchoring consciousness in both the living world and the ghost realm simultaneously, a cultivator could create access to techniques and power that should not have been possible. She saw that cultivator develop the system, refine it, teach it to others. She saw the bloodline spread through the living world. She saw the Netherworld King take that knowledge and corrupt it, turning it into a tool for his own escape attempt. She saw the consequences, every Phantom Meridian cultivator before her, struggling with the same fundamental question: how do you use power that threatens your own existence? And she saw the Eternal Meridian cultivator's final answer. The cultivator who created Phantom Meridians understood something crucial, Yuji said, still holding the connection to the wall. They understood that the real power wasn't in the techniques themselves. The real power was in the choice to maintain balance despite the pressure toward corruption. They built the Phantom Meridian system specifically to create cultivators who had to make that choice, again and again, every time they absorbed a new technique. Yes, Gui Mianzi said. That was the design. Not a power system meant to create invincible warriors. A power system meant to create people capable of holding complexity and responsibility without breaking. Yuji withdrew her hand from the wall, and the flood of knowledge began to settle into her phantom meridians, integrating with everything else she'd absorbed. She understood now why the Netherworld King wanted her specifically. She understood why the Parliament had been building toward this moment. She understood what the Vessel Protocol was trying to accomplish. And she understood that the only way to stop it was to become something more dangerous than the Protocol had ever anticipated. Chapter 88. Entering the Ghost Realm through a destroyed gate was one thing. Moving through Ghost Realm territory toward direct confrontation with the judges was another. Yuji felt the invasion faction's military infrastructure the moment she began moving deeper toward the Parliament's controlled territories. The ghost soldiers didn't see her immediately. Guei Mianzi was guiding them through perimeter gaps, through territories where the sensing arrays were less developed, but she could feel the pressure of the occupation. The Ghost Realm had been transformed by the invasion faction's deployment. What should have been a layered landscape of different spiritual frequencies, different cultivator territories, different neutral zones, had been compressed into a military hierarchy. The invasion faction was consolidating control, establishing the infrastructure they would need to maintain the invasion campaign indefinitely. They're preparing the Ghost Realm for long-term occupation of the living world, Yuji said as they moved through a passage that Guei Mianzi was keeping open through precise frequency manipulation. They're establishing a parallel military structure here so that they don't have to maintain everything through the breach gates. Yes, Guei Mianzi said. Which means that even if you destroy all the remaining gates, the invasion can continue because the Parliament's military infrastructure will be established here, and they can maintain it indefinitely. Which means the breach gates aren't the real target, Yuji said. The real target is the Netherworld King. If the opposition faction can keep him neutral, if they can force him to actually declare against the invasion, they have political leverage to stop the invasion faction. But if the king is captured or convinced to support the invasion, the opposition loses their power base entirely. Which is why they want you, Guei Mianzi said. As his vessel, you would commit him to the invasion. Your body, housing his consciousness, would give him direct access to both realms without needing the breach gates. He could command the invasion from within the living world's physical structure. They reached a sanctuary that Guei Mianzi had identified earlier, a neutral zone maintained by cultivators who operated outside the Parliament's direct control. The sanctuary was shielded from sensing arrays, protected by frequency barriers that had existed for centuries before the invasion began. Inside, there was time to rest, time to process. Yuji sat in the sanctuary's center chamber and let her consciousness settle. She'd been moving in high-stress conditions since entering the Ghost Realm, pushing through an environment that was fundamentally alien to her living world consciousness. The accumulated strain was beginning to show. You're fragmenting, Guei Mianzi said. It wasn't an accusation. It was an observation. Your consciousness is splintering from the effort of maintaining your identity in Ghost Realm conditions. You need to stabilize before you move forward. I don't have time to stabilize, Yuji said. The distraction assault in the living world is going to collapse soon. When it does, the judges will focus their attention back inward, and they'll realize I've entered the Ghost Realm. Yes, Guei Mianzi said. Which means you have maybe 4 hours to establish a position before they come looking for you. But if you go forward in your current state, you'll be captured or destroyed before you reach that position. The fragmentation will make you vulnerable to every mental assault they have. He was right. Yuji could feel the strain in her consciousness, the way her attention was beginning to split across multiple threads, the way her sense of continuity was fragmenting under the pressure of maintaining her identity in Ghost Realm conditions. She needed to stabilize. But stabilization required something she'd learned from by Surin's transferred knowledge, a technique for consolidating consciousness when it began to fragment. It was called the living anchor. Yuji had absorbed fragments of the technique before, incorporated them into her phantom meridian system. But she'd never used the full version, the complete application that required anchoring yourself in both realms simultaneously while allowing the Ghost Realm to pressure you intensively. It was, essentially, a form of controlled death experience. I need to use the living anchor, she said to Guei Mianzi. That will take time, Guei Mianzi said. At least 2 hours. Maybe 3. Then we need to create a defensive perimeter while I work, Yuji said. Something that will hold off a casual search, but won't attract the kind of power that would trigger the judge's full attention. Guei Mianzi moved through the sanctuary, making adjustments to the frequency barriers, strengthening the shielding, creating zones that would reflect minor Ghost Realm sensing without creating the kind of power signature that would draw major military attention. Then Yuji began the living anchor work. She extended her consciousness into a state of deliberate exposure, opening herself to the ghost realm's pressure, letting the substrate press against her identity. It was terrifying and necessary. It was like stepping into an abyss and trusting that the abyss wouldn't swallow you fully. The ghost realm pressed in from all sides. She felt it trying to convince her that she belonged here, that the living world was the aberration, that surrendering to the ghost realm's nature was the path to peace. She held herself steady against that pressure. The living anchor technique required her to maintain awareness of both realms simultaneously while allowing the ghost realm to dominate. It required her to accept the weight of ghost realm energy, to integrate it into her consciousness without letting it override her identity. It was balance. It was resistance. It was choosing to remain herself despite everything trying to make her something else. Yuji felt the living anchor activate in her phantom meridians. The technique, drawn from the eternal meridian cultivator's knowledge, began consolidating her fragmenting consciousness. It wove the scattered threads of her awareness back together, not by forcing them into a unified whole, but by creating a structure that let them coexist without destabilizing each other. It took exactly 2 hours and 43 minutes. When she opened her eyes again, she was stable. Her consciousness was still operating in hostile conditions, still feeling the pressure of ghost realm reality, but it was coherent. It was unified. It was hers. Better, Gue Mianzi said. Much better, Yuji said. She stood, and for the first time since entering the ghost realm, she felt ready. Now we move toward confrontation. They left the sanctuary and began moving through ghost realm territory toward the Twilight Court's outer positions. Yuji didn't try to hide anymore. She moved with her phantom meridians fully manifested, broadcasting her presence clearly. I am here. I am Revenant Bridge. I am coming. It took 4 hours to reach the first checkpoint, the outer defense perimeter that the invasion faction had established. The ghost soldiers there recognized her immediately. They'd been briefed on her appearance, on her power signature, on exactly what to do if she manifested. They tried to capture her. Yuji didn't fight them. She flowed through their assault like water, using techniques she'd absorbed from the dead, from the eternal meridian cultivator's knowledge, from Bysurin's transferred understanding. She moved past them without harming them. They were soldiers following orders, not responsible for the invasion faction strategy. She kept moving deeper. Chapter 89. The Judge of Bone was waiting for her in the narrow pass between the Ghost Realm's secondary territories and the Twilight Court's outer approach. He'd positioned himself in a corridor where the Ghost Realm's pressure was thick, where death chi hung like a physical substance. It was terrain that favored his power, the dominion over remains, the control of the dead, the ability to animate every corpse within sight. And within sight, in this territory, the remains of 1,000 dead cultivators lay waiting for his command. Yuji, the Judge of Bones said, "You've come to give yourself to the Netherworld King." "I've come to break your formation," Yuji said. The Judge of Bones smiled, and the corpses around him began to move. They rose like puppets on strings, forming into constructs, giants of bone and dead flesh, towering above Yuji, moving with the precision of the Judge's will. There were hundreds of them, maybe thousands. The corridor filled with them. Yuji felt the pressure of so many animated corpses, so many remained stripped of autonomy and reanimated as weapons. It was exactly the kind of assault that should have destroyed a Revenant Bridge cultivator. But Yuji had spent her life around death. She'd been raised in a graveyard. She'd absorbed fragments of dead cultivators' techniques from the mausoleums themselves. And she'd just stabilized her consciousness using the living anchor, which meant she could operate in this death-saturated environment with clarity that the Judge of Bone had never anticipated. She drew on the spectral crucible techniques from a dead cultivator who'd specialized in cutting through ghost realm manifestations. She drew on knowledge from the eternal Meridian repository, techniques for severing the connections that bound consciousness to physical form. She moved through the corridor of corpses, and with each movement, she severed the control threads that the Judge of Bone was using to animate them. The constructs collapsed as their animation was cut. The corpses fell back to the ground, no longer moving, no longer weapons. The Judge of Bone realized what was happening, and he shifted his strategy. Instead of trying to control all the corpses simultaneously, he began to consolidate his power, gathering it all into a single massive form. A towering skeleton of compressed death chi, holding within itself the consciousness and the combat capability of the Judge himself. Yuji faced the construct. The Judge of Bone's true body was inside the skeleton, protected by layers of death chi and animating technique. "You cannot defeat me," the Judge of Bone said from within the skeletal form. I am Phantom Throne rank. I have been animating the dead for 10,000 years. My power is rooted in the fundamental nature of the ghost realm itself. You're right, Yuji said. I probably can't defeat you, but I can separate you from your technique. She used the knowledge from Bysurin's transferred consciousness, from the eternal Meridian cultivators' recorded wisdom, from the dead cultivators' absorbed fragments. She wove all of it together into a single unified technique, not an attack, but a severance. She cut the Judge of Bone off from the dead. The moment she did, the skeletal form collapsed. The animation collapsed. The Judge of Bone's consciousness, stripped of its connection to the corpses, was exposed. Yuji used that exposure to push him backward, down the corridor, away from the Twilight Court's outer approach. The judge didn't fight further. He withdrew, his power concentrated, his position compromised. Yuji let him go. She hadn't defeated him. He was still Phantom Throne rank, still dangerous. But she demonstrated that his primary technique had vulnerability, and that vulnerability was enough to make him cautious about direct engagement. She continued down the corridor toward the Twilight Court. Chapter 90. The Twilight Court's outer gates were guarded by the Judge of Passage and the Judge of Memory, working in triangular formation with administrative assistants she didn't recognize. The judges cannot hold the triangle without the Judge of Bone, Yuji said to Gue Mienzi as they approached. No, Gue Mienzi said. The formation amplifies their power. Separated, they have individual vulnerabilities. But they're still Phantom Throne rank, and they still have years of combat experience against cultivators far more powerful than you. Yuji didn't respond. She approached the gates directly, extending her Phantom Meridians fully, broadcasting her cultivation rank and her position. She wasn't trying to hide anymore. She wasn't trying to be tactical. She was showing them that she'd made her choice. The Judge of Passage felt her approach and stepped forward. You're offering yourself, he said. I'm offering myself to the Netherworld King, Yuji said. Not to the invasion faction. Not to the Parliament. To the King directly. That's the same thing, the Judge of Memory said. No, Yuji said. It isn't. She extended her consciousness through the substrate relay network, reaching out toward the Twilight Court's interior, toward the position where she could feel the Netherworld King's presence. The judges tried to stop her. The Judge of Passage moved to cut her off, but she used the technique she'd just learned from the Judge of Bone, the severance technique. She separated the Judge of Passage from his connection to the boundaries he usually controlled, rendering him temporarily blind to the passage network. The Judge of Memory tried to erase her memories, tried to strip away her consciousness of the path forward. But she'd already experienced memory erasure from within the apparatus in the City of Eternal Rest. She knew the frequency signatures. She knew how to resist. She pushed forward, and the judges fell back. Yuji entered the Twilight Court, and everything changed again. The Twilight Court was vast beyond measure, a space that seemed to contain multitudes, layered with centuries of ghost realm accumulation. The Netherworld King sat on a throne carved from obsidian and starlight, and his presence was suffocating in its magnitude. Yuji walked toward him, her Phantom Meridians blazing with silver-white light. So, the king said, his voice echoing through dimensions she didn't have names for. My heir finally comes to accept her birthright. I've come to have a conversation, Yuji said. Not to accept anything yet. Chapter 91. The Netherworld King stood from his throne as Yuji approached, and the sheer scale of his presence made her understand why the living world had been so eager to seal him away. He was not just powerful. He was fundamental. He was the core of everything the ghost realm represented. The inversion of life, the mirror of existence, the undying consequence of mortality itself. You understand what you are, the king said. It was not a question. I'm beginning to, Yuji said. You created Phantom Meridians. You created the system that your descendants have been cultivating. And you want me to become the vessel through which you can cross back into the living world. I want you to become what you were always meant to become, the king said. A bridge. A connection. The culmination of 10,000 years of careful genetic cultivation and strategic preparation. And if I refuse? Then the invasion continues, the king said. The judges continue their assault. The barrier continues to degrade. Eventually, the parliament will tear the barrier apart through sheer force of will and spiritual pressure, and the ghost realm will flood into the living world. The distinction between life and death will be erased. What remains will be neither one nor the other. Yuji held this assessment. She was beginning to understand the true scope of the conflict. The invasion wasn't about conquest. It was about forcing an outcome. Either she accepted the vessel protocol and allowed the king to cross into the living world through her body, or she refused and let the parliament succeed in destroying the barrier entirely. There's a third option, she said. There is not, the king said. Yes, there is, Yuji said. I seal the barrier. I use the knowledge I've acquired from the eternal Meridian cultivator, the knowledge that's embedded in every dead cultivator whose technique I've absorbed, and I seal the barrier so fully that you can't cross, and the Parliament can't tear it apart. You remain imprisoned. The ghost realm remains separate from the living world, and the invasion fails. You would trap me, the king said, and for the first time, Yuji heard emotion in his voice. Not anger. Something more complex than anger. Something that might have been resignation or understanding. Yes, Yuji said. I would trap you, because keeping you separated from the living world is the price of peace. It's the burden that I inherited, the cost of the Phantom Meridian system itself. The Netherworld King was quiet for a long moment. Your predecessor, he said finally, the Eternal Meridian Cultivator, made the same choice. She understood what I wanted. She understood the plan. And she spent her life developing a system that would create cultivators capable of refusing me, capable of choosing sealing over possession. I know, Yuji said. I've seen her knowledge. I understand what she was doing. Then you understand that you're not the first to face this choice. And you understand that making this choice means accepting the burden of maintaining the seal. The barrier will require active maintenance, active counterpressure, active effort from cultivators in the living world for potentially centuries to come. I know, Yuji said. And I accept that. The Netherworld King descended from his throne and approached Yuji directly. He was vastly more powerful than her. He could have destroyed her with a thought. Instead, he looked at her with something that might have been affection. You're stronger than I was, he said. I sought escape from imprisonment. You accept the burden of imprisonment so that others can remain free. It's a different kind of power. He reached out, and for a moment Yuji thought he was going to destroy her after all. Instead, he placed his hand on her forehead, and the knowledge of 10,000 years flooded into her phantom meridians. Chapter 92. The knowledge transfer from the Netherworld King was different from anything Yuji had experienced before. It wasn't just techniques or memory fragments. It was understanding, deep, foundational comprehension of how phantom meridians actually worked, why the system existed, what its original purpose had been. She saw the first cultivator who discovered phantom meridians, saw the moment of realization when they understood that consciousness could exist in multiple places simultaneously, could anchor itself to multiple planes of reality. She saw that cultivator develop the system, build the foundation, create the framework. She saw the eternal Meridian cultivator, a later practitioner who'd understood the system more deeply than its original creator, refine it, strengthen it, build protections into it specifically designed to create cultivators who couldn't be corrupted by power. She saw the Netherworld King's ascension to power, saw the moment he'd been imprisoned, saw the 10,000 years of confinement. And she saw the understanding that had taken him centuries to reach, that the barrier sealing him away wasn't a punishment. It was a mercy. It was the only thing that had kept his power from consuming the living world entirely. When the knowledge transfer was complete, Yuji understood. The Netherworld King had wanted her to accept the vessel protocol, not because he wanted to escape. He'd come to understand that his escape would mean the destruction of the living world. He'd wanted her to accept it because he wanted to transfer everything he'd learned across 10,000 years of imprisonment directly into another consciousness, so that wisdom wouldn't be lost when he finally accepted his eternal confinement. I'm going to seal the barrier, Yuji said. Yes, the Netherworld King said. And in doing so, you'll ensure that no one after you has to make this choice. The sealing will require the judge's cooperation, Yuji said. They won't consent voluntarily. No, the king said. But they will consent if I order it. He extended his presence through the ghost realm, and the judges felt his command. The triangular formation that had been pursuing Yuji dissolved. The invasion faction's assault on the barrier ceased. The Netherworld King had made his choice. Chapter 93. The barrier sealing took 3 days. Yuji worked with the Netherworld King and, surprisingly, with the oppositional faction of the Parliament. They emerged from the deeper territories of the ghost realm, led by counselors whose names and titles Yuji didn't learn, and they brought with them knowledge of barrier architecture that the invasion faction had been trying to suppress. The sealing process required Yuji to use every technique she'd absorbed, every fragment of knowledge she'd acquired, every piece of wisdom she'd inherited from the dead cultivators whose arts she carried in her phantom meridians. She stood at the barrier's core with the king, and together they began the work of reinforcement. It wasn't destruction. It wasn't aggression. It was balance. It was weaving the counter-pressure so thoroughly into the barrier's structure that no force, no matter how powerful, could ever degrade it. The barrier became not just a passive separation between realms, but an active equilibrium maintained by the continuous flow of pressure from both sides. The living world would have to maintain its own pressure. The ghost realm would have to maintain its own pressure. and the barrier would hold them in balance forever. As Yuji worked, she felt the cost of it. The ceiling required anchor points, living cultivators and ghost realm cultivators who would dedicate their consciousness to maintaining the pressure indefinitely. Some of those anchor points were ghost realm entities who'd already agreed to sacrifice their freedom for the cause. Some of those anchor points would need to be living cultivators. The Netherworld King looked at her with complete understanding. The burden I'm transferring to you includes this, he said. You'll need to identify practitioners in the living world who are willing to become anchor points. Cultivators strong enough to maintain the pressure permanently, committed enough to accept the sacrifice. How many? Yuji asked. 7, the king said. 7 living world anchors and 7 ghost realm anchors. 14 anchor points total, maintaining the barrier in equilibrium forever. It was an enormous price, but it was the price of safety. Chapter 94. The barrier ceiling was complete by dawn of the 4th day. Yuji felt it solidify in her perception. The reinforced veil, no longer vulnerable to degradation, no longer requiring constant active maintenance. It was stable. It was permanent. It was held in place by 14 cultivators whose consciousness had been bound to the barrier's maintenance. 7 from the ghost realm. 7 from the living world. I need to return to the living world, Yuji said to the Netherworld King. I know, he said. Go. Establish the anchor points. Prepare the barrier guardians. And remember, this imprisonment is not a burden I'm resenting. It's the choice I should have made 10,000 years ago. Yuji didn't respond. She gathered her consciousness, prepared for the journey through the destroyed gate, and began the transition back to the living world. The passage through the gate was less traumatic than the journey into the ghost realm had been. The barrier ceiling had somehow made the boundary easier to cross. The gate opened for her, and she stepped through into living world territory. Surin was waiting at the gate's threshold, her face marked with exhaustion. The military situation has stabilized, she said. The judges withdrew from all active positions 3 hours ago. The invasion force is pulling back from the interior provinces, but no one knows why. The offensive just stopped. Because the Netherworld King ordered it, Yuji said. The invasion is over. What did you do? Surin asked. I sealed the barrier, Yuji said. Permanently. The veil is now reinforced beyond any reasonable level of attack. The ghost realm cannot threaten the living world anymore, and the living world cannot threaten the ghost realm. We're in balance. Surin understood what that meant. She understood the cost. 7 anchor points, she said. Yes, Yuji said. 7 living world cultivators willing to sacrifice their individual freedom to maintain the barrier. They'll be the pillar of peace for the next 10,000 years. Who? Surin asked. Yuji closed her eyes and opened her perception to the full scope of the Continental Coalition. She could feel every cultivator who'd contributed to the defense, every person who'd sacrificed something to stop the invasion. She could feel their resonance with the living world, their commitment to stability. She identified 7, and she wanted to speak with each of them. Chapter 95. The city of eternal rest had been the center of Yuji's entire life, and the invasion had transformed it fully. The mausoleums, which had been places of peaceful rest, had become military positions. The Gravekeeper compounds, which had maintained the death chi balance for centuries, had been occupied by ghost soldiers. The quiet places where cultivators came to absorb techniques from the dead had become battlefields. But as Yuji walked through the city, Pei Xiaoling and Luo Qianin at her sides, she could feel the restoration beginning. The ghost soldiers were pulling out. The occupation was ending. The city was returning to its original purpose. Old One is in the Eastern Mausoleum complex, Pei Xiaoling said. He's been maintaining a protected space for civilians throughout the occupation. Yuji nodded and moved toward the complex. The graves inside were arranged in precise rows, each one marking the resting place of a cultivator whose techniques and knowledge had somehow made their way into Yuji's phantom meridians over the years. She'd absorbed fragments of them during her childhood, during her apprenticeship, without fully understanding what she was doing. Old One was in the largest mausoleum, tending the graves with the precision and care that had defined his life's work. You've come back, he said when he saw Yuji. Yes, Yuji said, and I need to speak with you about your future. Old One straightened from his work, and Yuji could see in his posture that he already understood what she was going to ask. The barrier ceiling requires anchor points, Yuji said. Living world cultivators willing to bind their consciousness to the veil's maintenance permanently. I'm asking you to be one of them. Old One was quiet for a long moment. It's a life's work, Yuji said. A calling. But it's also a form of imprisonment. You'll remain connected to the barrier, unable to move more than a certain distance from the city of eternal rest, unable to pursue cultivation in any direction except the work of maintaining the barrier. I know what it means, Old One said. And I accept. He walked toward her, and he placed his weathered hand on her forehead, the same gesture the Netherworld King had made. There's something I need to tell you, he said. Something I should have told you years ago. Yuji felt his consciousness shift, felt him beginning to transfer knowledge, and she realized what was coming. I was sent by the Order of the White Lantern, Old One said. Decades ago, before you were born, I was tasked with raising you, with positioning you near the concentration of Death Chi in the City of Eternal Rest so that your phantom Meridians would awaken. I did my job with complete competence. He paused, and Yuji felt the weight of the next words. But somewhere along the way, the job stopped being just a job. Somewhere along the way, I became your guardian not because I was ordered to be, but because you mattered to me. Because your life was worth protecting for itself, not for any larger cause. Yuji felt tears on her face. I was angry when I learned this, she said. I was angry that I'd been placed, that everything about my life had been orchestrated. Yes, Old One said. You should have been angry. That was a legitimate response. But I want you to understand that the anger and the love aren't contradictory. Both things can be true. I can have been tasked with your care and also have genuinely cared for you. I know, Yuji said. I understand that now. And I need you to understand that I'm asking you to become an anchor point because I trust you. Because I believe you have the strength to maintain the barrier. Not because of any obligation you owe me. Old One smiled, and his consciousness began to flow into the barrier's ceiling, binding itself to the veil's structure. Chapter 96. 6 more anchor points remained to be identified and bound. Yuji found them across the continent, seeking cultivators of sufficient power and commitment, offering them the choice of a different kind of life. By Surin accepted, using her remaining power to bind herself to the barrier's maintenance, ensuring that the Revenant Bridge knowledge would be embedded in the ceiling itself. Xianxia accepted, his sword cultivator power adding precision to the barrier's structure, creating sharp boundaries where the realms could touch but never cross. Chunwei, the Elder Gravekeeper, accepted, bringing centuries of experience with Death Chi balance into the anchor point network. 3 more cultivators from the Coalition accepted, a water weaver from the southern provinces, a beast master from the western territories, and a scholar cultivator from the northern academies. 7 anchor points, each one binding their consciousness to the barrier, each one becoming a pillar that would hold the ceiling in place for centuries to come. As the final anchor point was bound, Yuji felt the barrier shift into its permanent configuration. It was no longer a structure requiring active maintenance. It was a system that could sustain itself, that could endure, that could hold the realms in balance indefinitely. The invasion was not just stopped. It was made impossible. Chapter 97. In the weeks following the barrier sealing, Yuji worked with the Continental Coalition to address the secondary crises that the invasion had created. 40,000 displaced civilians needed new homes. The military infrastructure that had been hastily constructed needed to be dismantled or repurposed. The cultivators who'd been wounded in combat needed healing and recovery support. Luo Qianin's field hospital was converted into a permanent medical facility, training new healers in the alchemical techniques she'd developed during the invasion. Zhang Haochen used his tactical expertise to help rebuild damaged cities and re-establish the supply lines that had been disrupted by the war. Pei Zhaoling, still existing in the boundary-stripped state that the Judge of Passage had imposed, discovered that his unique condition gave him unexpected advantages. He could operate as a liaison between different cultivator communities, could bridge gaps that other practitioners couldn't cross. The 3 pale judges withdrew from the living world entirely after the barrier sealing. They returned to the ghost realm, their purpose fulfilled, their defeat acknowledged. The Netherworld King had given them their orders, and they had accepted, recognizing that their resistance would only prolong suffering. Muronghei's regulatory framework, which had been quietly establishing control over cultivator resources, was audited by the Coalition. The corruption was exposed, and the regulatory apparatus was dismantled. Muronghei herself disappeared, likely fleeing to territories beyond the Coalition's reach. It was the kind of incomplete victory that characterized most real conflicts. Some enemies escaped, some damage remained unrepaired, some losses couldn't be recovered. But the essential threat had been ended. The barrier was sealed. The ghost realm was separate from the living world. The invasion was finished. Chapter 98. 3 months after the barrier sealing, Yuji received a communication through the substrate relay network from the Netherworld King. Come back, the message said. There is something you need to understand about the anchor points, about the barrier sealing, about the cost of what you've committed yourself to. Yuji exchanged looks with Luo Qianin, who was working in the restored field hospital. Go, Luo Qianin said. But come back again. I will, Yuji said. I'm going to settle this fully. She moved to the barrier ceiling point and requested passage. The barrier recognized her, and it opened. The Netherworld King was waiting in the Twilight Court when she arrived. The 7 anchor points you've bound to the barrier, he said, are now experiencing something they didn't anticipate. The barrier's ceiling requires constant active consciousness. They can't sleep normally. They can't dream. Their existence has become entirely focused on maintaining the pressure against the barrier's interior. Yuji felt something tighten in her chest. It's not cruelty, the king said. It's structural necessity. But it is a profound sacrifice. I wanted you to understand exactly what you've asked of them. I wanted you to understand the weight of what you've done. Can it be changed? Yuji asked. Only if the barrier is resealed by someone else with sufficient power, the Netherworld King said. But that would require finding a new set of cultivators willing to accept the anchor point burden. There would be no end to the cycle of sacrifice. Yuji understood. She'd made a choice, and the choice had consequences that would ripple forward indefinitely. There was no version of this outcome that didn't involve someone accepting a profound burden. The 7 anchor points know what they've committed to, the king said. They've accepted it consciously. Don't carry guilt about it. I'll carry what I need to carry, Yuji said. And I'll ensure that every future cultivator understands what the barrier ceiling cost. That's my responsibility now. Chapter 99. The final confrontation with the Judge of Passage came 6 months after the barrier ceiling, in a location Yuji hadn't anticipated. The judge reached out through the Parliament's residual communication channels and requested a meeting, formal, structured, not a combat encounter. Yuji agreed, and they met at the boundary point between the City of Eternal Rest and the barrier seal itself. The invasion faction has accepted the ceiling, the Judge of Passage said. The Netherworld King's authority is absolute, and opposing him now would be futile. But I want you to understand something. The invasion wasn't random. It wasn't driven by passion or ideology. It was strategic calculation. I know, Yuji said. You wanted to force me into choosing the vessel protocol or refusing it. We wanted to force a choice that would reshape the fundamental nature of existence, the judge said. The Netherworld King had been imprisoned for so long that he'd lost sight of what freedom meant. He needed something to remind him why imprisonment was better than the alternatives. You were the reminder. So I was a tool, Yuji said. You were always a tool, the Judge of Passage said. The question is what you're going to do with that knowledge now that you understand it. Will you continue accepting the burden? Or will you eventually decide that the cost is too high and attempt something different? I'm going to maintain the barrier, Yuji said. And I'm going to make sure that every cultivator after me understands what the maintenance costs. That's all I can do. The Judge of Passage nodded, and he began to withdraw, moving back toward the ghost realm. One more thing, Yuji called after him. Why didn't you just kill me? When you had the opportunity, why didn't you just end this? The judge turned back to look at her. Because the Netherworld King wouldn't have allowed it, he said. And because, perhaps, we understood that killing you would have been easier than understanding you. We chose the hard path. He stepped through the barrier, and Yuji felt his presence fade back into the ghost realm. Chapter 100. The formal ceremony acknowledging the barrier's ceiling took place in the City of Eternal Rest, in the grand courtyard of the Gravekeeper compounds. The Continental Coalition gathered there, representatives from every cultivator sect, every military organization, every institution that had fought in the invasion. The 7 anchor points were present, though their presence was more abstract than physical. They existed now in a state between realms, their consciousness bound to the barrier structure, perceiving the world through the veil itself rather than through conventional sensory input. Yuji stood at the center of the ceremony, and she accepted the recognition of what had been accomplished. But the most important moment came at the end, when Luo Qianin approached and placed a ring on Yuji's hand, silver with a white center, the colors of phantom meridians. For remembering the living world, Luo Qianin said. For making the choice to return. Yuji held the ring and understood that it represented something profound. The choice to maintain balance not just with the barrier, but with her own life. The choice to remain connected to the living world even after having touched the ghost realm. The choice to be more than just a cultivator bound to duty. The choice to be human. As the ceremony concluded and the coalition dispersed, Yuji stood in the City of Eternal Rest, where she'd grown up, where she'd first begun to cultivate, where she'd finally understood what her life meant. Luo Qianin was beside her. Pei Xiaoling was there. Goei Mianzi manifested in ghost form, his presence comfortable and familiar after months of working together. The barrier was sealed. The threat had passed. The work of maintenance would continue indefinitely, but the acute crisis was resolved. Yuji had become something more than she'd expected to become. Not the vessel of the Netherworld King, not a puppet controlled by destiny, but a practitioner who'd chosen her own path despite every force pushing her toward surrender. She'd paid a profound price. 7 anchor points had sacrificed their freedom. The barrier required eternal maintenance. The burden would never fully end. But the living world was safe. The ghost realm was contained, and the balance between them was secure. As the evening settled over the city of eternal rest, Yuji allowed herself to rest, knowing that tomorrow the real work would continue. Not the work of grand confrontation or cosmic battles, but the quiet, persistent work of maintaining what had been built. That was the true trial of a phantom Meridian cultivator, not the power to move between realms, but the discipline to choose the harder path when easier options were available. Yuji had made her choice. She would live with the consequences of it for as long as she lived. Chapter 101. The breach gates closed on the 4th operational cycle with a synchronized pressure pulse that echoed across both realms simultaneously. Yuji felt it through her revenant bridge awareness. The gate's substrate connections severing, the conduits collapsing, the immediate violent pressure of the ghost realm's mass pressing against the barrier at 7 specific fracture points where the gates had been forcing entry. The gates were sealed now, no longer operational as invasion channels. But the Veil's condition had not improved. It had deteriorated further. The coalition gathered in the shrine's central chamber for the post-operational assessment. Jiang Haochen looked carved from exhaustion. 3 months of sustained combat operations had worn through his reserves and into his core. Pei Xiaoling's hands were steady as she worked through the logistics summary, but Yuji could see the tremor in her jaw that meant she was operating on will and tea rather than actual physical capability. Luo Qianyin hadn't slept in 40 hours. Her eyes had that distant quality they got when she'd pushed past the point where fatigue was even a functional sensation and entered the territory where the body simply kept moving. The gate's closure produced a rebound pressure spike, Surin said, pulling up the substrate assessment visualization. The barrier is reinforced in the specific 7 areas where the gates had been creating the primary stress fractures. But the background deterioration, the sustained pressure from the Parliament's institutional weight applied across the entire continent-wide distributed network, that's progressed significantly. She highlighted 3 regions on the map. 3 areas where the barrier's substrate integrity had crossed from critical threshold to approaching cascade failure. These 3 regions are unstable. Not failing yet. But any additional major spiritual energy discharge in these locations will trigger cascade deterioration, which would create secondary breaches at those 3 points, uncontrolled and unsealable without direct intervention in the ghost realm itself. How long? Pei Xiaoling asked. At the current deterioration rate, 2 months before cascade failure becomes probable in at least one of the 3 regions. For months before all 3 regions have progressed past the recovery threshold. Jiang Haochen's expression didn't change, but Yuji heard his breathing shift, the subtle pattern adjustment that meant he was recalibrating his tactical assessment of the situation. The king has been counter-pressuring at these 3 critical locations, Gui Mianzi said quietly from his position at the observation station. Continuously, for the full 3 months of the gate operations. Without that counter-pressure, the cascade failures would have begun 6 weeks ago. The Parliamentary Council faction has been supporting the king's counter-pressure efforts. Surin looked at Gui Mianzi with the careful attention of someone who had just realized that the formal institutional divisions within the ghost realm were deeper and more substantive than the intelligence briefings had suggested. Not openly, Gui Mianzi said. The oppositional faction doesn't have the institutional authority to openly assist the barrier maintenance. But there are more ways to distribute counter-pressure than through formal authority channels. The oppositional faction has been cooperating with the king's efforts through every mechanism available to them that doesn't require official authorization. Yuji held this assessment in her awareness. The ghost realm's institutional structure wasn't monolithic. There were factions within the parliament. The invasion faction that had authorized and supported the breach gates as a strategic corridor, and an oppositional faction that had been opposing the gates' construction from the beginning, assessing them as a threat to the ghost realm's own institutional integrity. The king, operating within the parliament structure, had been fighting the invasion faction strategy from inside the institution while simultaneously establishing the operational arrangement with Yuji that would provide the physical world maintenance capacity to address the barrier's ongoing deterioration. It was intricate, it was deliberate, and it was exhausting. The judges are returning, Surin said quietly. The intelligence relay suggests they'll be at full operational capacity within 4 weeks. The Parliament's restoration of their resources has been prioritized. They're receiving alchemical support that should restore their cultivation reserves from the previous engagement. Yuji had known this was coming. The 3 pale judges, diminished but not destroyed in the final engagement of the previous operational cycle, would return with accumulated knowledge of her techniques, her coalition's coordination methods, and the specific combat applications of her Revenant Bridge capability. This second engagement, when it came, would be fought by opponents who had studied her. The oppositional faction's first substantive contact arrived 8 hours ago, Yuji said, through the king's substrate relay. They're offering formal communication regarding the barrier's deterioration. They want to discuss the possibility of institutional support for the maintenance operations. She paused, held the weight of this. They're asking if the Physical World Coalition would be willing to expand the working relationship with the king to include the Ghost Realm's oppositional faction. Which means they're asking if you'd be willing to become an intermediary in Ghost Realm institutional politics, Pei Xiaoling said flatly. Yes. And the alternatives to that are: the Parliament's invasion factions plan to allow the barrier to deteriorate into gradual permeability, a slow transformation of the boundary between realms into something effectively permeable to significant spiritual energy exchange. Not catastrophic barrier failure, but systemic degradation that reduces the barrier's functional integrity by approximately 60% over a 5-year period. The weight of this settled across the room like physical pressure. The barrier wasn't just the structure that separated life and death. It was the fundamental architecture that allowed both realms to function as distinct systems. Gradual permeability would mean that the Ghost Realm's institutions would be exposed to uncontrolled energy exchange with the physical world. It would mean that the separation between living practitioners and dead cultivators would become permeable. It would mean that the entire continental system of spiritual energy management, built on the assumption of a functional boundary between realms, would begin to fail progressively over 5 years as the boundary's integrity deteriorated. We need time to consult with the council, Pei Xiaoling said, and with the provisional government, and with the alliance. But I think the answer is likely yes. This is too large to allow institutional divisions to prevent response. The oppositional faction is also offering preliminary technical support, Yuji said. Barrier maintenance methodology that the king hasn't had access to yet. Assessment frameworks for predicting where cascade failures will occur. Counterpressure techniques that would be more efficient than the king's current methodology, which would require learning to work directly with ghosts at that technical level, Luo Qianin said. She was looking at Yuji with the careful attention of someone tracking implications. More than the existing coordinate and direct relationships you have now. This would be collaboration-level Ghost Realm technical engagement. Yes. Which would require you to spend significant time in the Ghost Realm. Yes. Luo Qianin held this for several seconds. Then she nodded, accepting the practical reality of the situation. Then we'll need to ensure the living world remains stable while you're occupied with the Ghost Realm's institutional problems. Pei Xiaoling will need to take permanent control of coalition coordination. Jiang Haochen needs to be given formal authority over the defense forces. I'll handle the alchemical support expansion. But you need to understand that this is a permanent shift in your availability for living world crisis management. I understand. Do you? Because it means if there's a major living world crisis while you're dealing with Ghost Realm politics, we'll have to solve it without you. I understand, Yuji repeated. And she did. The practical reality was that her time and attention were the most constrained resource in the coalition's operational capacity. Allocating significant portions of them to Ghost Realm institutional engagement meant accepting that living world crises would have to be managed by other people's capabilities and ingenuity. It meant distributing the work. Then we move forward, By Surin said. Pei Xiaoling coordinates the council response. We formalize the relationship with the oppositional faction, and we prepare for the judge's return, because they will come at full capacity, fully informed, and we will not have the element of surprise. She looked at Yuji. You need to expand your preparation beyond technique development. You need to consider what capabilities you have that they haven't yet observed, because that's where your advantage lies. 3 things, Yuji said. The full Revenant Bridge capability as applied to large-scale Ghost Realm operations. The Parliamentary Council Contact's strategic intelligence capability. And the Eternal Meridian's predecessor holder's counter-technique framework at the level the living anchor contains it. Keep those held carefully, By Surin said. Don't deploy them until they're needed. That's your strategic advantage against opponents who have studied you extensively. The assessment completed and the coalition dispersed to their individual operational roles. Yuji remained in the observation room above the shrine's courtyard, her Revenant Bridge awareness extending across both realms. The living world's grid of coalition forces and alchemical support lines. The Ghost Realm's distributed pressure against the barrier at the 3 critical locations. The King's counterpressure maintaining the critical margins. The oppositional faction's preliminary technical support beginning to integrate into the maintenance operations. She had thought the breach gate operations would clarify the situation. Instead, They had expanded it. There was no simple opposition between the living world and the ghost realm. There was complex institutional politics, competing factions with conflicting strategic assessments, and a barrier that required ongoing maintenance from both sides continuously, indefinitely, as a permanent operational reality rather than a solvable problem. Some situations couldn't be resolved. They could only be managed. She extended the substrate connection and confirmed the next maintenance cycle's parameters with the king and the oppositional faction's technical support team simultaneously. The work continued, and it would continue like this, layered and complex and exhausting, for as long as both realms required the barrier's ongoing maintenance to remain stable. Chapter 102. The hollow vessel arrived on a morning when the sky fractured. Yuji felt it first through her revenant bridge awareness. A rupture in the substrate's normal transmission pattern, a sudden violent displacement of pressure that made the barrier shudder across its entire continental span. Then xianxia's emergency relay reached the shrine. A single figure had appeared at the coalition's primary defense perimeter, walking directly toward the compound, moving with the distinctive unnatural gait of someone whose body was not operating under its own volition. The figure was human, gaunt, almost skeletal, with skin that had the particular translucent quality of living flesh that had been extensively hollowed by spiritual energy extraction. But his phantom meridians were visible, silver lines that traced across his body in patterns that were at once beautiful and fundamentally wrong, glowing with power channeled through them from somewhere beyond the boundary between realms. His eyes were dead. Yuji Shun, the figure said, when she appeared at the defense perimeter alongside Xianxian and Pei Xiaoling. His voice layered, a living man's throat producing it, but with harmonic distortion underneath, as though a second voice were speaking through the same vocal mechanism. The Netherworld King greets you through this vessel. I was once a phantom Meridian cultivator. 300 years ago, I chose to become this. A bridge, a channel, a suit that a god walks through. I can show you what that transformation produces. The hollow vessel raised his hands. The phantom meridians blazed. The attack came as a distortion rather than a standard technique, a repulsion of the barrier between living and dead, a forced inversion of the substrate's normal transmission pattern that made the ground shift underneath them. Xianxian caught Yuji as the ground became something else temporarily, the ghost realm's terrain superimposed over physical reality for an instant before reverting to normal stone. The sky fractured into layered images, showing both realms simultaneously in the same space. The coalition's defense formation struggled to maintain position. The techniques that worked against conventional opponents were essentially useless against an assault that distorted reality itself. The vessel moved through the defending forces like smoke passing through barriers, his presence making the very concept of obstruction meaningless. Where he gestured, gravity shifted. Where his phantom meridians traced patterns, time stuttered and faltered. The Netherworld King commands you to listen, the vessel continued, advancing with that same unnatural gait. I was once you, young, afraid, full of conviction that I understood what needed to happen. I chose to save both realms. Let me show you how that turned out. He extended his hands, and the substrate opened. Yuji caught a vision, not spoken, not transmitted through her revenant bridge awareness, but forced into her consciousness like a blade pushed through her skull. A memory that wasn't hers, ancient and sharp and suffused with physical presence. A young man who looked like Yuji looked like a man who had the Shun family features stood in a realm that was not the ghost realm and not the living world, but something in between. Around him, the separation between life and death was unraveling. The dead overwhelmed the living in that in-between space, their hunger and chaos and despair drowning out everything else. Catastrophe was imminent. The young man, not yet a king, just a cultivator with phantom meridians and desperation, understood that the separation between realms was never meant to exist. The realms of life and death were not supposed to exist side by side. One or the other would be consumed. He created a dam. He created the veil, a barrier of his own soul and spirit and phantom meridian power, shaped and held and maintained by sheer will, standing between the realms, keeping death contained on the death side and life contained on the life side. But dams required keepers, and the keeper had to stand on the death side, inside the barrier, forever, absorbing the pressure that the dead exerted against the boundary. He became that keeper. He became the Netherworld King. And he had been holding the barrier for thousands of years since that moment, alone, while slowly dissolving under the pressure, waiting for someone to replace him. Every second of every day, the weight pressed against him. Every moment of every century, his consciousness fractured under the strain while he held it together through will alone. Every 1,000 years that passed saw his existence becoming thinner, more translucent, more fragmented, but still maintaining, still holding. The vision released her. Yuji gasped, actual air filling her lungs as though she'd forgotten to breathe during the transmission. Around her, the coalition forces were bracing for full combat. The hollow vessel's attack had been only partial demonstration. He was capable of much more. She could feel the restraint in his presence, the way he was holding back the full extent of the king's power, showing her only enough to communicate rather than destroy. He was lonely, Yuji said. Not a question. A recognition of something that had resonated in that ancient memory, that bone-deep, world-spanning loneliness of being the only thing between catastrophe and everything that mattered. He was lonely. The vessel agreed, his voice still layered with that harmonic distortion. And he is still lonely. And he has decided that you should not be lonely. Let me show you what he offers. Let me show you what the choice looks like. The hollow vessel attacked then, full power, everything the Netherworld King could channel through a living vessel structure. The coalition's defense perimeter erupted into chaos. Reality fractured in multiple locations simultaneously. The dead appeared in the living world, not attacking but simply present, their forms solid enough to interact with physical matter. The sky turned ghost realm colors. The barrier between life and death became permeable in small, temporary locations, and through those gaps, the pressure of the ghost realm's accumulated weight against the containment became physically visible. This was power that Yuji had not encountered before. This was a god demonstrating what his will could do. She engaged with everything she had developed: Twilight sovereign authority, revenant bridge coordination of the defensive grid, every technique she'd learned from the dead whose knowledge she carried. It was not enough. The hollow vessel was not trying to kill her. He was trying to show her something. And what he was showing her was that the Netherworld King could destroy everything she had built if he chose to. But he did not choose to. Instead, after hours of combat that pushed the coalition to its absolute limits, the vessel withdrew. His attack stopped. He stood in the center of the devastated defense perimeter, breathing with a living man's lungs, and smiled with a dead man's smile. He offers you a choice, the vessel said. Let him have 1 hour in your body. 1 hour to walk in the living world, to feel sunlight, to breathe real air, to experience the sensations of living existence that he has been denied for 3,000 years. After 1 hour, he will return to the ghost realm and strengthen the veil himself. He will reinforce the boundary so thoroughly that it will last another 10,000 years. The barrier will be secure. Both realms will be safe. All he asks is 1 hour. Around him, the coalition gathered, weapons ready but exhausted. Luo Qianyin appeared at Yuji's side, her hand gripping Yuji's shoulder hard enough to leave marks. Don't, Luo Qianyin said. 1 hour becomes forever. He's old and desperate, and he lies. The mathematics are sound, Gui Mianzi said quietly from the observation station. 1 hour of freedom for 10,000 years of barrier stability. The numbers work. But yes, he lies about returning. Yuji held the weight of this. A choice that was actually a trap. An offer that sounded reasonable, but would result in her body becoming a permanently occupied vessel, her mind trapped in the ghost realm, while the Netherworld King lived in her flesh in the living world. Tell the king I need time to consider, Yuji said to the hollow vessel. He grants you 7 days, the vessel replied. After 7 days, you will decide yes or no. Choose wrong, and everything burns. The hollow vessel turned and walked away from the defense perimeter, moving back toward the barrier between realms, his phantom meridians pulsing with the Netherworld King's accumulated patience. By the time he reached the barrier's edge, his form had begun to fade, the connection to the living world severing as he stepped back into the ghost realm. Behind him, the fractured sky gradually reverted to normal. The dead faded from physical visibility. The barrier solidified. Reality settled back into the ordinary configurations. But Yuji could feel what had been demonstrated. The Netherworld King was not merely powerful. He was ancient and desperation-driven and fully committed to using everything he had to achieve his goal. She had 7 days to prepare for either accepting his offer or refusing it. And if she refused, he would likely attack with everything that his control of the ghost realm could bring to bear. 7 days to develop either a way to survive his assault or a reason to surrender. The work was going to become very different now. Chapter 103. The vision forced into her consciousness by the hollow vessel didn't fade with time. It remained sharp and immediate and visceral. The sensation of standing at the intersection of life and death, watching both realms strain toward collision, feeling the imminent catastrophe that had driven a young cultivator to sacrifice everything in order to prevent it. Yuji spent the first day of the 7-day period examining that vision in detail, looking for information that the Netherworld King had inadvertently provided about his own history and motivations. Gui Mianzi assisted, drawing on his own knowledge of the ancient era when the veil was first constructed. The separation between realms wasn't natural, Gui Mianzi confirmed. In the earliest eras, before the veil existed, life and death existed in the same space. The living and the dead coexisted. It was chaotic, terrifying, and catastrophically unstable. The realm's fundamental natures are incompatible. Life pushes outward and expands and multiplies. Death pulls inward and concentrates and simplifies. When they occupy the same space, the result is annihilation. The young man in the vision, that was xianxia? Yuji asked. That was a version of him, yes. Before he became the Netherworld King. The Shun bloodline has always carried Phantom Meridian capability, the ability to perceive and interact with both realms simultaneously. Xianxia was born at a moment when the catastrophe of realms collision was reaching its peak. He was powerful, desperate, and brilliant. And he found a solution. He didn't fix the realm's incompatibility, Yuji said. He built a dam. The veil is a barrier that his will created and his existence maintains. It stands on the death side of the separation, containing the dead, allowing the living to flourish on the living side. It's not a permanent solution. It's a temporary measure that has somehow lasted 3,000 years. Because he's been holding it, Yuji said, continuously, maintaining it with his existence and his power and his will. Yes. And he's deteriorating. Dramatically. The vision you received was from him when he was young, full of conviction and power and the belief that he could maintain the veil indefinitely. But that was 3,000 years ago. The version of him that you're encountering now is the same person after 3 millennia of isolation and pressure and slow dissolution. He's dying, Yuji. He has been dying for centuries. And he's exhausted. Yuji held this for a long moment. The Netherworld King was not the villain she had initially assessed him as. He was a person who had made a desperate choice that had worked too well, a temporary solution that had become permanent, binding him in place while he slowly deteriorated. Why hasn't he simply stopped, she asked. Let the veil collapse and be free? Because stopping would mean the annihilation of both realms. If the veil fails, the incompatibility between life and death reasserts itself immediately. Every living thing would be exposed to the pressure of the dead simultaneously. Every conscious entity, living or dead, would be destroyed in the collision. It would not be a clean end. It would be catastrophic erasure. So he's trapped, Yuji said. And he knows he's trapped. And he's been trapped for so long that he can't remember what freedom felt like. No, Gui Mianzi said quietly. He remembers exactly what freedom felt like. That's the source of his desperation. He knows what he lost when he chose to create the veil. And he's asking you to make the same choice so that he can finally rest. Yuji spent the second day of the 7-day period in the Jade Casket Vault, examining the records of the first Phantom Meridian cultivators. Surin helped her navigate the documentation, reading accounts written by practitioners who had studied the veil's architecture from the living world's perspective. The first cultivators had recognized the veil as a boundary that required maintenance. They understood that something on the death side of it was maintaining that boundary, a presence, a will, a consciousness that kept the barrier stable. But they couldn't directly interact with it. The veil separated them from it by its very nature. All they could do was study the boundary's patterns and try to understand how it functioned. They developed meditation techniques to comprehend the barrier's structure. They created mathematical frameworks to describe its pressure distribution. They wrote treatises arguing about whether the keeper on the other side was suffering or at peace. But ultimately, they could only observe from a distance, like people standing outside a door they couldn't open, listening to sounds from within and trying to understand what they meant. Over centuries, they developed techniques for interacting with the veil, not as keepers, but as temporary support. Phantom Meridian cultivators learned to add their own will and power to the barrier's stability, providing short-term reinforcement that allowed the primary keeper to rest for limited periods. It wasn't a replacement for the primary keeper's constant maintenance. It was a support structure, a way of acknowledging that something on the other side was working constantly and providing temporary relief from that work. The first cultivators understood that this was insufficient, that no amount of temporary relief could address the fundamental problem of isolation. But it was all they could do, so they did it, generation after generation, passing the techniques forward, each generation adding their own contributions to the methodology. The records suggested that the first Phantom Meridian cultivator, thousands of years ago, had developed a technique specifically designed to eventually replace the primary keeper. A cultivation rank called the Eternal Meridian, where a cultivator didn't stand on one side of the veil or the other, but became the veil itself. existing simultaneously in both realms, maintaining the boundary through that existence rather than through constant active will. The documentation showed that this first cultivator had spent decades theorizing about what eternal Meridian would require, had developed preliminary frameworks for how someone might achieve such a state, but had never attempted it. The theoretical barriers seemed insurmountable. The practical costs seemed catastrophic. "It's a theoretical rank," Surin said, pulling up the oldest documentation. "None of the recorded Phantom Meridian cultivators before your era achieved it. But the theory was clear. If a cultivator could exist in both realms simultaneously and willingly, the veil could transfer its maintenance to that cultivator's existence rather than requiring a singular keeper on the death side." "Why couldn't the Netherworld King achieve it?" Yuji asked. "Because after he'd been maintaining the veil for a few centuries, he became defined by his isolation and duty. The eternal Meridian requires something else, a connection to both realms rooted in love, in genuine relationship with what exists on both sides of the boundary. The king had only duty and exhaustion. There was no love left to anchor the connection." Yuji understood, then, what was really at stake. The Netherworld King wasn't asking her to become a replacement keeper. He was asking her to become something he had failed to become. Someone who could maintain the veil not through suffering isolation and duty, but through genuine connection to both realms and the entities that inhabited them. He was asking her to solve the problem that he could not. The third day passed. The fourth day passed. Yuji spent them in intensive training, pushing her Phantom Meridians toward their maximum capacity, testing every technique she had absorbed from the dead whose knowledge she carried. She practiced the sealing methodology that Surin had transmitted from the first Nether Sage's records. She studied the barrier's patterns with her Revenant Bridge awareness, learning to read the substrate's language in finer and finer detail. And on the fifth day, she asked the dead for their opinions. It wasn't a formal gathering. It was simply an extension of her consciousness through her Phantom Meridians, reaching out to the ghosts whose knowledge she carried, inviting them to share their perspectives on the Netherworld King's offer. Guei Mianzi's voice arrived first, clear and troubled. "Don't accept it. 1 hour becomes forever, and you'll be aware the entire time that you're aware the entire time that it's happening, and there's nothing you can do to stop it." But Luo Qianin's perspective, which Yuji could somehow hear as though the alchemist were a ghost herself, was different. "The mathematics are sound," Luo Qianin said. 1 hour of your freedom for 10,000 years of barrier stability. That's a trade that saves more lives than it costs." "It's a false trade," Guei Mianzi countered. "He's lying about returning. Once he's in her body, he'll keep it. He's desperate and he's old and he's tired, but he's not suicidal." "But what if he does return?" The phantom voice that sounded like Luo Qianin said. "What if he tells the truth? Then the veil is reinforced for 10,000 years, and we don't have to worry about catastrophic failure during our lifetimes." Yuji held both perspectives simultaneously. The mathematics were sound in theory, but impossible in practice. The Netherworld King was ancient and desperate, and most likely lying about returning, but theoretically he might not be. He had been maintaining the veil not through lies, but through duty. His reputation for honesty, even when honesty was painful, was one of the characteristics Guei Mianzi had mentioned in the historical records. "Tell me the real cost," Yuji said to the chorus of the dead. "Not the theoretical cost. The actual cost of accepting his offer." And Guei Mianzi's voice answered, finally, with simple honesty, "Your freedom, your body, your life as it exists now. Those are the real costs. Everything else is mathematics about whether those costs are worth paying. Only you can decide that." Chapter 10 For the temptation was real. Yuji spent the entire 6th day managing it, not fighting it, but holding it in clear awareness and examining exactly why it was so difficult to refuse the Netherworld King's offer. The mathematics were sound. 1 hour for 10,000 years. That was a trade that saved approximately 9,999 years worth of lives and stability compared to catastrophic barrier failure. From a utilitarian perspective, the calculation was overwhelmingly in favor of accepting. But she would be aware, the entire time that the king inhabited her body, that she was aware. Guei Mianzi's warning about that specific detail kept resonating. The consciousness of being present in her own mind while someone else operated her body. The sensation of being imprisoned while the person holding you prisoner wore your flesh like a suit. Most people who encounter this temptation refuse it, Guei Mianzi said on the morning of the 7th day, when Yuji called him to the observation room to discuss her final decision. Not because they're more virtuous than you or braver than you or more committed to their own freedom. They refuse it because the visceral horror of the possibility overrides the mathematical elegance of the trade. "But you're asking me to refuse it despite the mathematics," Yuji said. "No," Guei Mianzi said quietly. I'm asking you to understand what you're refusing. You're not refusing because there's a better option. You're refusing because you're choosing your own agency over a guaranteed outcome that would theoretically save more lives. That's not virtue. That's just selfishness dressed up as principle. So what should I do? I don't know, Mianzi said. I'm the wrong person to ask. I made this choice 300 years ago, and I accepted the king's offer, and I've been regretting it since. Don't take my advice about what you should do with your own body. Ask the person who will have to live with the consequences if you're wrong. He meant Luo Qianin. Yuji found her in the alchemical wing, where Luo Qianin had been working continuously for 6 days, developing what she called a preliminary soul-hardening pill, an alchemical preparation designed to resist external control or possession. It won't work entirely, Luo Qianin said without looking up from her work. There's no alchemical preparation that can fully resist the will of someone at the Netherworld King's power level, but it might add resistance. It might buy you time to react if his assault changes from negotiation to actual possession attempt. That's not what I'm here to ask about, Yuji said. Luo Qianin set down her tools and finally looked up. Her eyes were exhausted but sharp. Should I accept his offer? Yuji asked directly. No, Luo Qianin said immediately. Absolutely not. The mathematics. Fuck the mathematics, Luo Qianin said flatly. The mathematics say you should trade your freedom for theoretical barrier stability. The mathematics also say that if you do that, you cease to exist as a conscious entity capable of choice. You become a prisoner. You become a tool that someone else is operating. The mathematics don't account for what that means because the mathematics are incapable of valuing the existence of consciousness itself. She walked over to Yuji and gripped her shoulders with hands stained with alchemical compounds and years of work. You're asking me if you should sacrifice your own agency for an abstract theoretical benefit. I'm telling you no. I'm telling you that your consciousness, your will, your capacity to make choices, those are valuable. Not because they save more lives in some mathematical sense, but because they're yours and they matter, and I care about you continuing to exist as a person rather than ceasing to exist as a person. The king is dying, Yuji said. If I refuse him, he might attack with everything he has. He might tear down the barrier himself just to be free. Or he might not, Luo Qianin said. He's old and desperate and tired, but he's held the barrier for 3,000 years. He's not going to destroy it out of spite. He's going to keep maintaining it because that's who he is, someone who maintains barriers because that's what he does, even though it's destroying him. She released Yuji and returned to her work. Go tell him no. Tell him that you refuse his offer. Tell him that you're not going to become his replacement keeper or his temporary vehicle. And then prepare for what he does when he realizes that you're not going to give him what he wants. Yuji spent the final hours of the 7th day in the meditation chamber, sitting in absolute stillness, extending her revenant bridge awareness across both realms. She felt the king's attention on her, not attacking, not pressing, but present and attentive, waiting for her decision. At the exact moment when the 7 days completed, she opened her awareness fully and transmitted her response through the substrate connection directly to the king. No, she said. I won't accept your offer. I won't become your replacement. I won't let you have my body for 1 hour. I won't trade my freedom for theoretical stability. And if you want to attack me, you can try. But I'm going to refuse you anyway. The silence that followed was immense. Yuji held her breath, waiting for the assault to begin, for the king to respond to her refusal with everything that his desperation and power could bring to bear. Instead, the king's voice arrived through the substrate, not layered and strange like the hollow vessel's voice had been, but direct and personal and crystalline in its clarity. Then I will take what I need, the voice said. And underneath the words, Yuji heard resignation and determination and the sound of a being who had just made the final choice about what would happen next. And you're going to have to stop me. Chapter 105 7 Days of Preparation looked different after the refusal. Yuji stopped trying to find a theoretical solution to the Netherworld King's problem and started focusing on practical survival of whatever assault was coming. The first priority was understanding the king's capabilities at their full extent. She spent day 1 in the Jade Casket Vault, pulling every record of the Netherworld King's documented actions, trying to construct a complete picture of what his power could achieve. The records went back centuries, accounts of barrier maintenance decisions that had been made by his hand, descriptions of the few times he had directly intervened in living world affairs, documentation of his interactions with previous Phantom Meridian cultivators who had reached the Twilight Court. The records were scattered and fragmentary, some written centuries ago, some written after recent confrontations, some recorded by ghosts who had seen the king directly, and some recorded by living practitioners who had observed the effects of his presence from the physical world's perspective. But patterns emerged as she studied them. interconnected threads of capability and limitation that formed a picture of what his power actually encompassed. The king could control the veil itself. He could make portions of the barrier permeable or opaque. He could create temporary passages between realms in specific locations. He could project his will through the barrier and affect the living world, though that required significant expenditure of power and was limited by the barrier's density. He could manipulate the substrate of reality in the ghost realm without restriction, reshaping the ghost realm's landscape like a potter working with clay. But there were limits. He could not simply flatten living world opposition through brute force. Something about the barrier's nature prevented that kind of absolute projection. He could not be in two places simultaneously. He could not maintain multiple major magical constructions indefinitely without depleting reserves. He could not control individual consciousnesses directly. Only the hollow vessel worked because it was a body without its own will. He was not omnipotent, but he was powerful enough that Yuji fighting him directly would be profoundly dangerous, perhaps suicidal. But fighting him was what was likely coming. Day 2, Yuji began training with that assessment clearly in mind, not trying to develop new techniques, but refining her existing capabilities to their absolute maximum operational potential. Xianxia assisted, providing combat opposition that pushed her through exhaustion and into the territory where technique became instinct. He's not trying to kill you, Xianxia said between combat cycles. That's important to recognize. An assassination attempt would come from a different direction entirely. What he's doing now is a confrontation. He's trying to convince you to accept his terms, which means there's a negotiation component to this, not just violence. He said he would take what he needed, Yuji said. Not the same as saying he would kill you to get it. The king is many things, but he's not a liar. If he meant to kill you, he would have said so clearly. Day 3, Yuji studied the sealing techniques that Surin had transmitted. The methodology was complex. It required establishing a connection to the veil itself and using that connection to temporarily reinforce the barrier against the king's pressure. It wouldn't contain him indefinitely, but it might give her time to escape or to find an alternative. Day 4, Luo Qinin provided the soul-hardening pills. They were unstable, experimental, and likely to have significant side effects, but they would work. A cultivator who consumed one would have increased resistance to external control or possession, not immunity, but enough resistance to create a window for reaction if the king attempted a direct assault on her consciousness. Day 5, Yuji examined the eternal Meridian theory from a practical perspective. The concept was clear. A cultivator who could exist simultaneously in both realms and maintain the barrier not through suffering isolation and duty but through genuine connection to both realms. But the practical path to achieving it was not documented. The first cultivators had theorized it but never implemented it. She would be attempting something that no one had done before if she tried to reach for it. The concept frightened her in ways that combat never did. Combat had clear parameters. You were alive or dead, victorious or defeated. The outcome was binary. But Eternal Meridian seemed to suggest a state that transcended those binary outcomes entirely, a state where she would exist in dimensions that the living world had no category for. She spent the day imagining it. Imagining standing at the intersection of two realms simultaneously, containing both states of existence within her consciousness simultaneously, maintaining the barrier through the sheer act of existing in the space between. It sounded like dissolution. It sounded like annihilation. It sounded like the final death of individual identity. But if it worked, if it was actually possible, it would solve the problem that the king had been unable to solve for 3,000 years. It would create a keeper who couldn't deteriorate because they weren't trapped on one side of the barrier, slowly ground away by pressure. They would be the barrier itself, existing in the no space between realms, maintained by connection to both sides. Day 6, Pei Xiaoling provided the final piece. The coalition was as ready as it could be. Defense forces were positioned. Alchemical support was ready to deploy. Ghost rebellion contacts had been established through the king's subsidiary channels. If the Netherworld king attacked, the Living World coalition would weather it, and the Ghost Realm oppositional faction would provide support from inside the Ghost Realm. The preparation wasn't just military preparation. It was spiritual preparation, emotional preparation, the kind of readiness that came from understanding what was really at stake. The burden was not entirely on Yuji's shoulders. Day 7. Yuji prepared herself mentally and spiritually. She consumed one of the soul-hardening pills and endured the side effects. Dizziness, the sensation of her consciousness being stretched, temporary inability to properly coordinate her movement. But when it settled, she could feel the change in her soul's structure. There was resistance now, hardness, something that was not quite a wall, but close enough to provide effective defense against external intrusion. And on the morning of the 8th day, The Netherworld King made his move. The attack did not come as a frontal assault. It came as a manifestation. A figure appeared at the coalition's primary defensive position, the same gaunt man with dead eyes that the hollow vessel had shown her. But this time the figure was not operating through a borrowed body. This was the Netherworld King in whatever form he could maintain in the living world while still keeping the veil stable. He was not as powerful here as he would be in the ghost realm, but he was still terrifyingly dangerous. "You refused me a choice," the king said, his voice resonating through the substrate and the air simultaneously. "Now I will force a different choice. Surrender and accept my terms, or I will demonstrate what happens to someone who defies the king of the ghost realm." Yuji stepped forward to meet him. Chapter 106. The battle against the hollow vessel lasted hours and devastated the coalition's defense perimeter. But the battle against the Netherworld King's manifestation was a different creature entirely. The king was not trying to kill her. He was trying to break her will, to force her to the point where accepting his terms became more desirable than continuing to resist. He attacked with techniques that were specifically designed for psychological pressure rather than physical damage. He created illusions that showed her the catastrophe that would occur if the barrier failed. He forced her consciousness into visions of both realms' annihilation. He demonstrated his ability to destroy everything she had built with a gesture. And slowly, methodically, he wore down her resistance. Zhang Haochen was forced back. Pei Xiaoling's defense coordination could only hold so long. Luo Qianin's alchemical support could mitigate some of the damage, but not all of it. The coalition's best effort was insufficient against the raw power of a being who had maintained the barrier between life and death for 3,000 years. Yuji was on her knees, phantom meridians blazing in defensive configurations that were barely holding, when Old One appeared. The old man walked through the destruction with a broom in his hands, and the serene expression of someone who had exactly one thing to do, and was going to do it regardless of the circumstances. He positioned himself between Yuji and the Netherworld King. "Enough," Old One said quietly. "I did not ask for your interference, Artifact Keeper," the king responded. "This is between the 12th and myself." "No," Old One said. "It's between the 12th and someone who's making the mistake of thinking this is still his choice to make. Yuji is part of a coalition. You're fighting all of us." Old One gripped his broom and extended his own phantom meridian presence, ancient, stable, and unmistakable in its power. He was stronger than Yuji had realized. He had been deliberately restricting his own power all these years. And now he was not restricting it anymore. "I knew xianxia when he was young," Old One said. "I watched him make the choice to create the veil. And I have spent 3,000 years maintaining the barrier alongside him, carrying a small portion of the burden through the network of phantom meridian anchors that the first cultivators established. You are not the only one who has been maintaining this." The king paused, and Yuji felt the shift in his understanding. He had been operating under the assumption that the veil's maintenance was primarily his burden, that the phantom meridian cultivators had merely provided supplementary support. But Old One was revealing that the arrangement was different. The barrier had been maintained by a distributed network of supporters for centuries. The king had not been entirely alone. "Why are you telling me this?" the king asked. "Because Yuji is not going to accept your terms," Old One said. "And I am giving you an alternative. Let me take on more of the barrier's maintenance burden. Let the coalition expand the network further. Stop trying to force her to replace you. Instead, let us help you carry the weight." The king was silent for a long moment. Then, "The dissolution has progressed too far. Temporary support is no longer sufficient. I need a replacement keeper who can transition the burden permanently. No network of distributed supports can maintain the barrier when my dissolution completes. Then we will find a replacement," Old One said. "But not through force and not through the hollow vessel. Through genuine choice and genuine preparation. Yuji will become the replacement keeper when she has developed the capacity to do so, not when you have forced her into desperation." The king withdrew. His manifestation began to fade, the pressure that had been pressing against Yuji's consciousness releasing gradually. The illusions cleared. The visions of annihilation ceased. 7 more days, the king said. "I will grant 7 more days for you to develop whatever capability you believe will allow her to accept this burden willingly. If you have not moved her toward that acceptance by then, I will resume the assault with everything I have. And I will not hold back." His form dissipated entirely. The barrier shuddered as he pulled his presence back into the ghost realm. The pressure that had been crushing the defense perimeter eased abruptly, leaving everyone gasping for breath. Old One helped Yuji to her feet. The old man was exhausted, his phantom meridians burning with the effort of what he had done. But he was smiling slightly, that expression of quiet satisfaction that suggested he had been waiting for exactly this moment for several years. "We need to talk about your mother's journal," he said. I've been carrying it since the night your parents died, and I think we have 7 days to prepare you for what's in it. Chapter 107. Old One led Yuji to a secure room in the deep sections of the Eastern Mausoleum, a chamber that had been sealed and guarded for decades. The journal he removed was bound in materials that Yuji recognized as soul preservation cloth, rare, expensive, designed specifically to maintain the spiritual integrity of preserved items across centuries. The cloth itself was inscribed with protective runes, maintenance patterns that would keep the contents fresh and vital for centuries more. The journal had been her mother's. The entries were in her mother's handwriting, precise and careful, written in the formal style of academic documentation rather than personal reflection. But as Yuji held it, she could feel her mother's presence in the binding itself, the particular quality of attention that each entry carried. I was not supposed to read this, Old One said, handing her the journal. Your mother was explicit about that. But after her death, after the night that Xianxia killed her and your father, I broke that rule. I needed to understand why they had died and what they had been trying to accomplish. I needed to know if you would face the same fate. Yuji opened the journal and began reading, recognizing her mother's voice in the careful documentation, in the methodical progression of thought. The early entries were technical, notes on phantom meridian cultivation theory, observations about the nature of the boundary between realms, mathematical frameworks for understanding the barrier structure. Her mother had been a scholar as well as a cultivator, someone who had dedicated decades to understanding the fundamental nature of the veil. She had been attempting to synthesize the knowledge from multiple ancient sources into a coherent theoretical framework, combining texts that had been written thousands of years apart, filling in gaps through her own meditation and research. Then the entries changed. They became more personal, more urgent, filled with a growing sense of recognition about what the barrier actually meant and what it would eventually require of whoever carried phantom meridians. There is growing evidence that the barrier itself has consciousness. Not individual consciousness like a person has, but a type of distributed awareness that monitors both realms simultaneously. I'm referring to this as the barrier's attention. The implications are significant. If the barrier has agency, then the Veilkeeper's role is not merely mechanical maintenance, but genuine negotiation with a conscious entity that can choose to support or resist the Keeper's efforts. This changes everything about how we should approach replacement Keeper theory. Further entries documented her mother's conclusion. The eternal Meridian rank, if it could be achieved, would require not just cultivation technique, but genuine relationship with the barrier itself. The cultivator would have to develop a connection with the barrier's consciousness similar to the connections that ghosts and living beings develop with each other. The barrier would have to accept the cultivator as its keeper before the permanent transition could occur. This is why all attempts to force a replacement have failed. The barrier itself resists. The Veilkeeper is not an imposed role. It is something that the barrier accepts or rejects based on the cultivator's relationship with it. And then, in the final entries, written in her mother's handwriting, but with visible signs of haste and fear, I have developed a technique to accelerate the cultivator's relationship with the barrier, a method of forcing the soul to undergo partial death and reconstruction repeatedly until the barrier accepts them as kin. The cost is significant, a 1 in 3 chance of permanent soul death during the process. But if it succeeds, the cultivator's soul will be hardened against external control and possessing the barrier's recognition for replacement keeper potential. Below that entry, her mother had written a single line in a different colored ink. I intend this for my daughter, whenever she arrives at the point where this knowledge becomes necessary. Forgive me, child, for building this burden before you were even born. But someone has to stop this cycle, and I believe you might be the one capable of it. Old One waited silently while Yuji read through the entire journal, absorbing her mother's 2 decades of research and her final desperate conclusion. The Soul Forge technique, Yuji said. That's what she called it. It's what's written in the journal, Old One said. Your mother developed it over years of theoretical research. She intended for you to have it available when you needed it. Not to force you to use it, but to have it as an option, a method of preparing yourself for the burden that you're going to have to carry. It has a 1 in 3 chance of permanent soul death, Yuji said flatly. Yes. That's not preparation. That's Russian roulette. Your mother understood the costs, Old One said. She understood that what she was developing was dangerous and potentially fatal. But she believed that the only way to break the cycle was for the replacement keeper to develop a level of spiritual preparedness that no living cultivator could achieve through normal training methods. The barrier doesn't accept people who are trying to replace the current keeper out of duty or desperation. It accepts people who are genuinely kin to it, who understand the sacrifice and are willing to make it not because they have to, but because they choose to. Yuji held this for several moments. Her mother, 3 decades ago, had developed a ritual that might be fatal, intended for her daughter to use in order to become the Veil Keeper. "How long do we have?" she asked. "The king gave us 7 days. Your mother intended you to have as much time as needed for genuine preparation. But genuine preparation means understanding that the cost is real. If I do this and survive it," Yuji said, "what happens? Your soul becomes tempered. It becomes resistant to external control. And the barrier recognizes you. It acknowledges you as someone who has been willing to die and rebuild yourself for the purpose of maintaining it. That recognition is what allows the permanent transition of the keeper role. And if I don't survive it, then you die and someone else has to find another way." Yuji spent the first full day of the 7-day preparation period learning the soul forge technique in detail. Luo Qianin assisted, providing alchemical support that would allow Yuji's body to survive the spiritual process even as her soul underwent deliberate partial death. "It's beautiful in a horrifying way," Luo Qianin said, studying the technique's framework. "Your mother designed it so that the soul experiences death gradually, dimension by dimension. The consciousness remains present the entire time, experiencing the dissolution and reconstruction. That's actually what provides the temper to the soul, that willingness to experience partial annihilation and pull yourself back together through sheer will." "It sounds like torture," Yuji said. "It is," Luo Qianin said simply. "But it's torture with a specific purpose, to produce a soul structure that is resistant to torture. Your mother understood that. She didn't try to make it comfortable or easy. She designed it to be both as survivable as possible and as effective as possible within those constraints." Day 2, Yuji prepared herself mentally and spiritually. She wrote letters to Jiang Haochen, to Pei Xiaoling, to Gui Mianzi, to everyone in the coalition who mattered to her. She left instructions about what to do if the technique failed and she died. Day 3, she prepared her body. Luo Qianin began administering preparatory pills, substances designed to allow the body to maintain basic functions even as the soul underwent stress that would normally cause catastrophic failure. Day 4, Yuji spent in meditation, centering her consciousness, becoming unmistakable in her clarity about what she was attempting and why. Day 5, Luo Qianin completed the final alchemical preparations. The pills were arranged in a specific sequence. The ritual location was prepared, a chamber in the Eastern Mausoleum where her mother had written the final notes of her research. Day 6 passed in waiting and preparation. Yuji spent it reviewing the technique repeatedly until every step was memorized. She spent it in the meditation chamber, centering herself. She spent it saying goodbye to people without telling them she was saying goodbye. On day 7, at dawn, she was ready. Oldwin conducted the ritual. Luo Qianin monitored her vitals, ready to interrupt the process if the physical danger became critical. Yuji lay in the chamber where her mother had written her final notes, and she began the soul forge. The sensation was death. Absolute, complete death. Her consciousness fragmenting, her identity dissolving, her memories scattering into component pieces. She experienced annihilation, not the ending of existence, but the specific, individual dissolution of the self into component parts. Then her mother's voice, arriving through the preserved journal's spiritual connection. Rebuild yourself. Pull all the pieces back together around the center of who you are. Yuji took the fragments of her consciousness and began to rebuild. It was not reconstruction. It was creation, building a self from components that no longer naturally fit together, forcing them into new configurations that were stronger and stranger and more resilient. She died and lived and died again, cycling through complete dissolution and desperate reconstruction 7 times before the process completed. When she finally opened her eyes, she was gasping, her body soaked with sweat and substances that the pills were flushing out of her system. But her soul felt different. It felt tempered, hardened, resistant to external pressure in a way that her consciousness had never been before. And in the ghost realm, at the location where the Netherworld King maintained his presence, Yuji felt something shift. Recognition. Acknowledgement. The barrier itself, noticing her. She had been recognized as kin to the boundary. She was no longer a candidate for replacement keeper. She was a prepared replacement, waiting to take on the burden when the time came. Luo Qianin held her and didn't let go for several hours. Chapter 108. The chorus of the dead had always been present in Yuji's awareness, a quiet whisper at the edge of her consciousness since she had first begun cultivating phantom meridians. But after the soul forge, after her soul had been tempered and recognized by the barrier, the chorus became deafening. Every ghost on the continent, in that moment, became audible. Millions of voices, all speaking simultaneously, their regrets and unfinished business and desperate wishes flooding through her consciousness at a volume that threatened to destroy her sanity. Yuji spent the first hours after the ritual curled on the floor of her room, trying not to scream, unable to do anything but endure the assault of voices. Everyone experiences this, Guimienzi said, appearing at her side with the patience of someone who had been waiting for exactly this problem. Every cultivator who reaches a certain threshold of phantom meridian development hears the chorus. The only way to function with it is to learn to filter it. It's too loud, Yuji managed. Yes, for the first few days, it will be. But your soul is structured to handle this now. You can learn to create a filter, a technique that lets you hear what you need to hear while muting the rest. He showed her the methodology, a phantom meridian configuration he called the quiet mind lattice. It created a filtering network through which the chorus could pass, but only specific voices, only at specific times, only with specific qualities of attention. She could mute the general chorus and listen to individual spirits. She could tune her awareness to specific types of voices, the dead who needed help, the dead who wanted to offer assistance, the dead who had specific knowledge to share. The configuration was complex and required intensive practice to maintain. Luo Qianyin helped her develop it, sitting beside her through the hours of meditation and training, checking in regularly to ensure that Yuji wasn't slipping into the overwhelming noise despite her attempts at filtering. By day 2, Yuji could maintain the filter for several hours at a time. By day 3, she could maintain it throughout the day. By day 4, it had become instinctive. And then, within the filtered chorus, she heard a familiar voice calling for help. The voice belonged to General Shenwuji, the Ghost Rebellion commander who had been leading resistance efforts in the Ghost Realm for months was imprisoned, his ghostly form being absorbed into the walls of his prison, his identity fading as the absorption continued. I can reach him, Yuji said to Guimienzi. If I can navigate the deep Ghost Realm quickly enough, I can extract him before the prison finishes the absorption process. That would require you to enter the Ghost Realm in person, Guimienzi said. Physically manifest yourself on the death side of the veil. You're strong enough now. The Soul Forge has prepared you for that. But you need to understand what you'll be encountering. The deep Ghost Realm is not a safe place for living practitioners. How long do we have? Yuji asked. General Shinwuji's voice suggests 3 to 4 days before the absorption reaches the point where extraction becomes impossible. After that, he ceases to exist as an individual entity. He becomes part of the prison structure. Then I need to go now. You need preparation, Guimienzi said. You need to gather allies. You need to understand the Ghost Realm's navigation procedures. You need to plan extraction routes. This cannot be rushed. But Yuji was already preparing, already gathering the resources she would need, already assembling a team from among the Coalition's Ghost Realm contacts. They entered the Ghost Realm 3 hours before dawn on the 5th day after the Soul Forge. Chapter 109 The Deep Ghost Realm was a landscape that defied the categories that the living world used to organize matter and space. The mountains were inverted, their peaks pointing downward toward infinite depths. The rivers were crystallized time, flowing backward, their currents carrying visible moments of past events that anyone immersed in them would experience directly. The cities were built from compressed memory. Entire civilizations' worth of experience had been condensed into physical structures that existed simultaneously in multiple states of density. Yuji could see through them, could see the layers of history compressed together, could feel the weight of accumulated existence pressing against her consciousness. Guimienzi guided her through the landscape with the careful attention of someone who had traversed the deep Ghost Realm frequently and knew its specific dangers. They were accompanied by a contingent of Ghost Rebellion soldiers, undead practitioners who had chosen resistance over submission to the Parliament's authority. The Prison of Identity Dissolution is a parliamentary enforcement location, one of the Ghost Rebellion officers said. It's used for dangerous political opponents. The process is slow but absolute. The imprisoned soul gradually merges with the structure of the prison itself until individuality ceases. There's no escape from it without external extraction. They reached the prison as General Shinwuji's consciousness was becoming diffuse. His presence was scattered across the prison walls, his identity fragmenting, his awareness already beginning to dissolve into the structure. This was the dangerous part. The extraction required Yuji to enter the prison herself and use her phantom meridians to anchor Shinwuji's dissolving consciousness, to gather the scattered aspects of his identity and reweave them into coherent form using threads of her own spiritual energy. It was delicate work. She had to be careful not to damage what remained of his consciousness. She had to move quickly because the dissolution was progressing steadily, and she had to do it while maintaining her own coherent presence, The strain of holding that much external consciousness together threatened to overwhelm her own mental integrity. But the Soul Forge had prepared her for this. Her hardened soul could support the weight. She could hold this much complexity without fragmenting. It took hours. When it was complete, General Shinwuji was restored to cohesion, not fully restored to original capacity, but sufficient to exist as an individual consciousness rather than continuing his dissolution into the prison structure. "You saved me," Shinwuji said, his voice still vibrating with the sensation of near annihilation. "The parliamentary forces would have allowed me to dissolve. No one in the ghost realm has that level of extraction capability except the king and the senior parliament members. You're going to help me reach the Twilight Court," Yuji said. "You and everyone in the Ghost Rebellion. Because that's where this is heading. The Netherworld King and I have to reach a resolution, and that resolution is going to require traversing the ghost realm's deepest layers." Shinwuji nodded. "We're with you. All of us. The resistance will guide you." They extracted 29 other rebel ghosts from the deep ghost realm as they made their way outward. Each one had been imprisoned or damaged by the Parliament's forces. Each one was restored to capacity through Yuji's extraction work, and each one pledged themselves to the Ghost Rebellion's commitment to supporting her. By the time they reached the outer layers of the ghost realm, Yuji had restored 40 individual consciousnesses and accumulated a small army of grateful ghosts who had nothing but gratitude for the ghost realm's living practitioner who had reached into the prison and pulled them free from dissolution. "The Twilight Court is ahead," General Shinwuji said, pointing toward the direction where the ghost realm's architecture began to change, became denser, became more intentionally designed. "The King's Palace. It's where the barrier's maintenance machinery is located. It's also where the Parliamentary Council conducts their governance, and where the invasion faction maintains their operational command structure." "We go in," Yuji said. "We reach the king, and we resolve this." The chorus of the dead in her consciousness sang with what sounded like approval. Chapter 1:10 The extraction work had left Yuji exhausted, but it had also revealed something important about her capacity. She could hold multiple consciousnesses simultaneously without fragmenting. She could weave scattered identities back together using phantom meridian threads. She could anchor dissolving souls using nothing but her own hardened spirit as the support structure. The Soul Forge had not just tempered her soul. It had expanded her capability in ways that she was still understanding. "The Twilight Court's outer defenses are going to be significant," General Shinwuji said as they approached the boundary where the ghost realm's normal landscape transitioned into the Parliament's constructed territory. "The king maintains them, but they're not his alone. The Parliament's military forces garrison the outer rings. The invasion faction will have established defensive positions. We'll face organized opposition. And if we go in as invaders, we guarantee that opposition becomes hostile," Yuji said. "So we announce ourselves. We claim right of parlance with the king directly. We use whatever protocols exist in the ghost realm for formal diplomatic contact. That won't guarantee safe passage," Shinwuji warned. "The invasion faction might decide that you're worth more eliminated than alive. Then we move quickly," Yuji said. They advanced toward the Twilight Court with the Ghost Rebellion soldiers moving in a defensive perimeter around Yuji and Guemienzi. When they reached the outer defensive positions, the Parliament's forces moved to intercept them. "I am Yuji Shan, the 12th Phantom Meridian cultivator," Yuji announced, extending her Twilight sovereign authority through the barrier's substrate. "I have come to speak with the Netherworld King regarding the matter of barrier maintenance and keeper succession. I claim diplomatic status and request right of parlance." The Parliament's forces paused. In the ghost realm, the protocols of formal diplomatic engagement were old and deeply embedded in the institutional structure. To ignore them would be to violate fundamental rules of inter-realm communication. The officer in charge of the defensive position gestured for them to advance. "The king has already granted you diplomatic status, cultivator. He has been expecting you. He has prepared a chamber in the court's middle ring for your arrival." "And the invasion faction?" Yuji asked. "Will not interfere with formal diplomatic proceedings. That is Parliament law. Even the invasion faction must respect it." They advanced through the outer rings of the Twilight Court without significant opposition. The architecture here was different from the living world. It was built from solidified boundary between realms, from the veil's substance shaped into buildings and pathways and spaces of governance. It was beautiful and terrifying in equal measure, everything visible through semi-transparent walls, every room showing overlapping views of both the ghost realm's internal structure and the living world's distant presence on the other side of the veil. The chamber they were brought to was a meeting space designed for exactly this kind of diplomatic engagement. The king was not present yet, But the chamber itself spoke to his anticipated presence. It was the space where representatives of both sides of the barrier could meet in neutral territory. General Shinwuji and the Ghost Rebellion soldiers positioned themselves as guards. Guo Mianzi waited quietly, offering no advice, leaving the decision-making to Yuji. Luo Qianin would have wanted to be here, but the living world was not equipped for the depths of the ghost realm. She waited at the barrier's outer ring, maintaining a communication channel with Yuji through the substrate relay. "He's coming," Guo Mianzi said softly, and the door to the chamber opened. Chapter 111 The Netherworld King entered alone, which was a statement in itself. He brought no guards, no advisors, no assistants. He came to this meeting as an individual, not as the force of institutional power. He looked more human than Yuji had expected. Yes, his phantom meridians were visible as silver lines traced across his body, visible as the framework upon which his existence was built. Yes, there was an age to his features that was deeper than normal time could produce. But he had a face, a person's face, with eyes that held intelligence and exhaustion in equal measure. "Yuji Shun," he said, his voice no longer layered or strange. "The 12th cultivator. The one who survived the Soul Forge and was recognized by the veil itself. I have been waiting for you." "I refused your offer," Yuji said. "You did. And you have come anyway, to the place where my throne stands and my authority is absolute. This seems like the opposite of refusal." "I'm here to find a third option," Yuji said. "Something that isn't your possession of my body and isn't you continuing to deteriorate alone while maintaining the barrier indefinitely." The king gestured to a table that hadn't been present a moment before. It bore tea. Real tea, not ghost realm approximation, but actual living world tea prepared with ghost realm methods. 2 cups sat beside the pot, steam rising from them. "Sit," the king said. "Let us discuss options that neither of us has considered." Yuji sat. She accepted one of the cups. The tea tasted like memory, like every autumn evening she had spent with Old One, like the gardens of the Eastern Mausoleum, like the smell of incense in the city of eternal rest. "I have been maintaining this barrier for 3,000 years, the king said. "I did not intend for it to be this long. I anticipated that a replacement would present themselves within a century or two. But century after century passed, and no one achieved the capacity to replace me. The reason became clear gradually. The barrier itself was resisting replacement. It was choosing to work with me alone." "Why?" Yuji asked. "Because I understood it," the king said. "Because I had created it with intention and maintained it with love for the world it protected. The barrier responds to that love. It recognizes keepers who maintain it out of genuine commitment rather than duty or desperation. You have been recognized by the barrier, Yuji. This is the first time in 1,000 years that the veil has acknowledged another potential keeper." He stood and walked to the chamber's wall, the semi-transparent surface that showed the living world on one side and the deep ghost realm on the other. "The barrier is not just a structure," the king said. "It's conscious. It has preferences. It has continuity of identity across millennia. And it has been lonely, maintaining relationship only with me while I have been slowly deteriorating. It needs you, but not as a replacement. As a partner." "I don't understand," Yuji said. "Neither do I, entirely," the king admitted. "But the barrier has shown me visions of a possibility. A state of existence where the keeper role is not held by a single person standing on the death side and suffering isolation and dissolution. Instead, the role is held by multiple people, living and dead, working together to maintain the veil through shared will and distributed effort." He turned to face her directly. "The barrier is asking me to help you understand that this is possible, to help you begin the process of constructing what I could never construct alone. A network of keepers, a web of maintained connections that distributes the burden across many shoulders rather than concentrating it on one." "And you?" Yuji asked. "What happens to you if I take on that burden?" "I rest," the king said simply. "Finally, after 3,000 years, I rest." Chapter 112 Yuji left the chamber and walked through the Twilight Court's outer rings with Guo Mianzi and General Shinwuji accompanying her. She needed time to process what the king had said, the concept of a shared keeper role, a network of maintainers rather than a single keeper, a barrier that could be maintained through distributed effort rather than concentrated sacrifice. "It's brilliant," General Shinwuji said. "If it's actually possible. If the barrier will actually accept it." "The barrier is conscious," Guo Mianzi said quietly. "The king has been alone with that consciousness for 3,000 years, maintaining relationship with it on a daily basis. He's not lying about what it's communicating to him. But consciousness doesn't always think the way we expect. The barrier might be offering a genuine solution, or it might be offering him a way to free himself that doesn't actually work." They reached the outer ring of the Twilight Court, where the barrier's substance transitioned back into the ghost realm's normal landscape. Yuji could feel Luo Qianin's presence on the other side of the barrier, waiting, supporting, maintaining the communication channel. She opened the channel fully. He's offering a third option, Yuji transmitted. A shared keeper role. Multiple people maintaining the barrier together through distributed effort rather than a single keeper suffering isolation and dissolution. Can that actually work? Luo Qianin responded. I don't know, but I'm going to try. Yuji extended her consciousness through the substrate and reached out to every person in the coalition who had phantom meridian connections to her. Jiang Haochen first, the warrior's consciousness clear and steady in her awareness. Pei Xiaoling next, the organizer's mind sharp and focused. Old One, his ancient consciousness pulsing with recognition of what was about to happen. Guo Mianzi himself, the smiling ghost's presence becoming fully integrated with Yuji's expanded awareness. And then, carefully, through the king's substrate relay, she reached out to the parliamentary council opposition faction. The ghosts who had been working against the invasion faction's plans. The consciousnesses who believed that the barrier's maintenance was important and that there should be an alternative to the king's suffering isolation. She offered them connection, not obligation, not compulsion, just this simple offer. Would they be willing to help maintain the barrier alongside her? The responses arrived one by one, each one carrying the flavor of the individual consciousness. Yes, I will help. This is what I have been working toward for years. Yes, finally, there is a path that doesn't require that one person sacrifice everything. Yes, I understand what you're asking, and yes, I'm willing to carry part of the burden. By the time the connections settled, Yuji had created a network that spanned both the living world and the ghost realm. A web of consciousness, of phantom meridians, of distributed will and shared commitment. The barrier itself seemed to pulse with recognition. It's working, Guo Mianzi said, his voice filled with something like wonder. The barrier is accepting the network. It's recognizing the distributed maintenance as valid. Not just valid, General Shen Wuji added. It's reinforcing. The barrier is actually becoming stronger with the network supporting it than it was with just the king maintaining it alone. Yuji felt the shift in the barrier structure. The three critical regions where the parliament's invasion faction pressure had pushed the barrier near cascade failure were stabilizing. The background deterioration was slowing. The barrier was not just holding steady, it was beginning to recover. How is this possible? Pei Xiaoling asked through the communication channel. Because love is stronger than duty, Luo Qianin said. Because connection is more resilient than isolated sacrifice. Because a network of people who choose to maintain something together can hold it more steadily than one person forced to maintain it alone. Yuji felt the truth of this in her soul. The barrier was responding not just to phantom meridian technique, but to the emotional reality beneath it. Every person in the network was choosing to be there. Every connection carried the weight of that choice. The barrier, conscious after millennia of loneliness, was finally experiencing being maintained by people who wanted to maintain it rather than people who felt obligated to do so. Chapter 113 The revelation of the network's success produced an immediate crisis. The Netherworld Parliament's invasion faction, sensing that their strategic dominance over the barrier was being undermined, activated an emergency failsafe. The cascade began in the deep ghost realm layers, a resonant pressure pulse that radiated outward from the Parliament's primary power nexus. If it reached critical intensity, it would disrupt the network before it had time to solidify. It would force the barrier back into isolation reliance on the king's individual maintenance. Yuji felt the pressure wave approaching through the substrate. She had seconds to respond. She did the only thing that made sense. She accelerated the network's integration. Instead of allowing the distributed maintenance pattern to develop gradually, she forced every connection to full intensity simultaneously. The network blazed through both realms at once. Phantom meridians illuminating across the entire continent, visible to every ghost and every living practitioner as silver threads connecting life and death. The barrier, reinforced with full intensity of distributed support, began to change. The three critical regions stabilized not gradually, but with dramatic speed. The background deterioration halted. The barrier transformed from a structure maintained by desperate sacrifice into something that felt active, willing, present. The cascade pressure wave from the invasion faction encountered the barrier in this new state and failed to penetrate it. Instead, the barrier seemed to absorb the pressure, to metabolize it, to convert it into reinforcement for the network itself. It's working, General Shen Wuji reported from his position within the Ghost Realm's monitoring network. The invasion faction's attack failed, but they're not stopping. They're preparing a second assault. How much time? Yuji asked. Days, not hours. They're regrouping, recalibrating their attack vectors, preparing something larger. Yuji understood what was happening. The invasion faction had believed they had months before the barrier began to fail from their sustained pressure. They had believed they had years before the issue became critical. Now they were facing a barrier that was not only stable, but actively strengthening, reinforced by a network that spanned both realms. They were going to escalate to full confrontation sooner than they had anticipated. We need to stabilize the network before they can mount a serious attack, Yuji said to the king through their direct substrate connection. We need to make it resilient enough to survive significant assault. Come back to the throne room, the king said. There are things you need to see. Things I should have shown you long ago. Chapter 114. The throne room was vast in a way that defied geometric description. It existed partly in the ghost realm and partly outside normal space, a chamber where the Veil's maintenance machinery was directly visible. Yuji could see the barrier's structure here, not as an abstract concept, but as something physical, something real, something that she could feel the current state of directly through her own consciousness. The king stood beside his throne, and for the first time, Yuji saw him without the layer of ancient authority. He looked tired beyond comprehension, his form seeming to barely maintain coherence. I am failing, he said simply. The dissolution has progressed too far. Even before your network began to activate, I was 3 to 4 years from complete failure. Your network has accelerated my dissolution timeline. Why? Yuji asked. Because the barrier recognized in your network a genuine alternative to my continued suffering, the king said. And recognizing that alternative has allowed it to begin the process of releasing me from my duty. I can feel it happening. The burden I have been carrying is beginning to distribute across the network you've created. He walked to the throne's arm and gripped it for support. I need to tell you about what's below the Twilight Court, about why the barrier exists at all. There is something in the deep ghost realm that the Veil was designed to contain. Something older than the realms of life and death themselves. Something that xianxia, when he was young and desperate and trying to understand what he was creating, discovered sleeping in the deepest layers of existence. What is it? Yuji asked. I don't know, the king admitted. I have never seen it, but I can feel it. Every day, I feel it pressing against the barrier from the deepest depths. It's sleeping now. It has been sleeping for 3,000 years. But it's not dead. Someday, eventually, it will wake. And when it wakes, the barrier will need to be maintained not just against the normal pressure of death wanting to merge with life, but against something far more dangerous. And xianxia knew this? Yuji asked. He suspected it. I think he created the Veil not just to save both realms, but to contain whatever sleeps below. He never told me directly, but I have had 3,000 years to understand what the barrier is actually protecting against, and I believe that's the true purpose of the Veil. Luo Qianin's voice arrived through the communication channel, urgent and worried. Yuji, something is happening in the living world. The barrier fractures are increasing. Multiple locations are showing sudden instability. Something on the other side is pushing harder. Yuji turned to the king. The invasion faction's second assault? Possibly, the king said. Or possibly something else has noticed the network's creation. Possibly something has noticed that the barrier is changing, adapting, becoming more resilient. And possibly that something is interested in that change. What do we do? Yuji asked. You stabilize the network, the king said. You make it strong enough to survive whatever comes next. And I will rest. Finally, after 3,000 years, I will let go of the burden and let the network catch what I can no longer carry. The king sat down on his throne. He looked smaller somehow, diminished, as though the act of speaking his truth had released the last reserves of power he was maintaining for appearances. Go, he said. The barrier needs you. The network needs you. The living world and the ghost realm need you. I can wait. Chapter 115. The barrier fractures in the living world began to cascade almost immediately after Yuji's network reached full intensity. Multiple locations were simultaneously showing instability, not the slow deterioration that the Parliament's invasion faction had been creating, but rapid, acute pressure spikes that suggested something was actively testing the barrier's resilience. Yuji was still in the Twilight Court's throne room when Luo Qianin's communication became urgent enough to pull her full attention. We have cascade failure beginning in 3 locations simultaneously, Luo Qianin transmitted. The barrier is holding, but barely. The network is reinforcing automatically, but it's creating a feedback loop. The pressure spike causes the network to intensify. The intensification attracts more pressure. The spiral accelerates. If we don't stabilize it manually, we could end up with a controlled spiral into barrier failure. I'm coming, Yuji said, but the king's hand gripped her arm with surprising strength. No, he said. The barrier is holding because the network can hold it. If you leave the throne room now, you break the anchor point. The entire network will destabilize. Then what do I do? Yuji asked. You stay here and you maintain the threshold, the king said. I will manage the living world response. He released her arm and stood one more time, drawing energy that Yuji didn't understand he still possessed. His phantom meridians blazed with light that was almost blinding, and she felt him extend his consciousness through the barrier in a way that was different from any action he had taken before. He was giving something, not transferring burden, not pushing the network to support him, but actively transferring portions of his own accumulated power through the barrier to reinforce it at the 3 critical cascade failure locations. This will cost him, Goei Mianzi said from his position in the communication network. He's burning through the reserves that were allowing him to maintain coherence. He's creating his own dissolution to prevent the barrier from failing. Tell him to stop, Yuji commanded. Tell him to stop immediately. I can't, Goei Mianzi said. He's not listening to anyone but the barrier now. Yuji felt the king's power flowing through the barrier structure. She felt it reaching the 3 critical locations and reinforcing them just enough that the cascade failure spiral stabilized. The feedback loop resolved. The pressure equalized. And the king, having burned through his final reserves of personal power, began to collapse. But instead of collapsing into dissolution, instead of fragmenting into non-existence, he began to transform. His phantom meridians, no longer holding together his artificial coherence, began to separate. His body, released from the pressure of maintaining 3,000 years of barrier discipline, began to dissolve into something else. Not death. Something else. Something that looked like surrender. Yuji understood what was happening. The king was releasing his hold on existence. He was allowing the barrier to accept the transition of his keeper role to the network. He was completing the succession that the barrier had been waiting 3,000 years to accomplish. He's dying, Luo Qianin transmitted, and Yuji could hear the tears in her voice. Yuji, I can feel him through the barrier. He's dying. No, Yuji said. She extended her consciousness toward the king, toward the point where his form was dissolving into the barrier's substrate. Not dying. Transitioning. She offered her connection, not her power, not her burden, but her presence, her acknowledgement, her witness to what he was accomplishing. The king, in his final moments of individual existence, accepted that connection. Thank you, his consciousness said, already beginning to fragment into the barrier's greater structure. For recognizing that isolation was not the answer. For understanding that the network could work. For giving me permission to finally rest. And then the king of the ghost realm, xianxia, the cultivator who had created the veil 3,000 years ago and maintained it through sacrifice and desperation and loneliness, completed his transition from individual consciousness to distributed support structure. He became part of the barrier itself. He became part of the network. He became the thing he had been trying to replace for 3 millennia. Something that maintained the boundary through active will, but shared that will with others, no longer carrying the burden alone. The throne room was empty when Yuji opened her eyes. The king was gone, but his presence remained in every strand of the network, in every connection between living and dead, in the very substance of the barrier itself. Is he dead? Pei Xiaoling asked through the communication channel. No, Yuji said. He finally got to rest. Chapter 116. The aftermath of the king's transition was not relief. It was immediate catastrophe assessment. Yuji extracted herself from the throne room and returned to the outer rings of the Twilight Court, where the Ghost Rebellion soldiers were managing the fallout from the barrier pressure spikes. 3 locations in the living world had been pushed close to cascade failure. The network had reinforced them, but barely. There were still secondary fractures developing, still aftershock pressure patterns working through both realms. The invasion faction is preparing a coordinated assault, General Shin Wuji reported. They've detected that the king has transitioned. They're assessing it as an opportunity. If they can disrupt the network before it fully stabilizes, they can push the barrier into failure state. How long do we have? Yuji asked. Days, Shin Wuji said. Maybe a week. They're mobilizing forces from across the ghost realm, calling back units from the occupation zones, preparing something that's going to be a full-scale invasion attempt rather than the incremental pressure they've been applying. Yuji understood what was really happening. The invasion faction had created the breach gates as a way of forcing the barrier to deteriorate gradually. But now that strategy had failed, the barrier was strengthening instead of weakening, and the network was becoming more resilient rather than less. The invasion faction's only remaining option was to escalate to direct confrontation. They were going to try to break the barrier while it was still in transition, still adjusting to the king's absence and the network's presence. Assemble the full coalition, Yuji instructed. Living world and ghost realm contingents. Everyone who's committed to supporting the network. We need to prepare a defense strategy that can withstand a full-scale assault. She returned to the living world through the barrier, emerging at the city of Eternal Rest where the primary coalition command center had been established. Zhang Haochen was already preparing defense force positioning. Pei Xiaoling was coordinating resources. Luo Qianin was working with the alchemical division to increase production of support pills. The invasion faction's assault is going to hit multiple locations simultaneously, Yuji said. They're going to try to overwhelm the network at its weakest points. They're going to target the 3 locations where the barrier was near cascade failure, because they know those are vulnerable. The network can reinforce those locations, Pei Xiaoling said. But if it does that to reinforce 3 locations simultaneously, it will weaken everywhere else, Yuji said. We need a more sophisticated defense strategy. We need to anticipate where they're going to attack and reinforce those locations preemptively, rather than responding reactively, which requires knowing their attack pattern before they execute it, Zhang Haochen said. The Parliamentary Council opposition faction is providing preliminary intelligence. General Shen Wuji's voice arrived through the communication relay. They've intercepted communications about the invasion faction strategy. The assault is targeting 5 locations, not 3. 5 points on the barrier where they believe they can create simultaneous cascade failures that will spread to adjacent regions. Yuji pulled up the visualization of the barrier's current structure. The 5 targeted locations formed a geometric pattern, not random, but deliberately chosen to maximize the stress on the network if all 5 locations experienced cascade failures simultaneously. They've been studying the barrier's architecture, she said. This is sophisticated. This is not improvisation. They've been planning an assault of this specificity for months, possibly years. The invasion faction isn't new, Luo Qianin said. They've been working toward this specific goal since before you even arrived in this situation. The breach gates were part of a larger strategy. The ultimate goal was always to destabilize the barrier enough that it would fall, allowing them to establish direct passages between the ghost realm and the living world. Yuji held the 5 target locations in her awareness. She extended the network's phantom meridians to each of them, began reinforcing them preemptively, began building defensive structures that the invasion faction would have to overcome in order to mount their assault. But the invasion faction had been planning this for years. They had knowledge of the barrier's architecture that was at least as sophisticated as anything Yuji had learned in the months since her first confrontation with the Netherworld King. And they had the advantage of understanding their own specific attack vectors. We need more than just network reinforcement, Pei Xiaoling said. We need an active defense strategy. We need to be able to take the assault and counter it, not just absorb it. The Parliamentary Council opposition faction has offered full military support, General Shen Wuji reported. Every ghost in the parliament who opposed the invasion faction strategy is willing to engage in direct confrontation with the invasion faction's forces. They're willing to conduct a political war within the ghost realm simultaneously with the barrier assault, which could destabilize the entire parliamentary structure, Yuji said, which could cause the ghost realm's governmental institutions to collapse into civil conflict. Yes, Shen Wuji said simply. We're prepared for that risk. Yuji held all of this in her awareness. The 5 targeted locations on the barrier, the imminent invasion faction assault, the parliamentary opposition faction's willingness to engage in internal conflict, the potential collapse of the ghost realm's institutional structure if civil war broke out. Some situations required accepting consequences that you couldn't control. Prepare for everything, she instructed. Strengthen the barrier at the 5 target locations. Position the opposition faction's forces to engage the invasion faction's military. Mobilize the Living World Coalition to support at the barrier's breaking points. And prepare one more thing. Prepare for the possibility that we're going to need to reach inside the parliamentary power structure and fundamentally disrupt it. That would require entering the parliament itself, Zhang Haochen said. Yes, Yuji said. And I'm going to be the one to do it. Chapter 117. The preparation took 3 days. 3 days of reinforcing the barrier at the 5 target locations. 3 days of positioning forces. 3 days of building a response strategy that would allow the network to survive the invasion faction's coordinated assault and then mount a counterassault of their own. On the morning of the 4th day, the assault began. The pressure spike hit all 5 target locations simultaneously. The invasion faction had deployed coordinated assault units at each location, and they had clearly rehearsed the timing. Every attack reached critical intensity at the same moment, creating a resonant pattern that amplified stress across the entire barrier network. The barrier held, but barely. The network reinforced with rapid response, but Yuji could feel the strain, could feel the network pushing toward critical capacity. We can't sustain this long-term, Luo, Qianin transmitted. The barrier is holding, but the network is burning through reserves. We have maybe an hour before something breaks. Then we move to phase 2, Yuji said. She extracted herself from the observation room and walked to the chamber where the barrier's transition point was located. A specific location where the boundary between realms was thin enough for a cultivator with phantom meridians to pass through. She had used it twice before, the passages leaving marks on her consciousness, but this would be the most direct passage she had attempted. This time she wasn't going to the deep ghost realm or the Twilight Court's outer rings. This time she was going to the place where the Parliamentary Council conducted their governance, the heart of the ghost realm's institutional structure. She stepped through the barrier. The transition was violent. Her living world body was fundamentally incompatible with the ghost realm's normal conditions, but her soul, tempered by the soul forge and recognized by the barrier itself, allowed her to maintain coherent existence on the death side. She manifested in the parliamentary chamber as a living presence in a realm of the dead, immediately visible, immediately recognized as fundamentally alien to the space. The invasion faction's leadership was present, conducting the assault operations from a war command center that had been established in the chamber's upper observation galleries. Yuji Shan, the invasion faction's primary commander, said, turning to face her. He was a ghost of significant power, his phantom meridians visible as dark threads rather than silver, his presence radiating authority accumulated over centuries. The living world cultivator. You have no authority here. You have no standing to enter the parliament. You will withdraw or be destroyed. I have standing granted by the barrier itself, Yuji said. She extended her phantom meridians, and every member of the parliamentary council could see the network she carried, the connections to hundreds of consciousnesses living and dead, the visible weight of the barrier's recognition. I am withdrawing the opposition faction's authority to conduct this assault, she said directly to the opposition faction's leadership. You are activating the parliamentary emergency protocols that allow for civilian governance intervention in matters of institutional military action. You are calling for an immediate cessation of operations and a binding arbitration process. That is not your authority to invoke, the invasion faction's commander said. You are not a member of parliament. I am the barrier's recognized successor, Yuji said. I am the keeper of the network that maintains the separation between realms. The barrier has established me as an arbitrating authority for matters that directly affect barrier stability. This assault affects barrier stability. Therefore, I have authority. She waited for contradiction. The opposition faction's leadership looked at each other, and then they moved. They invoked the emergency protocols. They called for cessation of military operations. They invoked the binding arbitration process. For a long moment, nothing happened. Then, one by one, parliamentary members began to activate their agreement. The opposition faction's votes materialized as visible power in the chamber. And then, shockingly, several members of the invasion faction itself began to vote against their faction's own assault operation. The barrier had established Yuji as an arbiter, and its authority superseded the faction system. The assault ceased. Chapter 118. The cessation of the military assault didn't resolve the fundamental political conflict, but it gave the barrier enough breathing room to stabilize. The network reduced its emergency intensity. The pressure at the 5 target locations eased. The barrier's stress levels began to normalize. That was brilliant, Pei Xiaoling said through the communication relay. Invoking the emergency protocols. Using the barrier's authority to override the faction system. It's only a temporary solution, Yuji said. She was still manifested in the parliamentary chamber, visible to every ghost member of the council. The invasion faction is going to argue that the barrier's authority doesn't extend to political arbitration. They're going to challenge my invocation of the emergency protocols. Let them, General Shun Wuji said. The opposition faction has prepared legal arguments for exactly this scenario. We've been waiting for an opportunity to contest the invasion faction's authority through institutional channels rather than military conflict. Which means we're moving from military assault to institutional warfare, Yuji said. Yes, which is much better for long-term stability in the ghost realm. Yuji spent the next hours in debate with the invasion faction's leadership. She presented the case for the barrier's authority to intervene in military operations that directly threatened barrier stability. She presented evidence of the invasion faction's deliberate assault strategy, documented through the opposition faction's intelligence gathering. She presented the mathematical case that the barrier's strength was directly correlated to network stability, which meant that the invasion faction's assault was directly destabilizing the barrier's function. By the time the emergency debate concluded, the invasion faction's political position had been severely weakened. Several previously neutral parliamentary members had sided with the opposition faction. The invasion faction's leadership had been forced to admit that they had indeed planned the assault months in advance and had deliberately withheld information about it from other parliamentary members. The barrier's interim authority as arbiter is accepted, the opposition faction's primary delegate announced. We will establish a formal process for institutional reform that addresses the underlying causes of the invasion faction's movement toward confrontation. Yuji stood in the center of the parliamentary chamber, feeling the weight of what had just transpired. She had walked into the Ghost Realm's institutional center as a living practitioner and walked out having changed the balance of power within the parliament itself. It was not a permanent solution. The invasion faction would reorganize, would present new arguments, would attempt other approaches. But for now, the barrier was stable. For now, the network was secure. For now, there was space for deeper institutional change. You need to return to the living world, Luo Qianyin said through the communication relay. Your physical presence here is burning through reserves faster than the network can replenish them. If you stay much longer, you'll exhaust yourself into dissolution. Yuji felt the truth of this. Her living world body was struggling to maintain coherence in the Ghost Realm's environment. Her consciousness was fractured between two incompatible states of existence. She couldn't sustain this much longer. She made her final statements to the Parliamentary Council, acknowledged the opposition faction's formal recognition of the barrier's interim authority, and began the transition back to the living world. The passage through the barrier was easier than the entry had been. She was leaving the Ghost Realm and returning to the space she was naturally adapted to. But she left pieces of herself behind. Understanding, connection, the weight of having participated in the Ghost Realm's institutional structure directly. She emerged in the Chamber of Transitions in the City of Eternal Rest, and Luo Qianyin was waiting. Chapter 119. Luo Qianyin caught her before Yuji could collapse, held her while the living world's physics reasserted itself, and Yuji's consciousness completed its return from the Ghost Realm's alien geometry. Welcome back, Luo Qianyin said simply. You just changed the balance of power in both realms. Yuji didn't respond. She was processing the disorientation of being fully present in a living body again, of having her consciousness properly centered in a single frame of reference rather than extended across both realms simultaneously. It took hours to recover fully, but as the disorientation faded, Yuji was able to assess what had happened. The invasion faction's assault had been repelled. The barrier was stabilizing. The network was consolidating around the new maintenance structure without the king's individual presence. The opposition faction had gained significant political authority within the parliament, and Yuji had positioned herself as the barrier's official arbiter in matters of institutional conflict that affected barrier stability. The oppositional faction has sent a formal message, Pei Xiaoling said, approaching with a document that had been transmitted through the barrier's substrate channels. They're formally requesting that you establish a new institutional body, a barrier council that would coordinate maintenance operations and respond to future threats to barrier stability. They want you to serve as the council's central authority, which would make me the highest authority in both realms on matters relating to the barrier, Yuji said. Yes, that's not what I wanted, Yuji said. But it's what the barrier needs, Luo Qianyin said quietly. You created a network specifically because you believe that distributed authority was more effective than concentrated power. But distributed authority still requires a center point, a place where the distribution channels connect. That's what the Barrier Council would be. You would be the center, but the actual governance would be distributed across the council members. Yuji thought about this. She thought about the king, who had held all the authority centrally and had slowly dissolved under the weight of it. She thought about the network, which had distributed the burden across hundreds of consciousnesses, but still required a focal point for coordination. She thought about what was sleeping deep in the ghost realm, what the barrier was actually designed to contain, what the next crisis might look like when that thing eventually woke. I'll accept the position, she said. But I'm establishing the council with representatives from both the opposition faction and the invasion faction. And I'm establishing it with equal representation from the Living World Coalition and the Ghost Realms Parliament. That's risky, Pei Xiaoling said. The invasion faction might use the council position to gather intelligence about future barrier operations. They already have that intelligence, Yuji said. They've been studying the barrier for years. The only way we actually make progress is if we invite them into the institutional structure and give them reasons to support barrier stability rather than undermine it. If we exclude them, they become enemies. If we include them, they become stakeholders. By the time evening fell, Yuji had formally accepted the position of the Barrier Council's founding authority, had established the preliminary structure for the council, and had begun the process of selecting representatives from both the living world and the ghost realm. She was, for all practical purposes, the person responsible for maintaining the boundary between life and death. She was, functionally, what the Netherworld King had been for 3,000 years, but distributed differently, held differently, supported by a network that was far more resilient than any individual person could be. She walked to the Eastern Mausoleum's highest point and stood looking out over the city of eternal rest. The graves that needed sweeping, the dead that needed honoring, the living world that needed protecting, the ghost realm that needed stabilizing. The work continued. It would always continue. But now it was being done differently, carried by many shoulders rather than one, distributed across a network of will and connection and shared commitment. And deep below everything, in the layers of the ghost realm that had never been mapped, that had never been properly understood, something old and sleeping stirred at the presence of the new barrier consciousness that was beginning to form. But that was a problem for another time. Chapter 120. The founding of the Barrier Council was formalized 3 days later, in a ceremony that took place simultaneously in both the living world and the ghost realm. Representatives from the opposition faction and the invasion faction attended in ghostly form, manifested in the City of Eternal Rest's central courtyard. The Living World Coalition attended in person, and between them, visible to everyone who carried Phantom Meridian sight, the network pulsed with silver light, the barrier itself present in representation, witnessing the institutional restructuring of its own maintenance system. Yuji stood before them all and made a single statement. The barrier was created by sacrifice. It has been maintained by sacrifice. But it does not require that one person sacrifice everything while everyone else lives in ignorance of the burden. The barrier can be maintained by a network of people who understand what they're carrying and choose to carry it anyway. That's what we're building here. Not a structure of hierarchy and authority, but a structure of shared responsibility and distributed will. She extended her phantom meridians and connected each council member directly to the network. They gasped collectively as the full weight of the barrier's existence became perceptible to them. Not overwhelming, not crushing, but clear and present and real. You are now connected to the barrier's maintenance, Yuji said. You will feel its stability. You will feel its pressure points. You will understand what needs to be reinforced and what can be allowed to rest. And you will participate in the decisions about how to respond to threats to barrier stability. This is your choice to make, together, from this moment forward. The council members looked at each other, and in their expressions, Yuji could see recognition settling. They understood now what the network meant, what it felt like to be part of something larger than themselves while still maintaining individual agency. There is one more thing, Yuji said. She turned specifically toward General Shinwuji, toward Gue Mianzi's ghostly presence, toward Old One, toward Luo Qianin, toward Jiang Haochen, toward Pei Zhaoling. The Netherworld King transitioned his individual consciousness into the network 3 days ago. He is now part of the barrier's foundation. He is still present, but not in a way that gives him individual authority. He is distributed across every connection that supports the barrier. He is resting, finally, after 3,000 years. She paused, and somewhere deep in the ghost realm, something is stirring. Something old. Something that the barrier was originally designed to contain. Something that the Netherworld King never fully disclosed. That is a problem for another time, another crisis, another confrontation. But I want every member of this council to understand that maintaining the barrier is not just about sustaining the separation between life and death. It's about keeping something far more dangerous contained and dormant and far away from both realms. The ceremony concluded in silence. The representatives dispersed to their respective realms, carrying the weight of their new knowledge, understanding fully what they had committed to. And that night, Yuji sat on the Eastern Mausoleum's highest point with Luo Qianin beside her, and she felt the barrier settling into its new state. The network was stable. The maintenance was distributed. The crisis had been resolved for now. But in the deep ghost realm, in the layers that had never been mapped, in the place where something old and dangerous was beginning to wake, Yuji felt a single presence stirring. A consciousness that had noticed the barrier's transformation. A will that had recognized that the boundary between life and death had changed its structure. Whatever had been sleeping would not sleep much longer. But that was a story for part 2. For now, Yuji sat and watched the Phantom Meridian network pulse across the continent, visible to anyone who had eyes to see it, a web of connections that spanned both realms and held them in balance. For now, the work was stable. The burden was distributed. The network held. For now, that was enough. Chapter 121. The throne room of the Netherworld King existed in the space between spaces, not quite in the living world and not quite in the ghost realm, but suspended in the liminal boundary that held both in eternal balance. Yuji stepped through the outer veil, and reality shifted beneath her feet. The transition was not violent. It was more like stepping from one room into another, except that the room she entered was impossible to comprehend fully with a single human mind. Walls were not walls, but transparent layers of existence itself. Through one layer, she could see the living world in perfect clarity. The city of eternal rest spread out below like a map of memory, the mountains beyond with their peaks lost in cloud and mist, the clouds drifting across blue sky in patterns that seemed to follow no natural law. Through the adjacent layer, she could see the ghost realm, rendered in silver and violet hues, where the dead moved through their endless existence in paths that crossed and recrossed each other, creating patterns of movement that had meaning only to those who had passed from life into that other realm. The two visions overlapped in her perception, neither more real than the other, both equally valid, both equally desperate for the balance that kept them separate yet connected. The floor beneath her feet felt like ice that was warm to the touch. When she looked down, she could see it was made of veil stuff, the same crystallized boundary material that held the barrier between realms and place. Walking on it felt like walking on a substance that might dissolve at any moment, though it remained solid under her weight. Each step sent ripples through the floor, though the ripples moved in directions that did not follow normal physical laws. She could feel the death chi thrumming through it, a steady pulse like a heart of stone and starlight, and her phantom meridians resonated in sympathy, drawn to the substance as a plant draws to sunlight. The cold of the ghost realm embraced her, but not with the hostile chill of death. This was the cold of preserved memory, of moments held in stasis, of time stopped in amber. Her breath did not fog. The warmth of her living body remained constant, as if the space itself recognized her status as neither fully living nor fully dead, and treated her accordingly. She could smell incense burning somewhere in the depths of the threshold, sandalwood mixed with something else, something that grew only in the deepest layers of the ghost realm, a flower she had never seen, but whose name she somehow knew: midnight jasmine. The ceiling was 1,000 shades of gray, shifting constantly like thoughts moving through a mind. It was night in one layer and dawn in another, and the colors kept changing, unable to settle on one permanent state. Yuji realized that the ceiling was showing her the entire surface of both worlds simultaneously, compressed into a single space. She could see day and night, summer and winter, all existing in the same moment above her head. At the far end of the throne room, the Netherworld King rose from his throne, a seat carved from crystallized veil stuff that pulsed with colors that had no proper names. Some might have called them silver, but that was insufficient. Some might have called them the colors between colors, the hues that existed only in the boundary space itself. He was taller than she had expected from the descriptions, and thinner than any king she had heard of. It was as though age had worn away everything except the essential architecture of a man, bone and determination and will, with the extra flesh and casual comfort worn away by centuries of duty. His face was kind in a way that made her throat tighten and her phantom meridians pulse with recognition. He looked like he could have been her father, if her father had lived for 3,000 years and carried the weight of 2 worlds on his shoulders. He wore robes of layered ghost realm fabric, each layer translucent so that she could see through him to the realm beyond. Looking at him was like looking through water. His presence was there, but slightly distorted, as though he existed more solidly in the ghost realm than in the living world. His phantom meridians spanned the entire throne room. They were not strands but rivers, thick and ancient, woven into patterns so complex they hurt to look at directly. Each meridian was filled with light, and each light carried the weight of centuries of absorbed techniques. She could feel the draw of them, a pull like magnetism, like destiny, like the universe itself was holding its breath. "Welcome," he said, and his voice had the quality of wind moving through very old places, through mountains that had stood for millennia, through caves that had heard echoes for generations, through spaces where the living and dead had both left their marks on the landscape of reality. "I have waited a long time for you. Since before you were born, I have known that someone would eventually reach this room. Someone with the strength to potentially take what I can no longer bear. I have been preparing for this moment across 3,000 years, watching cultivators rise and fall, waiting for the one who might succeed where the others failed." The king's eyes studied her with the kind of attention that came only from centuries of observation. She could see him cataloging her strength, her phantom meridians, the way she held herself, not with the arrogance of a cultivator at the peak of their power, but with the readiness of someone who understood that strength meant responsibility. He could see in her something that none of the 11 had possessed, The ability to love while cultivating power, to hold connection while ascending ranks, to resist the dissolution through the bonds she had deliberately built rather than the ones she had been born into. "You are different from the others," he said, and there was a note of curiosity in his voice, as though he was discovering this in real time, as though the future was not entirely written. They came seeking power or seeking redemption or seeking escape from their own lives. You came seeking understanding. You came to learn why the boundary failed, what it meant to carry it, what the cost would be. You came with humility, and that is something none of the others possessed. Yuji did not respond immediately. She was still processing the weight of being in this space, of breathing the air between worlds, of feeling the phantom meridians of the king pulsing like a second heartbeat through the very walls of the throne room. She was processing the knowledge that this being had been waiting for her specifically, that her entire journey had been building toward this single moment. He did not attack. There was no sudden assault, no test of her defensive capabilities, no demonstration of overwhelming power designed to cow her into submission. Instead, he did something far more unexpected. He gestured toward two chairs that had not existed a moment before, made of the same veil stuff as his throne but smaller, simpler, designed for rest rather than dominion. The sight of them struck her with odd force. These were chairs meant for conversation, for the sharing of burdens, not for confrontation. "Please sit with me," he said. "We have much to discuss, but I find that I have been alone in this room for so long that I would like to simply have a conversation before we address the matter of succession. There is something I would like to offer you, if you are willing to accept it. There is something I would like to share with you, before the hard questions must be asked. I want you to understand what this burden truly means before you make your choice. I want you to know what price I paid, and what price you might be asked to pay. I do not want you to make the same mistake I made, to accept this role without fully understanding what it costs, without knowing what it takes to maintain it, without understanding the isolation that comes with carrying it alone." Yuji found herself nodding, though she was not sure why. There was something in his voice that overrode her caution, that suggested this man, this being, was not lying about his intent to converse rather than to challenge. The kindness in his expression seemed genuine, not a deception or a manipulation, but the real memory of what kindness felt like after 3,000 years of isolation. She moved toward the offered chair, her phantom meridians chiming softly with each step, a sound like distant bells. As she settled into the chair, she noticed the way it adjusted to fit her body, the way the veil stuff responded to her presence. The throne room was recognizing her, was acknowledging her, was preparing itself for the possibility of succession. Chapter 122. The tea was real. That was the most surprising thing about it. More surprising than the throne room, more surprising than the kindness in his voice, more surprising than the entire impossible architecture of this space between worlds. He poured it from a ceramic pot that looked exactly like a pot that might exist in the living world, steam rising from the spout in visible spirals. The steam was neither warm nor cold, but something in between, as though even the water could not decide which realm it belonged to. The scent rose in delicate wisps, chrysanthemum and something deeper, earthier, like the smell of soil after rain in the graveyard where she had tended the dead. When she held the cup, it was warm. The temperature felt right in her hands, familiar and grounding in a place where nothing else felt familiar. The taste when she drank was oolong, slightly bitter, with the faintest note of flowers, not jasmine, something more delicate, a flower that only grew in the ghost realm or perhaps only existed in memory. It tasted like home and longing and the bittersweet understanding that some things could never be fully recovered once they were lost. It tasted like the first time Old One had ever made her tea, like memory made manifest in liquid form. "I have kept this warm for 3,000 years, he said quietly, sitting in the chair opposite her. His voice was gentle, almost reverent when he spoke about this simple cup of tea. A single pot of living qi, enough to brew one cup when I needed to remember what the living world tasted like. Every 1,000 years, when the burden grew heaviest, when I could feel myself dissolving further into the structure of the veil, I would brew this tea and allow myself a single cup. It was a small rebellion against the weight of my duty. It was proof, in a small way, that I was still a person and not just a function. It was a moment when I was not the keeper of the veil, but simply a man remembering what it felt like to be alive. He held his own cup without drinking from it, just holding it like a memory made solid, like a piece of his past refusing to be fully consumed by the present. The king's phantom meridians dimmed slightly as he held the cup, a gesture of reverence perhaps, or simply the effort required to maintain hope for 3,000 years. Yuji could see the strain it cost him, the way the light in his meridians flickered when he thought of all those years, all that loneliness, All that weight carried in complete isolation from any other being who might understand what it meant to hold the boundary in place. Yuji drank slowly, savoring the taste, and with each sip, she felt something settle in her chest. Not peace exactly, but the possibility of peace, the idea that peace might exist somewhere beyond the chaos and conflict that had defined her entire cultivation journey. The tea was a connection to humanity, to the simple pleasures that made life worth living. It was a resistance against dissolution, a refusal to let duty consume everything personal and individual. She thought about what it meant to keep something warm for 3,000 years. She thought about the loneliness that such preservation implied. She thought about what it cost to maintain hope for that long without ever allowing it to break. She tried to imagine what it would be like to be the only keeper, the only one responsible, the only person understanding what was really happening beneath the surface of reality. She could feel tears building behind her eyes, not tears of sorrow, but tears of understanding, of comprehension of what this being had been carrying alone. 3,000 years was an incomprehensible span of time. It was longer than civilizations lasted. It was longer than entire species thrived. Empires rose and fell. Mountains were worn down to nothing. Entire philosophical traditions were born, flourished, and were forgotten. And he had spent all of that time here, in this space between worlds, holding together something that wanted desperately to fall apart. One cup of tea, kept warm through force of will, was perhaps the most profound symbol of resistance to that dissolution that she could imagine. It represented everything that was human, everything that was personal, everything that refused to be consumed by duty alone. "I am not what the Netherworld Parliament claims," he continued, his voice taking on the tone of confession, as though this was something he had needed to tell someone for a very long time. "The official records say I came to the ghost realm seeking power and dominion, that I created the veil as a tool to expand my own control across both worlds, that I am a tyrant who rules the dead through fear and force. That is not true. I came because I had no choice. I came because both worlds were dying, and I was the only one who could stop it from happening." He set his own cup down with deliberate care and looked toward the transparent wall where the living world was most clearly visible. She could see his face reflected in the veil stuff, and in that reflection, she saw all the years written in the lines around his eyes. She saw the ghost of the man he had been before duty hollowed him out, before the weight of two worlds began to consume the person underneath. 3,000 years ago, the barrier between life and death was failing, he said. There had always been some permeability. That is natural. That is how souls transition from life to death, how the cycle continues unbroken. But 3,000 years ago, the permeability became catastrophic. The dead were crossing into the living world in increasing numbers, driven mad by the echo of life still calling to them. The living were being consumed by death chi, their souls torn toward the ghost realm faster than their bodies could survive. Both realms were collapsing into chaos. There were reports of entire villages vanishing as their populations were drawn across the veil. There were accounts of ghosts becoming violent and mad in the ghost realm, unable to accept their new existence, unable to find peace. Families were torn apart, their bonds severed by the boundary's failure. He paused, and she could see him gathering the weight of the memory. When he spoke again, his voice was quieter, more raw. "I was a cultivator, then, not a king. I lived in the living world. I had a family, a wife, 2 children, parents who were still living. I had friends, colleagues, students. I had a life that seemed to have meaning beyond the cultivation that had always been my focus. But I also had the gift of double sight, the ability to see both realms simultaneously. I watched as my world was dying, and I watched as the realm of the dead was being torn apart by the living's desperate energy. The spirits were suffering. The living were suffering. Something had to be done. Someone had to take action, and no one else had both the power and the understanding to do it." "What changed it?" Yuji asked. "What happened 3,000 years ago to cause such a sudden destabilization? Had there not been other barrier keepers before you? How is it that the barrier failed so suddenly?" "An accident," he said. "Or perhaps an act of sabotage. I have never been certain which. There was an ancient barrier maintained by a cultivator whose name has been forgotten by history. That cultivator died, and instead of passing their role to an heir or a successor, the barrier simply lost its anchor. Without the anchor, it began to fail. It was not a sudden collapse, but a degradation that accelerated over months until the situation became critical. I understood then that barriers required continuous maintenance, continuous will, continuous sacrifice. They required a person to stand in the gap between worlds and hold the line, no matter what the cost. Understand, this was not a discovery I made gradually. It was a realization that came all at once, like lightning through water. One day I was a man with a family and a future. The next day, I understood that the only way to save everyone I loved was to give them up. And you volunteered, Yuji said, understanding the shape of the story before he finished telling it. The pieces were beginning to fit together, forming a pattern she recognized because it mirrored the pattern of her own choices. I did, he said. I knew what it would cost me. I had access to texts about barrier maintenance, to old records of the previous keeper's journals. I understood that I would be sacrificing my place in the living world, that I would be giving up my family and my life. But the alternative was that everyone I loved would die. The alternative was that both worlds would collapse into chaos and suffering. So I spent the last of my living chi to seal the barrier. I created a new veil, stronger than the old one, designed to last longer, designed to require its keeper to exist partially in both realms simultaneously so that the maintenance would be continuous and automatic. I became the keeper. I stepped across the threshold from living to dead, from ordinary cultivator to something more. And I have been standing in that gap ever since. He picked up his cup again and held it, not drinking, just holding it like a memory made physical. Through the translucent cup, she could see his phantom meridians glowing faintly, ancient and worn. But dams require keepers, he said. And keepers are slowly consumed by the dams they maintain. It is inevitable. 1,000 years in, I was still myself, still capable of feeling joy, still remembering why I had done this thing, still able to close my eyes and remember the faces of my family, still able to speak to the ghosts with emotion and understanding rather than from duty alone. 2,000 years in, I began to lose the edges of who I had been. The things that made me individual started to dissolve into the function of maintaining the veil. Memories became less vivid. Emotions became abstract. Connection faded toward habit. By 3,000 years, I was more veil than man. I could barely remember my own name without effort. I could barely remember why the people I loved had mattered to me at all. And all the while, I could feel the process continuing, feel myself dissolving further with each passing century. Chapter 123. Why didn't you find a replacement? Yuji asked. Surely in 3,000 years, you found others who could have taken the burden. There must have been people with the strength and the will to attempt what you have carried alone. 3,000 years is long enough to find someone. 3,000 years is long enough to build an entire system of succession. I tried, the king said, and there was a weariness in his voice that suggested this was the hardest part of the story to tell. The weight of failure, multiplied across centuries, was visible in every word. His shoulders seemed to bend under the accumulated disappointment. The veil stuff of his throne seemed to absorb his anguish, responding to his emotional state by dimming the colors that pulsed through it. I found 11 cultivators across 3,000 years who developed phantom meridian cultivation naturally. Each of them showed promise. Each of them seemed, for a time, as though they might be strong enough to take what I could no longer bear. Each one represented hope to me. Hope that I might finally be allowed to rest. Hope that someone could do better than I had done. Hope that there might be an end to the endless dissolution. Each one was a light that I followed, believing that this time, this person, would be the one who could succeed. Each time, I was wrong. He rose from his chair with visible effort and walked to the wall where the ghost realm was most clearly visible. He pressed his palm against the transparent veil stuff, and his image reflected there looked younger, showed the echo of who he had been before 3,000 years of burden. She could see it in the reflection, a man who had once been capable of joy, whose smile had once been easy, whose eyes had once held hope instead of the distant, measured resignation she saw in them now. The first one, I simply asked, he said. She was powerful, phantom throne rank, and I believed that power was enough. The ancient texts said that phantom throne was the highest rank a human could achieve, and I thought that if she could reach that power, she could certainly maintain what I had maintained. She refused. She was right to refuse. She would have been destroyed by the veil within a year. She fled deeper into the ghost realm and was eventually consumed by soul erosion from the phantom meridians she had absorbed without knowing how to properly balance them. I found her at the end, barely conscious, scattered across the boundary like a ghost that was being pulled in too many directions at once. Her name was Lanmei. She had a daughter living in the capital city. She had a husband who was waiting for her return. She gave up all of that to try to save the boundary, and the boundary destroyed her for her sacrifice. I did what I could to ease her passing. I would have given anything to preserve her, to find a way to save her, but there was nothing I could do. She was the first failure, and every failure that came after carried the weight of her death with it. Consumed? Yuji asked. She had heard the term used before, but only in the abstract. She wanted to understand what it meant in concrete terms, what form that consumption took. The weight of the question hung between them. The phantom meridians exist partly in the living world and partly in the ghost realm, he explained, his voice becoming more clinical, as if discussing a medical condition might distance him from the emotional reality of what he was describing. To absorb too many without proper training is to fracture your own soul. Each meridian strand anchors a small piece of your consciousness in the ghost realm. Absorb enough of them, and eventually there is more of you on the spectral side than on the living side. You become caught between worlds, fully alive nowhere, fully dead nowhere. Aware, but unable to interact with either realm. Conscious, but isolated. It is a particular kind of torment that I would not wish on anyone, and yet I have seen it happen too many times. I have watched cultivators I tried to help descend into that state, and I have had to make decisions about ending their suffering that no being should ever have to make. He returned to his chair and sat heavily, as though the memory itself was draining. The chair seemed to absorb some of his weight, veil stuff adjusting to support him. The second one was more willing, he continued. She understood the burden, but believed she could manage it through sheer willpower and discipline. Her name was Wei Xian. She was a fighter, someone who believed that no challenge was insurmountable if you simply refused to give up. She lasted 200 years before her soul fragmented. She began to lose coherence, to scatter across the boundary like a voice echoing in an empty cavern. She became something neither living nor dead, something that had to be ended by force to prevent her from suffering further. I had to make the decision to end her existence. That was perhaps the most difficult thing I have ever done, knowing that her suffering had continued for 200 years, knowing that I was responsible for convincing her to attempt something that destroyed her. I learned her name again in the moment I released her soul from its torment. That is how far she had dissolved. I could only remember who she was as she was ceasing to exist, and that should have taught me that willpower and discipline alone were not sufficient. But I spent another 1,000 years making the same mistake, looking for people with enough determination to overcome what no amount of determination could overcome. That is not a solution, Yuji said quietly. Her voice was steady, but she could feel something twisting in her chest. This was the reality behind the legend of the eternal meridian, not triumph, but endless failure, not glory, but accumulated grief. Each of the 11 had been a person with hopes and dreams and a life that mattered. Each of them had tried to do something impossible and had been destroyed by the attempt. Each failure carried weight that the king had to carry alone, had to remember alone, had to bear responsibility for alone. No, he agreed. It is not. I learned over centuries that the burden of the veil cannot be distributed to an untrained practitioner. It only spreads the harm. I became more selective, more careful. I waited longer between attempts. I tried to find people with not just power but wisdom, with not just strength but understanding. I tried to find people who had relationships and love to anchor them, thinking that love might help them resist the dissolution. I theorized that if a cultivator entered into the role with strong emotional connections to the living world, those connections might provide a counterweight to the dissolution, might preserve the essential person underneath the burden. I was wrong about this. Love fades under the weight of 3,000 years. It became duty. Duty became habit. Habit became nothing at all. How many? Yuji asked quietly, though she thought she already knew the answer. The weight of it was visible in his posture, in the way his phantom meridians flickered with pain. 11, he said. 11 cultivators with genuine potential over 3,000 years. 11 failures. One accepted the burden willingly, believing he could manage what I could not. He lasted 50 years before the dissolution became unbearable, and then he took his own life to escape it, and I had to forgive myself for not stopping him sooner. I carry that death with me. I carry all 11 deaths with me. The others refused after I explained what was required, or fled when they understood the truth, or tried to resist the phantom meridian cultivation that was drawing them toward this room, drawing them toward the destiny they did not want. Each failure taught me something new. Each one represented a person who was destroyed by my inability to find a better solution. He looked at her directly, and his eyes held 3,000 years of disappointment and hope and desperate need. She could see the colors shifting in them, silver from the ghost realm, gold from the living world, and something else beneath both, something that might have been love or might have been despair. Now there is you, he said, the 12th, the strongest any of them ever were. You have already reached Phantom Throne rank, which most cultivators never achieve. Your understanding of Phantom Meridian cultivation is deeper than any of the 11 before you. You have built connections to the living and the dead both. You have proven that you can hold power and connection simultaneously. You have proven that you can love and cultivate power without choosing one over the other. And I need you to do something I could not do. What? Yuji asked, though she already knew the answer. already felt it in the way her phantom meridians pulsed at being in the same space as the Veil Keeper's throne. The answer was written in the architecture of this place, was thrumming through the boundary itself, calling to her like her own name spoken in darkness. I need you to become the next Netherworld king, he said. I need you to take my place, not as a prisoner of the Veil, but as its guardian. I need you to become the keeper of the boundary between life and death. Or if you prefer, I need you to become the 13th Phantom Meridian cultivator, the first one to succeed where the others failed. I need you to carry what I can no longer carry. I need you to be the one who finally finds a way to maintain the Veil without being destroyed by it. Yuji's hands shook. She set the teacup down before she dropped it, before the tea spilled across her lap, and the moment was broken by something as mundane as a stain. The teacup sat on the table between them, steam still rising from it, still warm with the essence of a dream that had been kept alive for 3,000 years. And if I refuse? She asked, her voice steady even though the rest of her was trembling. She could feel her phantom meridians thrumming with tension, pulled in too many directions at once. Then the veil will collapse, he said simply. In days, perhaps weeks. I can no longer hold it alone. The weight of 3,000 years is too great. I have been holding it through sheer force of will, pushing back against the constant pressure from both sides of the barrier, maintaining the intricate balance that keeps both worlds from consuming each other. If I release that pressure, if I allow my will to stop its work even for a moment, the barrier fails, and both worlds die. Everything I have sacrificed for will have been for nothing. Everything I have held together will fall apart. Millions of souls will be trapped in the moment of transition between life and death, neither here nor there, conscious but unable to exist. Chapter 124. That night. If it could be called night in this space where both day and night existed simultaneously, Yuji did not sleep. She floated in the space between realms, her mind circling the truth like a predator circling prey, examining it from every angle, looking for a weakness, finding none. The darkness of the ghost realm surrounded her, but it was not threatening. It was familiar, almost comforting, the cold of it settling against her skin like a weight she had grown accustomed to carrying. She could hear the whispers of the dead moving through the depths of the ghost realm, their voices like wind through canyon walls, like the sound of time itself moving. They were aware of her presence here, were waiting to see what she would choose, what she would decide, whether she would accept the burden or refuse it, and watch both worlds collapse. The veil was a prison. Every phantom meridian cultivator before her had been an attempt by the universe's own architecture to produce someone who could carry that prison burden forward. Every one of them had died or been consumed because the burden was too great for any single person to bear alone. Their deaths were not failures of individual will or individual power. Their deaths were failures of the system itself, failures of a structure that demanded too much from too few, failures of isolation to sustain human consciousness against the pressure of maintaining reality itself. She was the 12th, the strongest any of them had ever been. Her cultivation had reached a level that others considered theoretical or impossible, and unless she took the role, both realms would collapse. Millions would die. The boundary between life and death would unmake itself, and reality would tear open in ways that neither living nor dead civilization could survive. The ghosts would be scattered into the chaos of the living world, mad with the sudden exposure to life chi. The living would be drawn into the ghost realm, their souls torn from their bodies, their essences scattered across the boundary like seeds in a storm. The work of 3,000 years would be undone in days, and the price would be the suffering of countless beings. But if she took the role, she would slowly dissolve into the veil, just as he had done. Her consciousness would fragment across 3,000 years until she was no longer herself, but merely the function of maintaining the boundary. In 3,000 years, another phantom meridian cultivator would develop, and she would have to make the same choice the king had made, pass the burden to someone else or die trying to hold it alone. And the person who received it from her would face the same impossible choice. The cycle would continue, generation after generation, century after century. The cycle would continue, again and again, forever. The eternal meridian would remain theoretical, unachievable, a dream of something better that every keeper tried to reach and failed. Unless she could find a different way, unless she could break the pattern, unless she could do something that no one had ever attempted before. Yuji floated above the city of eternal rest and looked down at the eastern mausoleum, at Old Wind's small cottage glowing with evening light, at the grave she had tended since childhood. She could see the patterns of paths she had walked with her broom, the circles of earth she had cleared for meditation, the small stones she had arranged to mark particularly ancient resting places. Each path told a story. Each stone represented a commitment she had made to honor the dead. And she could feel, from this height, the cumulative effect of those commitments. The Eastern Mausoleum was a place of peace, a sanctuary where the boundary between living and dead was porous but not destructive, where spirits could rest and the living could visit without fear of dissolution. She thought about Luo Qiannin's laugh, not a polite laugh, but a real laugh, the kind that came from genuine joy, the kind that could light up a room or a person's entire being. She thought about Jiang Haoqian's stubborn pride, his refusal to accept anything less than complete victory, his willingness to stand beside her even when the odds were impossible. She thought about Pei Xiaoling's quiet loyalty, his willingness to stand beside her through every crisis without complaint or expectation of reward, his steady presence like an anchor in chaos. She thought about Gui Mianzi's crooked grin, visible only to her now, but more real than the smile she saw on living faces every day, the grin of someone who had learned to find joy even in the depths of the ghost realm's sorrows. She could feel the weight of what was being asked of her. She could feel the potential futures branching out before her, each one leading to a different kind of dissolution. Take the burden, and she would dissolve into the veil across millennia. Refuse the burden, and both realms would collapse, and she would have the knowledge that she could have prevented it but chose not to, and that knowledge would dissolve her just as thoroughly. She asked the question that had been building in her mind since she entered the throne room, the question that might define everything that came after. Is there a way to maintain the veil without sacrificing someone to keep it? Is there a cultivation path that does not require the death or dissolution of the person who walks it? The question was not asked in hope. It was asked in desperation, in the need to believe that there might be another way, that the king had not been the only solution to an impossible problem. She posed it to the empty space, to the boundary that listened to everything, to the universe itself. If an answer existed, if even one cultivator in 3,000 years had found it, then surely the echoes of that discovery would resonate across the boundary, would make themselves known to her. She asked it with the understanding that the answer might be no, that the king had already found the only way, that there truly was no other solution. But she asked it anyway, because asking was the only path forward she could see, because refusing to ask would be a surrender to the inevitable. She floated in the silence, waiting for an answer that did not come, waiting for guidance that would not arrive, waiting for salvation from a universe that had already claimed 11 lives and would claim hers as well if she did not find another way. The question hung in the space between realms, unanswered. No voice came in response. No guidance descended from the gods or the ancient ancestors. Only silence, and the steady pulse of a barrier that was starting to fail, that was straining under the pressure of 3,000 years of weight, that was beginning to show cracks at its edges where the boundary was starting to fray. She knew the answer was no. If such a solution existed, the king would have found it in 3,000 years. He would have pursued it relentlessly, moved by desperation and the desire for release. He would have bent all of his understanding toward finding it, would have sacrificed anything for it. The fact that he had not found it meant that it did not exist. But the fact that no solution existed yet did not mean one was impossible. Perhaps no one had asked the right question. Perhaps no one had looked at the problem from the right angle. Perhaps 3,000 years of one person struggling in isolation was not the same as 3 people, or 10 people, or 100 people working together to find a new path. She returned to the throne room as dawn broke in the living world and midnight fell in the ghost realm, when both time cycles aligned in the space between spaces. The Netherworld King was waiting, as though he had not moved since she left, as though he had been suspended in the moment of their parting while time moved outside him. His eyes were closed, but he opened them as she approached, and she could see the hope and fear warring in them. The king's form looked more transparent than before, as if the weight of waiting, the anticipation of her answer, had cost him something fundamental. His phantom meridians flickered like candles guttering in wind, and she realized that he was dissolving faster now, that the awareness of her presence, the possibility that she might say yes, had accelerated his dissolution somehow. It was as if his very existence was predicated on the maintenance of the boundary, and now that maintenance was failing because he was distracted by hope. Chapter 125. Is there another way? She asked him directly, without preamble. In 3,000 years, did you ever consider another path? Another solution? Did you ever think that maybe the problem was not finding the right person to carry the burden alone, but figuring out how to distribute the burden across many? I need to know. I need to understand if you truly exhausted every possibility, or if there was something you could not see because you were too close to the burden, too consumed by it, too alone to imagine connection. The Netherworld King was silent for a long time. He rose from his throne with movements that seemed to cost him great effort, as though this simple act of standing was a battle against the weight of his own accumulated power. The sound of his robes moving against the veil stuff was like the whisper of wind through ancient canyons. He walked to the wall where the ghost realm was most clearly visible, his phantom meridians leaving trails of light in his wake, like a ghost leaving a ghost, like a memory leaving traces of itself. He pressed his hand against the transparent veil stuff, and she could see his reflection in it, not the ancient king, but a younger man, with eyes that still held hope, with a face that had not yet learned to bear the weight of entire worlds. For a moment, she could see through the reflection to the true person underneath the role, and that person looked at her with an intensity that made her breath catch. "Once," he said finally, his voice barely audible, like a confession whispered in the darkness. 300 years into my reign, when I still believed that power could solve anything, when I still held hope that there might be a way out of this prison, I began to theorize about something the ancient texts called the eternal meridian, a state of cultivation beyond even the theoretical peak. A place where the cultivator would not stand on one side of the veil or the other, but would become the veil itself, existing in both realms permanently and without pause, without the slow dissolution that comes from standing in the gap and being pulled by both sides simultaneously. It was a dream I had kept alive for longer than I cared to admit. Every 100 years or so, I would return to that dream and examine it from new angles, hoping that time and additional experience might have given me insight I did not previously possess. "Can it be achieved?" Yuji asked, and her heart was hammering against her ribs with sudden hope. "Is there a cultivation method, a path forward, that hasn't been discovered yet?" "I could not achieve it," he said, and the disappointment in his voice was tangible, like a weight pressing down on both of them. The weight of a dream deferred, of hope endlessly postponed, of the terrible possibility that the perfect solution might exist but remain perpetually out of reach. "I reached Phantom Throne rank. The rank I told you was the theoretical maximum for any cultivator. I thought that power would be enough. I thought that if I became strong enough, if I accumulated enough techniques and understanding, I could figure out how to transcend that limit. But I was wrong. I approached the problem as if it were a matter of power alone, as if strength and willpower could overcome any obstacle. I was mistaken. The universe does not work that way. Some problems cannot be solved through power. Some barriers cannot be broken through force. Some solutions require wisdom rather than strength, connection rather than cultivation." He turned to look at her directly, and in his eyes she saw all 3,000 years at once. The young man who had volunteered to save both worlds, the cultivator who had reached the theoretical limits of power, the king who had slowly become a prisoner of his own strength. "The eternal meridian requires something I lost after centuries of standing alone in this space," he said. "It requires a connection to both realms rooted in love, not in duty. The veil responds to will. The strength of a cultivator's intention can hold it in place through force of cultivation. But the veil bonds to love. Love is what transforms a structure of will and power into something living, something that can sustain itself without consuming the person at its center. Love is the force that allows a person to hold something without being destroyed by the act of holding it. Connection is what makes burden bearable. Power can maintain the boundary, but love is what preserves the person maintaining it." He pressed his palm against the veil stuff wall, and she could see the phantom meridians beneath his skin glowing more brightly, as if he was pulling power from deep reservoirs. "I theorized that if I could find someone with multiple strong love connections, if I could find someone whose heart was tied to people across both realms, then perhaps those connections could serve as anchors, could prevent the dissolution. But I was wrong. I was wrong because I did not understand that love, by itself, was not enough. The connections had to be reciprocal. They had to be maintained by more than one person. They had to be sustained through continuous choice and continuous communication. And I had given up on choosing. I had given up on communication. I had reduced everything to duty." He returned to his chair, moving slowly, conserving his strength. Each step seemed to cost him, as if walking was a negotiation with gravity and fate itself. "I had loved once, 3,000 years ago," he said. "I had people I loved in the living world, a family, friends, a life that mattered to me beyond the scope of my duties. I loved my wife with the kind of love that made the world seem possible, that made the future seem worth living for. My children had their father's eyes, and I loved them as fiercely as any man has ever loved anything. I loved what I was protecting in the ghost realm too, the civilization of the dead, the spirits that had been my friends and allies. I loved deeply and genuinely, and without hesitation. But 3,000 years is a long time to hold love. It fades. It becomes duty. Duty becomes habit. Habit becomes simply the mechanism of existence, grinding on without joy or connection. And before you know it, 1,000 years have passed, and you can no longer remember why love mattered at all. You remember that you loved, but the feeling, the essence, the spark of it, that is gone. Yuji thought of the network she had built during her journey. She thought of Luo Qianin, of how the alchemist looked at her when she thought Yuji wasn't watching. A look that held tenderness and something deeper, something that had been building for months. She thought about the conversations they had had late at night, about the way Luo Qianin's eyes crinkled when she laughed at something Yuji had said. She thought about Old One, who had raised her from 7 years old and had never asked for anything in return except the knowledge that she was well. She thought about the way he looked at her when she succeeded at something, his pride evident in every line of his face. She thought about Jiang Haochen, who had stood beside her through every crisis without complaint, whose pride in her achievements was evident in every glance, who had proven his loyalty 1,000 times over. She thought about Pei Xiaoling, whose steadiness had held through all the chaos, whose loyalty was rooted in genuine care rather than duty or obligation, who had become a brother in everything but blood. She thought about Guo Mianzi and the complicated tangle of respect and affection and genuine love for that ghost teacher who had become family. She thought of the dead she had guided to peace, the ghost rebels who had chosen hope instead of bitterness, who had chosen to fight for something better rather than to descend into madness. The spirits who followed her because they believed in the work she was doing, not because they were commanded to follow. The thousands of connections she had built across both realms, person by person, moment by moment, through genuine choice and genuine affection. She loved both worlds, not in the abstract sense that the king meant, but in the particular sense of loving specific people in those worlds. She loved them and they loved her, and that love was a real thing, a tangible connection that existed between them. It was not perfect. It was not all-consuming, but it was alive in a way that the king's memory of love was not. She could feel it pulsing through her phantom meridians, could feel it as a fundamental force, as real and present as the cold of the ghost realm or the warmth of the living world. And that love was not something that would fade over time. It was something she had chosen deliberately, something she had cultivated with care and attention. It was something that would sustain her through whatever came next. Then I will find that path, she said. I will become the eternal Meridian. I will figure out what you could not figure out, because I still have love, and I refuse to let it fade into duty. I will not make your mistake. I will not allow myself to become so isolated that connection becomes impossible. I will find a way to hold the boundary and remain myself. I will find a way to share this burden instead of carrying it alone. You do not have time, the king said quietly, and the sadness in his voice was almost too much to bear. I am failing faster now. The barrier will not hold long enough for you to reach a theoretical rank that may not be achievable. If you want to save both worlds, you must take my place now. Unless you accept the burden. That is the only choice I can see. Then I will find another choice, Yuji said, and she meant it with every part of her being. She felt her phantom meridians flare with determination, felt the silver light of them burning like captured starlight. She would not accept the hopelessness of the situation. She would not accept that this was the only possible future. Chapter 126. The Netherworld King's patience broke like ice under sudden weight. His attack came without warning, not a test of her defenses, not a demonstration of his power, but a full assault with the sincere intent to overwhelm her, to force her to accept the burden through desperation rather than choice. He was finished with conversation. He was finished with waiting for her to understand the hopelessness of her situation. He was finished with hope. The throne room became a weapon. The walls compressed inward, the transparent veil stuff becoming solid and heavy, moving like the jaws of a predator closing in for the kill. The air itself became viscous, resistant, like trying to move through amber or through the weight of centuries. She could not breathe. The pressure was absolute, encompassing, like being buried beneath mountains of stone and sorrow. The floor dissolved into phantasm, fragments of ghost realm substance floating up like water defying gravity, like reality being unmade. She could feel the ground shifting beneath her, could feel the boundary between up and down becoming meaningless. The ceiling fell like a hammer, pressing down from above with the weight of 3,000 years of barrier maintenance, with the accumulated pressure of every moment the king had held the boundary in place. Yuji's phantom throne domain shattered under the first strike. The protective sphere of power she had woven around herself cracked like porcelain, fragmenting into pieces, each piece containing a fraction of her cultivated power that spilled out into the space between realms like blood from an open wound. She was driven to her knees, her phantom meridians burning with pain, their silver light flickering and dimming as the king's assault continued with methodical, devastating precision. She could feel the cold of death chi searing through her body, burning through her defenses, seeking out the places where her soul was anchored. The pain was beyond any pain she had ever experienced. It was not the pain of physical injury. It was the pain of fundamental dissolution, of her essence being torn in too many directions at once, of being pulled toward both realms simultaneously with such force that the boundaries of herself seemed to be coming apart. She screamed, but the sound was lost in the roar of the king's assault. She fought to stand, but the king was moving with techniques she had never seen before, sword forms that cut through spiritual energy itself as though it were cloth, leaving behind tears in the fabric of space that did not heal, fist arts that made reality ripple and distort around each impact, that turned physics itself into a weapon, formation techniques that rewrote the space around her into a labyrinth designed to trap and kill her, designed to confuse and disorient until she lost all sense of direction and orientation. Each technique was centuries in the making. Each one represented a lifetime of refinement and practice. Each one demonstrated what a cultivator with infinite time and infinite resources could accomplish. She had faced the three pale judges at their full power. She had defeated them through strategy and superior cultivation rank. But they were three separate entities with three separate bodies, three separate sources of power. The king was one being with 3,000 years of accumulated combat experience, a being who had absorbed techniques from every significant cultivator in the ghost realm, a being who had centuries to refine and perfect his martial skill to an inhuman degree. He cycled through 100 different martial styles in the space of minutes. Sword technique that cut like divine will, that made the boundary between spaces visible before it severed them. Spear forms that thrust with the precision of mathematical proof, each one finding the exact location where her defenses were weakest. Barehand combat that moved through her defenses like a ghost walking through walls, that made use of the veil stuff itself as a weapon. Formation theory applied to battle that turned the very space she occupied into a weapon against her, that nested protective formations inside offensive formations inside chaos formations. Elemental manipulation that transformed the elements into engines of destruction, that made fire burn cold and ice cut like razors. Spiritual weaponry that existed half in the living world and half in the ghost realm simultaneously, making it nearly impossible for her to defend against because she could not fully perceive all of its angles and dimensions. Each technique was flawless. Each was devastating. Each one demonstrated why the king had never been successfully challenged in 3,000 years of existence. Each one reminded her of the vast gulf between her power and his, between her experience and his, between what she was and what she might become if she spent 3,000 years absorbing the techniques of cultivators and perfecting them into art. Chapter 127. Yuji could not beat him with power. She understood that after the first exchange of blows. He was too strong, too experienced, too old. He had centuries of combat evolution on her. He was to her what she might become in another 300 years of cultivation and warfare, and in another 1,000 years beyond that. The gap was not one she could cross through force. And yet, understanding this, accepting this, was somehow liberating. She did not have to be strong enough to defeat him in combat. She only had to be smart enough, wise enough, connected enough to understand what was really happening beneath the assault. And that, she realized, was a victory that no amount of cultivation power could achieve for the king. But her phantom meridians, the same system he had created, the same fundamental structure of power that he wielded, gave her instinctive understanding of his techniques. She could see the patterns beneath the chaos. She could feel the weight distribution of his attacks. She could predict, even if she could not match his power. She could endure, even if she could not overcome. There was a difference between winning and surviving, and she understood that difference profoundly in that moment. Winning would have required her to match his power, to overcome centuries of experience, to transcend the limitations that she was approaching. Surviving required only that she remain intact, remain conscious, remain connected to the part of herself that understood what she was fighting for. And survival, she understood now, was the greater victory. It was easier to break something than it was to maintain it. It was easier to destroy than to preserve. She began to fight defensively, not with the intention of winning, but with the intention of surviving long enough to think, to understand, to find the crack in his defenses. There had to be one. There had to be a weakness somewhere in the armor of 3,000 years. No being could survive that long without some small part of them being worn away, without some fundamental flaw appearing in the structure they had maintained. The king's combat repertoire was encyclopedic. He demonstrated his mastery by moving through her defenses like a predator moving through prey. Each technique he used revealed new layers of sophistication. His Twilight Fist was similar to Gui Mianzi's, but perfected, refined to an art form that was almost beautiful in its destructiveness. His sword technique carried the signature of legendary masters from across centuries. His formation work was so layered she could barely track the secondary effects nested within the primary construction. He was a living library of combat technique, and every technique was sharp enough to cut. Yuji kept standing. She kept moving. She kept defending, because she understood something that the king did not seem to understand anymore. Power was not everything. The ability to endure, to continue, to persist, to refuse to break even when breaking would be easier, was something separate from the ability to win. Power was temporary. It could be exhausted, spent, dispersed across too many challenges. But endurance, persistence, the refusal to break, these were things that could sustain themselves indefinitely. And she had more of these qualities than the king did right now. She thought about the people waiting for her in the living world. She thought about old when sweeping the graves, waiting for her return. She thought about Luo Qianyin brewing pills, creating things, building things, all with the hope that Yuji would come back to share the future she was trying to create. She thought about Zhang Haochen standing with sword drawn, waiting for her command, ready to fight the moment she needed him. These thoughts were not weaknesses. They were her greatest strength. Chapter 128. He was tired, she realized slowly. Not physically tired, but emotionally, spiritually tired. He was tired of fighting, tired of holding the veil, tired of existing as a prisoner of his own power, tired of being alone, tired of 3,000 years. That exhaustion was a crack in his defenses. That exhaustion was the weakness she had been looking for. Chapter 129. Yuji stopped fighting back. She simply spoke, her voice cutting through the roar of his attacks like a blade through water. Her words were quiet, but they resonated across the boundary, vibrating through the veil stuff, echoing in the spaces between realms. There is a woman in the living world, she said. Her name is Luo Qianyin. She makes pills that can heal the soul. She laughs at her own jokes. She makes terrible tea, but excellent soup. I think I love her, but I am not sure if I have told her that, and now I might not get the chance. She deserves to know. She deserves to hear it from me before one of us ends up on the wrong side of the boundary, or scattered into dissolution, or trapped here in this space between spaces. She is brilliant in the ways that matter most. She sees connections that others miss. She understands the hidden properties of things. She knows how to transform what is broken into something whole. And I would choose her again and again, across any number of lifetimes, across any number of cultivation ranks or realms or boundaries. She matters more to me than my own power. She matters more than my survival. The king's attack slowed, just slightly. His fist technique became less precise. There was a moment of doubt in his movements. There is an old man in the Eastern Mausoleum, she continued. His name is Wen Changfu. He raised me after my parents died. He taught me how to sweep graves with respect, how to honor the dead not through fear, but through genuine care. He makes the best dumplings I have ever tasted, and he tells terrible jokes that only I seem to laugh at. He is probably 60 years old and has more strength of character than most cultivators I have met at the Phantom Throne rank. He is my family, even though I was not born to him. He chose me when I was an orphan, and he has never regretted that choice. I owe him everything, and he is waiting for me to come home. Do not let him lose me to this burden. I promised him that I would come back. I promised him that I would not let duty consume me as it consumed you. The king's fist techniques were becoming less perfect, less precise. There was a tremor in the way his meridians moved through the space around her. His assault was slowing, becoming less focused, less certain. There is a sword cultivator who stands with me, Yuji said. Zhang Haochen. He is stubborn and proud and has never backed down from anything, even when backing down would have been the sensible choice. He makes me laugh when the world is falling apart. He has saved my life more times than I can count, and never once has he asked for anything in return except the knowledge that I would stand beside him in return. That is his version of love, standing beside someone, offering your strength, refusing to abandon them. We have fought together through battles that should have killed us both. We have stood on walls facing impossible odds. He believed in me when I did not believe in myself. Do not make me abandon him by dissolving into your duty. Chapter 130. The king paused. His meridians flickered. The assault stopped for just a moment, a break in the pattern, a moment of hesitation. She could see him struggling, could see the man beneath the king warring with the duty that had consumed him. There is a ghost who died 300 years ago, she said. He wears the grin of someone who is always finding humor in the darkness. His name is Gui Mianzi, and he taught me how to fight. He taught me how to love the dead as people, not as spirits to be feared. He taught me that joy and sorrow could exist in the same moment, in the same breath, in the same person. He is the best teacher I have ever had, and he is also my friend. He was also your 11th cultivator. He tried and failed, and he has carried that failure for centuries. But now, if I can succeed where he could not, his failure can become meaningful. His death can mean something. His sacrifice can have mattered. He is waiting for me to come back to him and tell him what happened in this place. He is waiting for me to succeed, not for himself, but for the knowledge that his failure was not wasted. Do not make me fail him. Do not make his centuries of suffering mean nothing. The king stepped back. His attack stopped. His meridians dimmed. The assault ceased entirely, and suddenly there was nothing but silence in the space between realms. He stood before her, breathing heavily, and she could see the man beneath the king finally breaking through, finally overwhelmed by the weight of 3,000 years of isolation. You have built an entire civilization around the veil, Yuji said, and now her voice was gentle, understanding, filled with compassion for the being who had sacrificed everything. You have protected both realms for 3,000 years. You have held back the chaos with nothing but your will and your power. But you did it alone. I am asking you to let me share that burden with you. You do not have to bear this alone anymore. There are people who love you, not the king, not the function, but you, the person underneath. Let them share the weight. Chapter 131, and for the first time in 3,000 years, the Netherworld king wept. His defenses shattered. Behind them was a man who looked like her father, weeping with exhaustion that transcended physical tiredness, with the exhaustion of carrying too much alone, of holding up the sky by yourself for too long. His tears fell onto the veil stuff and disappeared into its structure, becoming part of the boundary between worlds. I do not want to be king, he said, his voice breaking. I wanted only to be a person who did something important. But there was only the veil, and the veil was everything. It consumed everything I was. It took my family and my identity and my ability to feel anything except the pressure of maintaining it. And I forgot why I did it. I forgot the people I was protecting. Then let the veil be something different, Yuji said. Let it be something we share. Let it be something that connects rather than consumes. Let it be something that people can help you carry. Chapter 132. The man's name was xianxia. He sat down and told her the full truth. His hands shook as he spoke. His voice was thin and worn. I do not want freedom. I want rest. I need you to become the keeper. If you can do that, if you can figure out what I could not figure out, then I can finally sleep. I want to sleep. I have not slept in 3,000 years. But as she spoke, as they spoke together, as the moment of connection held between them, the veil shuddered. Violent tremors ran through the boundary. The barrier was failing. Xianxia's dissolution was accelerating. The moment of hope had cost him something. The moment of vulnerability, the moment of releasing the control that had held him together, had allowed the dissolution to catch up with him. Ours, he said. The color was draining from his face. Unless you take my place now. Unless you accept the burden. The veil cannot hold without a keeper. I cannot hold it anymore. Yuji could feel the pressure building, could feel the reality of both worlds starting to tear at the seams, could feel the ghost realm and the living world starting to bleed into each other. She understood now what the king had been carrying all this time. She understood the weight of it. She understood that this was not a theoretical problem but a practical emergency, that people would begin to die if she did not act immediately. Chapter 133. Do it, she said. Transfer the Veil Keeper's mantle to me. I will find another way. But right now, in this moment, I will take what you are carrying. I will hold it. I will buy us time. Xianxia nodded. His essence began to move, to flow from him toward her. The transfer was almost gentle, a settling of ancient weight onto new shoulders. The mantle came with everything. 3,000 years of understanding. 3,000 years of dissolution slowly eating away at the bearer's soul. The weight of a boundary sustained through willpower alone. The knowledge of 11 failures, and the fear that she might become the 12th. As the transfer happened, Yuji felt the burden settle into her like a stone dropped into water, sinking down, spreading cold through every part of her being. She could feel 3,000 years of holding, 3,000 years of maintenance, 3,000 years of will. She could feel the loneliness that came with it. She could feel the dissolution that came with it. She could feel the endless pressure of two worlds pressing on her shoulders, trying to tear themselves apart, while she stood in the gap and held them from splitting. But she also felt something the king had not felt. She felt the network. She felt all the people she had connected to, reaching back toward her, offering their strength, offering their support. They were not yet aware that she had accepted the burden. They could not yet feel the full weight of what had just happened. But their connection was there, was real, was tangible. was waiting to be activated. Yuji's cultivation surged in that moment, breaking through barriers that she had not even known existed. Her phantom throne rank transcended into Nether Sage, the 9th rank. Her soul was no longer anchored in a single realm, but existed consciously in both simultaneously. She could feel both the living world and the ghost realm as extensions of her own body. She could feel the weight of billions of souls in the living world, and billions more in the ghost realm, all depending on the boundary that she was now responsible for maintaining. The breakthrough was almost painful in its intensity. It was as if every part of her being was being stretched and reformed, remade into something new, something that could hold what the king had been holding. She could feel her phantom meridians expanding, spreading, reaching across the continent, touching thousands of people, creating connections that had not been there before. She felt the veil as clearly as she felt her own phantom meridians. Every pressure point was visible. Every strain and stress was apparent. She could see where the king's power had been holding the boundary in place through sheer force, and she could see how that force was starting to fail, how the boundary was starting to crack at the edges, how collapse was imminent. She began to push back against the failures, began to reinforce the weakening places, began to stabilize the boundary through the force of her will. The tremors stopped. The collapse halted. The boundary stabilized under her strength. It took every ounce of her power. It consumed her attention entirely. She could barely think, barely breathe, barely maintain coherence in a consciousness that was being pulled in two directions simultaneously. This was what the king had been managing for 3,000 years. This was the burden he had been carrying alone, and it was destroying her just as it had been destroying him. Chapter 134. But Yuji could feel the slow dissolution beginning at the edges of her soul. She had inherited the problem, not solved it. She had pushed off the collapse, had bought time, but the fundamental issue remained. She was now standing in the same gap that xianxia had stood in, carrying the same burden, and she could already feel it starting to consume her, starting to dissolve the edges of who she was into the function of maintaining the boundary. This was the trap. This was the cycle that had consumed 11 cultivators before her. This was the reason why the eternal Meridian had remained theoretical, unreached, impossible. The burden was too great for one person to carry. But she was not one person. She had built a network across the continent. She had connections. She had love. And she had Gue Mianzi's voice, cutting through the moment like a revelation. Chapter 135. Gue Mianzi's voice came to her. You're holding the sky alone. That was his mistake. Love is connection. The eternal Meridian is not one cultivator becoming the veil. It is a network, a web of phantom meridian connections between the living and the dead, maintained not by one person, but by the bonds between them. You do not need to hold it. You need to share it. You need to trust that the people who love you will help you carry it. Yuji understood. In that moment, with the dissolution beginning at the edges of her soul, with the weight of 3,000 years pressing down on her, with the boundary threatening to collapse under her feet, she understood what the solution had been all along. It was not about finding someone stronger. It was not about finding someone with more power or more cultivation rank. It was about finding someone who was willing to be vulnerable, who was willing to ask for help, who was willing to admit that the burden was too heavy to carry alone. It was about someone who had built connections and loved people deeply and who could ask those people to share the weight. Chapter 136. She began to reach out through her phantom meridians, not to absorb, but to share. She extended threads toward Luo Qianin, reaching across the distance between them, and felt the alchemist grasp them immediately, without hesitation, without question. There was no barrier between them, no moment of doubt. Luo Qianin understood what Yuji was asking, and she accepted willingly. She could feel Luo Qianin's warmth through the connection, feel her strength, feel her willingness to help carry the burden even without fully understanding what that burden was. Luo Qianin had chosen to support her, and that choice became a thread of power that could help hold the boundary steady. Toward Jiang Haochen, and felt the sword cultivator hold them steady with the same unwavering loyalty that had carried him through centuries of battles. His grip was strong, sure, stable. He did not question. He did not hesitate. He simply accepted the responsibility and bore it with the characteristic stubbornness that defined him. Toward Pei Zhaoling, and felt his quiet acceptance, the steady presence that had always supported her. Toward Old One, and felt the devotion of decades transmute into support, felt the love of an adoptive father burning like a beacon through the boundary. The connection to Old One felt particularly significant, as if the love he had given her since childhood was now returning to sustain them both, to hold them both, to transform grief and loss into strength and support. Each person who accepted a thread became an anchor, became a point of connection that helped distribute the weight. Each thread that was grasped reduced the pressure on her just slightly, just enough to let her breathe, just enough to let her think, just enough to let her believe that this might actually work, that the impossible might become possible through the power of love. She reached toward the ghost rebels, General Shinwuji and thousands of dead who had chosen to fight for the boundary instead of descending into madness. She felt them grasp her threads immediately, eagerly, understanding what was happening, understanding that this was their chance to be part of something larger than their individual struggles, their individual griefs. She reached toward Gue Mianzi and felt him grasp her threads with tears in his ancient eyes. The old ghost teacher who had failed, who had become the 11th failure, was now part of the solution. His failure had transformed into success through the person he had taught. Chapter 137. Each person who accepted a thread became a minor anchor for the veil. The weight distributed. Thousands of threads, thousands of anchors, thousands of people choosing to help carry what had been carried by only one person for 3,000 years. And as each thread was grasped, as each person accepted their place in the network, Yuji felt something profound shift in the structure of reality itself. The boundary was no longer maintained through coercion or force. It was maintained through connection, through mutual commitment, through the understanding that they were all in this together. The dissolution at the edges of her soul slowed, then stopped. The weight distributed across thousands of shoulders became a weight that could be borne. The burden that had destroyed 11 cultivators before her became something manageable, something that could be carried without consuming the person at its center. She felt the difference immediately. Where before she had been on the verge of being torn apart by the pressure from both sides of the boundary, now she felt supported, sustained, held in place by the collective will of thousands. It was not effortless. The work was real, the commitment was real, the dedication was required, but it was no longer solitary. It was no longer a prison. It was a calling that could be fulfilled without destroying the person fulfilling it. Her cultivation began to shift again, transcending even nether sage rank. The eternal Meridian was becoming real through the network of connections she had built. She felt it crystallizing, felt the theoretical rank becoming manifest, felt the impossible becoming possible through the power of connection. The network expanded across the continent with the speed of thought, with the speed of phantom meridians communicating across the boundary between worlds. In cities and villages, in monasteries and schools, in graveyards and temples, and hidden valleys, the threads spread like roots seeking water. Every cultivator who understood the importance of the boundary, every ghost who had chosen to fight for peace instead of chaos, every person who loved both the living and the dead, they all felt the call, and they all answered it, and they all accepted the threads that Yuji extended toward them. The sensation of the network forming was indescribable. It was like she was simultaneously experiencing the consciousness of thousands of people, feeling their strength, their willingness, their love for both realms. She could feel a cultivator in the capital city grasping her thread, could feel a ghost in the deepest layers of the ghost realm accepting her offer. She could feel General Shinwuji rallying thousands of soldiers to the cause. She could feel monks in distant monasteries meditating on the nature of the boundary and choosing to carry a piece of the burden. They came willingly because they understood what was at stake. They came willingly because Yuji had built genuine connections with them, had shown them that she cared about them as people, not just as soldiers in a war or tools for her purposes. Each person who grasped a thread did so knowing that it would change them, would bind them to the boundary, would make them part of something larger than themselves. And they chose it. They chose connection. They chose to share the burden. Chapter 138. Yuji achieved Tao of the Veil, the penultimate rank, the highest rank that had ever been achieved in the history of cultivation. She rose beyond the theoretical limits that had defined cultivation for millennia. Unlike Shin Yuanshir's achievement, which had been a solitary pillar holding up the sky through power alone, she achieved it as the central nexus of a web that connected thousands of willing anchors. The boundary no longer required one person's constant effort. It was self-reinforcing now, maintained by the distributed connections of everyone who loved both the living and the dead. The achievement felt different from what she had imagined it would feel. She was not more powerful in isolation. If the network were stripped away, she would be no stronger than she had been at Phantom Throne rank. But with the network, she was incomprehensibly strong. She was the sum total of thousands of people's devotion, love, and commitment. She was the manifestation of what it meant for a civilization to work together toward a common purpose. Every person who had accepted a thread was part of her now, and she was part of them. The boundary was no longer something she maintained alone. It was something they all maintained together. The distinction between self and other, between individual and collective, began to dissolve into something new, something that had never existed before in cultivation history. It was a state beyond what any previous cultivator had ever achieved. Not a rank that could be claimed by a single person, but a condition that could only be reached through genuine connection, through authentic love, through the willing participation of thousands. Chapter 139. Xianxia, watching from his throne, or rather, watching from the fading remnant of his consciousness that still remained in the throne room, stood and turned to face her directly. His form was fading now, his essence finally released from the burden he had carried for 3,000 years. The peace that he had been denied for millennia was finally becoming possible. He looked lighter, younger, more like the man he had been before the sacrifice than the being he had become after. The weight that had defined him for 3,000 years was lifting, dissolving, returning to the cycle of life and death that he had interrupted for so long. "This is what I could not do," he said, and there was wonder in his voice, wonder and relief and a profound gratitude that had been building for 3,000 years. The colors of his phantom meridians were shifting, beginning to fade, beginning to return to the veil they had been drawn from. "I tried to hold the sky alone. You built pillars. You taught others to hold the weight with you. You turned the burden into a network, the prison into a sanctuary, the dying wish of one man into the living work of thousands. This is what the eternal meridian truly is, not one person becoming the veil, but a civilization bound together by love and commitment. I could not see it. I was too close to the burden. But you saw it. You built it. You did what I could never do. I could not have done this without you," Yuji said. "Without learning from your sacrifice, without understanding what it cost to hold this alone, I would have tried to do exactly what you did, stand alone. I would have walked into the trap of believing that power and willpower alone were enough to solve any problem. But you taught me the lesson through your example. Your failure showed me the way to success. Your dissolution showed me how to prevent dissolution. Your 3,000 years of suffering were not wasted. They were the foundation upon which I built something better, something that will last longer, something that will bring you peace even in your passing. Thank you. Thank you for everything. Thank you for carrying this for so long." Xianxia rose from his throne one final time. His movements were no longer heavy with burden. They were light, free, unburdened by the weight of millennia. He removed the crown from his head and set it at her feet like an offering to a temple. The crown was beautiful and terrible, made of crystallized veil stuff that glowed with the accumulated power of 3,000 years. "This crown was always a chain," he said quietly. "You have found a way to rule without wearing it. You have found a way to maintain the boundary without letting it consume you. That is far greater wisdom than I possessed. That is the real eternal meridian." He returned to the throne one final time and closed his eyes. The dissolution that had been held at bay for 3,000 years completed peacefully, without pain, without fear. His form faded from the throne room slowly, becoming translucent, then luminescent, then a gentle glow like the light of 1,000 stars fading into distance. She could see in his fading form the outline of the man he had been, a cultivator, a husband, a father, a person who had made an impossible choice and had carried the weight of it for 3,000 years. His essence returned to the cycle of life and death, finally allowed to rest after 3,000 years of sacrifice. And in his passing, she felt something shift in the boundary itself, as if the veil itself was acknowledging his sacrifice, was honoring what he had done, was finally letting him go. As he faded, he whispered one final wish, words that only she could hear across the boundary. "Remember that I tried. I will remember Xianxia," Yuji promised. "I will remember that you tried to save both worlds. I will remember your sacrifice. I will tell people about who you really were, not the legend they tell in the Netherworld Parliament, but the real person, the man who loved his family, who made a choice, who held everything together through his own strength. I will remember." Without Xianxia's rigid control, the Twilight Court transformed. It became a nexus, a neutral space where the living and dead could meet as equals. The throne room became a gathering place, a sanctuary, a space where both realms could touch without danger, without dissolution, without the constant pressure of a failing boundary. Goei Mianzi, his guilt finally resolved by witnessing the cycle's end, by watching Yuji succeed where 11 cultivators had failed, by seeing the impossible become possible through love and connection, began to fade. It was not a painful fading but a return, a completion, a settling into rest. The weight that had been on his shoulders for 300 years lifted. The guilt for failure, the burden of memory, the sense of incomplete mission, all of these faded away as he felt Yuji succeed. He could let go now. He had helped her see the path. He had given her the final piece of wisdom that she needed. Now he could return to the deepest peace of the ghost realm and rest. He appeared to Yuji one final time, in the Twilight Court, in that space between worlds where they had both learned to exist simultaneously. His form was dimmer than before, but his grin was brighter, sharper, more genuine than it had ever been in all the centuries since his death. It was the grin of someone who had completed his task, who had seen his student succeed, who could finally be proud of what he had helped accomplish. "You were the best student I never properly taught," Goei Mienzi said, his grin softer now, filled with pride and love and the satisfaction of completion. "Remember me not as the 11th cultivator who failed, but as the smiling ghost who helped the 12th one succeed. Remember me as the teacher who finally got it right. You did it, Yuji. You found the way. You built what I could never build. You took the lesson of my failure and turned it into the foundation of your success. I am proud of you. I am so very proud of you." Yuji let him go. She reached out one final time and grasped his hand, or rather, grasped the essence of him, the spirit that remained. She felt the warmth of it, the reality of it, the love that had connected them across the boundary. The silver threads of their connection dimmed as Goei Mienzi faded into the deepest peace of the ghost realm, but the bond remained. She could still feel him there, could still access his knowledge and wisdom, but the connection was no longer one of obligation or unfinished business. It was a connection of choice, of genuine affection, of memory honored and honored well. He had been the 11th failure, yes, but he had also been the teacher who had taught her to build what the 11th failure could not build himself. His failure had become the foundation of her success. His death had become the seed of her triumph. And now he could rest, knowing that his sacrifice had meant something, that his life had mattered, that the lesson of his failure had transformed the world. Chapter 140. Yuji returned to the living world. The veil was stable, self-reinforcing through the network. Reality fractures healed. The war was over. The boundary was safe. The dissolution that had threatened to consume both worlds halted at last. She felt lighter as she crossed back into the living world, felt the weight of it lifting slightly, felt the knowledge that she was no longer alone in carrying it. The network was there, supporting her, sustaining her, reminding her that she had people to return to, people who cared about her, people who had chosen to stand with her. She returned to the city of eternal rest, to the Eastern Mausoleum. Oldwin greeted her at the gate with tea and a worn broom. His eyes were red from crying, but his smile was genuine, warm, filled with relief and joy and the profound gratitude of someone who had just learned that the person he loved most in the world was going to survive what she had attempted. He did not ask questions. He did not demand explanations. He simply held out the broom and the tea and welcomed her home like she was returning from a long journey, which, in many ways, she was. She had traveled to the space between realms and had returned transformed, changed, but still herself. Still Yuji. "Graves still need sweeping," he said simply. There was profound wisdom in those simple words. There was the recognition that no matter what happened in the grand scope of the universe, no matter what celestial boundaries were maintained or what cosmic balances were shifted, the small work still needed to be done. The dead still needed to be honored. The graves still needed to be swept. The work of caring for them did not stop just because someone had achieved a cultivation rank that transcended the theoretical peak. The work continued, unchanged, fundamental, necessary. Yuji took the broom. For a moment, she was 17 years old again, learning that the dead deserved care, that they had been people, that their deaths did not make them less worthy of respect. Then she was herself, older, changed, carrying two realms, but no longer carrying alone. She could feel the network pulsing around her, could feel thousands of people helping her hold the boundaries steady, could feel the weight distributed across all of them. It was like the difference between being crushed under a mountain and carrying a feather. The burden was still there, but it was manageable. It was bearable. It was something that could be held without losing yourself in the holding. She and Oldwin swept the entrance together. As they worked, Yuji could feel the network pulsing across the continent. Thousands of connections, living and dead, maintaining the boundary through shared will. The work was never finished, but the work was no longer a prison. It was a calling, a purpose, a reason to maintain connection between realms that were meant to be separate but were also meant to be understood, honored, and balanced. The rhythmic motion of the broom was meditative, grounding, real in a way that the abstract work of maintaining the boundary was not. Here, in this moment, she was not the Tao of the Veil cultivator. She was not the keeper of two realms. She was simply Yuji, sweeping graves with her adoptive grandfather, tending the dead, fulfilling the purpose that had brought her to this place so many years ago when she was a child and knew nothing of phantom meridians or cultivation or the weight of boundaries between worlds. She established the new lantern order in the Twilight Court, the transformed throne room that had once been xianxia's prison becoming instead a sanctuary, a gathering place, a nexus of connection. The lantern that had once illuminated only the king's burden now illuminated the work of thousands, casting light across both realms, showing people that there was hope, that connection was possible, that the boundary could be maintained without destroying anyone. Zhang Haochen became martial commander, training cultivators to protect both worlds, building fighting forces not through coercion, but through the understanding that protecting the boundary was protecting everything that mattered. He brought his famous stubbornness to the task, refusing to accept anything less than complete commitment from his soldiers, demanding that they understand why they were fighting, that they grasped the significance of their work. Luo Qianin led the alchemical division, creating pills and salves that could help cultivators resist dissolution, that could strengthen phantom meridians, that could support those who chose to carry a thread of the veil. She worked with genuine joy, knowing that her work was making a difference, that her creations were preserving the people she loved. Her lab in the Twilight Court became a place of innovation and discovery, where she experimented with ways to make the connection to the network less taxing, less demanding, more sustainable over long periods. Pei Zhaoling managed logistics, coordinating the network across continents, ensuring that no single person carried too much weight, that the burden was distributed fairly and consciously. His organizational genius transformed what could have been chaos into smooth operation, turning thousands of individual commitments into a coordinated system that actually worked. The order opened its gates to anyone who wanted to help maintain the veil, to anyone who understood that power was nothing without connection, that strength was nothing without support. It became a sanctuary not just for cultivators, but for ordinary people who wanted to be part of something larger than themselves. A young woman named Xiaofan showed signs of natural phantom meridian awakening. Her meridians glowed silver beneath her skin, visible only to those with the sight to perceive them. She was the one, the selection that the universe had made, the 13th cultivator in an unbroken line stretching back 3,000 years. But this time, she would not be alone. She would not face the choice between isolation and destruction. She would not have to decide whether to accept a burden that would consume her or refuse and watch the world's collapse. She would find a network already in place, people already waiting to support her, a system built specifically to prevent the dissolution that had consumed so many before her. When she reached Phantom Throne rank, there would be people ready to help her transcend it, to reach for the eternal meridian that Yuji had proven was possible, that was achievable through love and connection. Yuji had already begun training her, already begun teaching her about the Phantom Meridians, already begun preparing her for the possibility of power without isolation. This was how the cycle would be broken, not through individual transcendence, but through collective wisdom, through the understanding that some burdens were meant to be shared, that some journeys were meant to be traveled together. And if a 14th cultivator arose after her, and a 15th, and a 100th, they would all find the same support, the same network, the same understanding that the burden was meant to be shared, that power without connection was only another form of dissolution. During the founding ceremony of the new Lantern Order, Yuji's Phantom Meridians detected something stirring in the deep ghost realm. Something ancient and powerful was waking beneath the boundary, drawn toward the seed of power that had just changed hands, responding to the new pattern of Phantom Meridian cultivation that now extended across the continent. It could have been a threat. It could have been something that required immediate action. She could feel the weight of it, the age of it, the significance of it. Whatever was waking had been dormant for a very long time. And it was waking now, in this moment, because the boundary had changed, because the way power was held had transformed, because something fundamental about the structure of both realms was different now. But that was a concern for another day, another challenge for another time. Right now, there was only the present moment, and the work that needed to be done. Right now, there was only the ceremony, and the people gathered to witness it, and the understanding that they were building something that would last, that would survive beyond any single person, that would transform the relationship between the living and the dead. Right now, Yuji was not the keeper. She was simply Yuji, standing among friends, watching them stand with her, knowing that whatever came next, they would face it together. In the days following her assumption of the Veil Keeper's mantle, Yuji learned to navigate the strange duality of her existence. She existed simultaneously in both worlds, perceiving them both with equal clarity. When she walked through the living world, she could see the ghost realm overlaying it like a transparency, could see the spirits moving through their routines, could hear their whispers on the wind, could feel their presence like a second heartbeat beneath the surface of reality. When she moved through the ghost realm, She could see the living world glowing beneath it like a reflection in water, could see the cities and fields and mountains that supported millions of lives, could perceive the flow of energy that sustained existence on both sides of the boundary. She was the bridge, the connection point, the nexus through which the two realms could touch without collision. But more importantly, she learned what it meant to not be alone in that role. Every morning, she woke to the presence of the network around her, thousands of points of connection, thousands of people carrying a piece of the burden they had chosen to accept. The network was like a heartbeat, pulsing with life and commitment, with the constant affirmation that she was not carrying this alone, that people had chosen to stand with her, that the weight was distributed across willing shoulders. She felt their love, their commitment, their willingness to stand with her in this work, even when that work was difficult, even when the boundary required their attention, even when the burden pressed down hard. And in return, she sent them her gratitude, her determination, her promise that she would not let what they had built fall apart. The network was stronger because it was built on genuine connection. It would endure because people had chosen to make it endure. Luo Qianyin came to visit her in the days after the founding ceremony, bringing alchemical compounds that could help stabilize the phantom meridians of those in the network, that could prevent the dissolution that had threatened so many. Zhang Haochen trained with her in the new combative techniques that might be needed if the ancient things stirring in the deep ghost realm proved to be a threat. Pei Zhaoling worked with her to establish protocols for the distribution of burden, to ensure that no one person in the network carried too much weight. Oldwin simply sat with her in the evenings, sweeping graves alongside her, asking no questions, offering only presence and support. And Yuji understood, in those moments, what had changed. The burden was no longer a weight that crushed her. It was a web that supported her. The boundary was no longer a prison. It was a responsibility that she had chosen, that she maintained not through force alone, but through the collective choice of thousands. Yuji stood on the roof of the eastern mausoleum at dawn, watching the city wake. The sun rose over the eastern hills, painting the sky in shades of gold and purple that shifted between worlds because she existed in both simultaneously. She could see the living world in perfect detail, the streets filling with people, the markets opening, the sound of commerce and life, and the ordinary miracles of existence. She could watch children playing in the streets, could hear them laughing, could feel their joy like a thread in the network, could feel them being held safely in a world where the boundary between life and death was stable, where dissolution was not a constant threat. She could also see the ghost realm, rendered in silver and violet hues, where the dead moved through their routines with peace and understanding, no longer trapped in the chaos of a failing boundary. She could see spirits reunited with friends they had lost, could see ghosts choosing their own paths instead of being forced into roles by the chaos of the boundary. The two worlds were still separate. The boundaries still held firm, but they were no longer dying from the separation. They were no longer tearing themselves apart, trying to reach each other. She had traveled from Gravekeeper to Tao of the Veil Cultivator, from orphan to the nexus of a network sustaining the boundary. She was not a ruler, not a prisoner. She was a bridge, and bridges were walked by many. She was a connection point, and the connections were strong because they were built on love, on choice, on the genuine affection of people who had chosen to support each other. Every person who had grasped one of her threads had done so knowing what it meant, knowing the commitment they were making, understanding that they were choosing to be part of something larger than themselves. There was no coercion, no forcing, no manipulation. There was only invitation and acceptance. And that fact, that everyone had chosen to help, had chosen to carry a piece of the burden, was what made the network fundamentally different from what had come before. This was not slavery to duty. This was not imprisonment by responsibility. This was co-creation, collaboration, collective choice made manifest in the structure that held the boundary stable. This was what true leadership looked like, not the ability to force others to carry burdens, but the wisdom to invite people to join in shared work, and the grace to accept when they chose to answer that invitation. Luo Qianyin appeared beside her on the roof, holding fresh tea. The alchemist's presence was warm, comforting, real in a way that nothing else in the world was. She sat down beside Yuji and handed her the cup, their fingers brushing as she did. The contact sent a current through Yuji's phantom meridians, grounding her in the present moment, reminding her of why she had fought to create a world where this simple gesture was possible, where people could stand together on a roof and watch the dawn without fear of the boundary collapsing. The Order's first assignments are distributed, Luo Qianyin said. Everything is moving forward. The cultivators are understanding their roles. The network is stabilizing. We are building something that will last, something that will not collapse under the weight of a single person's burden. Something that will protect people like us. Something that will let people live instead of just survive. The work continues, Yuji said, and she smiled. She reached over and took Luo Qiannin's hand. The alchemist's grip was warm, solid, real. After 3,000 years of isolation, she understood the value of that simple connection. She understood how it sustained her, how it prevented the dissolution that had threatened to consume her, how it gave her strength that came not from cultivation but from love. Love was the foundation of everything. Love was what made the network possible. Love was what transformed a burden into a calling. Love was what held the boundary between worlds steady, not through force, but through genuine connection and authentic choice. Below them, Oldwin swept the entrance to the mausoleum. His movements were slow but steady, his broom making the familiar pattern in the earth that it had made 1,000 times before. The pattern of the sweeping was hypnotic, meditative, a rhythm that had sustained her through everything that had come before and would sustain her through everything that came after. She could see in Oldwin's movements the care that he had shown her since childhood, the love that had made her capable of building connection, the foundation upon which everything else had been constructed. This simple act of sweeping graves was the most profound work she had ever witnessed. It was not flashy. It was not celebrated. But it was essential. It honored the dead. It maintained respect for those who had passed. It grounded her in the present moment, reminding her why she had chosen to carry the burden of the boundary, not for abstract principles, but for people like Oldwin, for the communities that depended on the boundary being held, for the dead who deserved peace and respect. The dead rested easy. The living lived well. And somewhere in the space between realms, phantom meridians glowed silver, connecting them all, maintaining the boundary through the distributed strength of thousands of people who had chosen to carry it together. The work was never finished, but it was no longer an endless prison. It was a calling that was shared, a burden that was supported, a responsibility that was met through collective commitment and genuine love. And that made all the difference. If Shun Yuji's journey moved you, her transformation from orphan gravekeeper to the nexus that holds two worlds together through the power of connection and love, subscribe and leave a like. Tell us your favorite moment from her story. What resonated with you most? Was it the moment she chose connection over isolation, the moment she reached out to build the network, the moment she realized that love could do what power alone could not accomplish? Share her story with those who love tales of borrowed power and found family. Those who understand that the greatest cultivation technique is learning to love as many beings as possible, both living and dead. Share it with those who have felt the weight of responsibility, who have struggled to carry burdens alone, who have discovered that asking for help is not weakness but wisdom. Share it with those who believe in the power of connection to transform even the most impossible situations. The next cultivation legend is waiting in the ghost realm, beyond the veil, where the oldest questions still demand answers. Something ancient is stirring in the depths, and the boundary that Yuji has built will face its greatest test. Subscribe so you don't miss it. Join us as we explore the depths of Phantom Meridian cultivation, as we uncover the mysteries that lie beneath the boundary, as we discover what emerges when an ancient power awakens to a world that has changed. Until then, remember, the boundary between worlds is not a wall but a doorway, and the strongest force that can hold it steady is the love that connects us all, living and dead.